We if we go on this way. And I can see all that's to do is fix our own mistakes. You and me will never make it through if we go on this way. You and me will never make it through if we go on this way. And I can see all that's to do is fix our own mistakes. You and me will never make it through if we go on this way. And I can see all that's to do is fix our own mistakes. We through
Heavy is the head that the crown sees soon. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head cause I'm lawless. Taking no relate, walking down this road. I don't relate, being the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones.
Didn't do recon, but they wanna lead him and guide him straight and tip him off axis. I was in the belly of the beast, meanwhile they was cutting man deep like sickle or mantis. I've been winning off practice, not clout or digital captions. World's in madness, how am I gonna manifest greatness if I don't make actions? I don't need reasons, I just need money and power and stat lift. I don't wanna do it like that, that method's too underhanded. The big man said it ain't landing, never gonna profit off badness. Never got a dollar off sadness, but I've been sunk so I don't do sanctions.
Heavy is the head that the crown sees soon. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head cause I'm lawless. Taking no relate, walking down this road. I don't relate, being the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones.
Came in this game with a serious killing instinct, man, I never did courses. Look at all the times in the past they rejected him, now they wanna imitate patterns and forces. Stone eye vision like Gorgon. Terrified look in his eye when he finally realised all of the weapons that he brought to the war ain't forming. I've been giving this heart and body and soul and mind and organs, knocked to my fingers bled. Now it's through skeleton keys and door kicks. Treading with means and caution, man, I had bellies to feed from morning. So if they start selling me dreams, I'm walking.
Yeah, I was uncomfortable, man, I was scared. Looking for solace and they wasn't there. Now I'm a problem and they wouldn't dare. Yeah. Doubling down cause this game isn't fair. They loaded the dice, I came in prepared. Feeling it so out of body, I feel like I'm floating on air. How do you cope when it never gave you hope? Really left you in the cold, and it's weighing heavy on your soul. To be honest, I don't know. Either way I had to grow, get it together whatever the weather, and carry that tribulation to the throne. Heavy is the head that the crown sees soon. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head cause I'm lawless. Taking no relate, walking down this road. I don't relate, being the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones.
虽然我们没有拿 LPL 的奖杯吧，但那个时候我觉得只是我们版本理解不够好，但现在我们版本理解足够好了，我觉得我们还是有机会拿到 MSI 的奖杯的。
BLG는 탑이 엄청 강하고 팀 자체가 그런 공격적인 한타를 잘하는 팀이라고 생각합니다. 좀 과하다 싶을 정도로 공격적인 성향을 가지고 있다고 생각해서 그部分을 잘 염두하고 대처하면은 이길 수 있을 거라 생각합니다.
非常尊敬FLICKR，我觉得他一直是一个很厉害的选手，而且他状态一直都没有下滑。但是我觉得他们整体的实力还是不如我们，所以即使我很尊敬他，那我为了我们自己拿到最后的冠军，那我必须要击败他。
그런 상대 전적보다는 그날그날의 좀 컨디션이 중요하다고 생각하고 징동은 저희가 혼내줄 테니까 결승은 저희가 가도록 하겠습니다.
我觉得他不是最后的主角，我才是最后的主角。
패자조에서 잘 이기고 결승에서도 잘해가지고 우승할 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
对于T1，我还是那句话吧，去年你们最强的状态遇到了我，你们还是输给了我。今年你们很明显变菜的很多，但是你们还是遇到了我，所以这次会更加的不留情面的把你们送走。
Bin never disappoints us in and out of game. And welcome back, everyone, to MSI 2023 live from the Copper Box Arena in London. There's a spot in the grand finals tomorrow on the line today as BLG and T1 are entering the venue for another epic LCK versus LPL crash.
A losers final? T1
a lower
in a
bracket final?
Yeah.
Will
okay,
the
it's not the
final-
losers final,
Okay,
it's the lower
no,
bracket.
no.
Fair, fair, fair.
Yeah. But maybe the stat will track, but we'll see if it does. My name is Sean, and I'm joined here by Emily, Jad, and Ji-sun to introduce our matchup today. And Ji-sun, I'm happy that I have you here. And I'm sorry that the first order of the day will be not a happy memory, because yesterday we had an absolute shocker. Gen.G got knocked out by BLG.
Exactly. We were just so shocked by yesterday's result, especially like the day before was painful, but yesterday it was a big shocker. And it's been a really tough 2 days for LCK fans.
I can imagine.
If it makes you feel better, it was also a shock to us here on the desk. I think every single one of us had predicted Gen.G going in. But again, it is a massive credit to BLG for the way that they approached this game in particular. I thought it was interesting in the teaser how they talked about getting more acclimated to the meta, because they are a team that's both kind of defied the meta as our first defy account, but also and played what they wanted, but also adapted to the hyper carry bot lane focus meta that's come out.
Yeah, it was such a big series for Bin and pretty much all of BLG. My question would be, in terms of the Korean community, are they more mad at Gen.G for not showing up or surprised by BLG for playing well?
I think it's both, to be honest. You know, we are mostly really, most of the fans are really mad about the approach of the meta, to the meta, you know. We are still debating a lot about Jinx and Aphelios, which pick is actually the higher priority, and also we are really shocked by how aggressive LPL is in real life.
Yes, that is an interesting adaptation. Also looking into this series. Jat, when you look at this whole bracket, was yesterday actually the first surprise that we've had in terms of the bracket stage?
I think it was the first big surprise.
Yeah.
So the T1 series against Gen.G and JDG, that's how we felt like all of these were going to be. We're thinking that they're all going to be extremely close, but then we had a 3-0 between the LPL and the LCK, and that was also the #2 seed from the LPL versus the #1 seed from the LCK. So yeah, definitely the most surprising result of the whole bracket stage.
Yes, and it ups the ante on T1 as the sole LCK team left in MSI. Now, let's focus in on BLG a little bit, and their story is just so incredibly compelling, and not in the least because, yeah, the moniker of this tournament is Defy, Emily, and that's exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, so here's where we're at. We're at all of us saying that T1 will beat BLG easily, which I actually, for full disclosure, I am favoring T1 in this matchup. But yeah, this is pretty much like starting with their playoff run. Weibo will eliminate BLG from playoffs. We've talked about how this team was a 5th seed. They were not expected to be here. Thought EDG would be here, possibly OMG, or even Weibo Gaming, who they ended up beating. And then, yeah, yesterday we had the Gen.G will beat BLG easily, which I also thought, and BLG proved me wrong.
Yes, exactly. You are here. And you'd think, Jat, after Worlds 2022, we'd learned a lesson, but we haven't.
There's definitely some parallels right now between BLG and DRX 2022 for Worlds, because many people said they would be the worst team from China and Korea, yet they've already knocked down one of the big hitters. And we're still not necessarily, we give him a little bit of credit. We're like, oh, Bin won last year for MSI, and he's, you know, pretty good at 2020 Worlds. But it still doesn't seem real. Like, it still doesn't seem like they could win it all. But as we saw, maybe, you know, that's where we are.
Yeah, Ji-sun, the parallels are apparent, it seems like.
And we had the similar ceremony on stage as well, the birthday cake.
Yeah.
Maybe that could be their totem for victory.
Really? That's a really good observation. Yeah, you know, always celebrate your players' birthdays, apparently.
Starts the birthday cake meta.
Exactly.
They just pretend to have birthdays.
Yeah, just every day. Excellent. But Emily, yeah, you wanted to go a little bit more in depth into how exactly every single player of BLG is going through this journey.
Well, we'll run through this really, really quick. So I have a little adjective here.
Yep,
So doubt. I put doubt for Bin, not because Bin has ever doubted himself in his life, because I'm not sure if he has. But in terms of people approaching him, they were like, we maybe doubt that he will either A, be able to play tanks, or he'll be able to bring out this carry focus style at the competition, and he has proven that wrong. Next player, Shun, who I think it's a little bit of a stretch. I think Shun is the player who came off of IG. People still thought he was pretty good. I said expectations just because I think he's performed, especially in the Gen G series yesterday, a lot better than I thought he would in terms of communicating with lanes and knowing where to apply pressure. The next is assumptions, which Jat is writing for me right now.
It's a long word. So
no longer Emily writing, but it's there.
For Yagao, because obviously I think people are coming in, people are coming in and thinking like, I don't know, Yagao, he's kind of washed, he's gonna get destroyed by every other mid. And even when he falls behind in CS, I think he has landed, obviously, the key Ari charms, had a few crucial plays in some of these BLG team fights. The next one is adversity for Elk. We've talked about how he was so close to making it with Team WE. And then on Ultra Prime, people kind of thought he was a little bit past his prime. And now he's become a massive carry force for BLG. And lastly, obstacles for On, because initially he was this super hyped support, but then kind of went back and forth with Sword Art coming on for him instead of him. He might not have been ready, and now he's really come into his own, winning player of the series actually yesterday in the Gen G matchup.
Yes, I love that you laid that out for us. An excellent use of Defy. Now we talked about it.
That was good.
Great assistance indeed. In terms of the power of friendship, and I know it's something that's sometimes contentious to talk about and people don't really like it, but I mean the proof is in the pudding when we draw the parallels to DRX and also the way that we have seen how BLG have acted on this international stage.
Yeah, I mean Ji-sun already brought it up really well with talking about DRX and how well they got along together just as friends in and out of the game. Yeah, here's Tabe. Just, he went to the wrong side of the stage. Doran's just like, what is going on? Running into the arms of his players. I think this is a team that we've kind of jokingly called a vibes team, a lot like DRX, where they just are really enjoying playing together and being together. And that has been, I know people hate it, again, when we bring this in analysis, but it has been a key part of, I think, their success because they do get along so well together, because they trust in each other.
And Bin has actually continued his run this tournament. Yeah. If you think about all-time great top laner performances, like if he were to somehow continue this and actually win the final, you would start thinking it as one of those. But yesterday, I think, was his best series so far in the tournament. His Gwen was absolutely unbelievable in the team fights, and he's also the defending champion of last year's MSI as the top laner for RNG.
It couldn't be any more beautiful. And you know that the confidence is oozing out of him, both on the Rift and in every image that we see. But let's get into T1 as well, Ji-sun. Can you first set us up for kind of the expectation around T1 and the fact that they are the sole remaining LCK team up versus these LPL teams?
Now, the hopes are so high for T1. We are just full on praying mode for T1 to get a win. But right now, I really want to focus on the fact that it's all about team fights early on, because yesterday after Gen G dropped their series, in the press interview, most of the players are really vocal about their wrong setups for early team fights, especially early Heralds. And this morning, I found out T1 and BLG, they actually are tied for second place in the first Herald percentage, which means they're going to be a bloodbath around Heralds today.
And they are prepared.
Absolutely. I also think team fighting wise, these teams do approach team fighting a little bit differently.
Yes, they do. And thank you, Ji-sun. We're going to jump into some of those team fights as we see. Oh, a little nap. Having a little nap. Thank you so much. Yes, Jad, go ahead and set it up for us because they've been important the whole way, but specifically for T1, how do they approach them?
Yeah, so I'd say this tournament, T1 has been very brute force with their team fighting. If we can pull up the screen right now, you can see the early setup for this fight. This was one of their game-winning fights from last series. If we go to the telestrator right here, the big thing I want to point out is how they've kind of played on 1 to 2 lanes the whole tournament. They're very rarely pushing 3 lanes, so there's no push in bot, there's no push in top, so therefore they're trying to send everyone mid lane to get something done. And we can start seeing the clip right here. They do teleport in to just brute force a 5v5. This is about as flanky as you're gonna see them get. That's not actually straightforward. So after the original engage, there is a little bit of the reset, and you'll see the fight lines really start to show themselves. So this is what we talk about when we say front-to-back team fighting. There's the tanks in front, the damage dealers in back, the initiators in front, and the tank that had fallen back. But it's basically front line, back line that you see over and over again. And then it's really just all about when you're playing the ebb and flow of the team fight, how well you're able to react to things. So FLICKR does overstep in this fight, but one thing that ends up actually winning the fight is this tiny little orange Q, because in the midst of things, JDG lose track of it, Zeus is able to get the double knock-up, everyone is able to jump on it, Gumayushi with his ultimate, carry with his recon, and they win the fight. But the main thing that I want to highlight in this was the fact that it is a front-to-back, straightforward, let's group mid, let's try and move through the team, which is the way that T1 has been fighting, which is very different than the way that BLG has been approaching fights.
Yeah, so we're gonna take a look at this BLG team fight. The few things that I'd really love for people to look at here are specifically Bin, who's gonna be pushing this wave in here, and then also tracking where On is, right? Because his, I keep not selecting it. He's gonna get CC'd there. But his Braum does so much work in these team fights. And when BLG like to fight, it's a lot different than what Jat pointed out, right? Because here is Bin coming in. He's going to go try to get onto Chovy. And regardless of whether it's Bin or Yagao, who you see up on the top side of the fight, they are trying to get onto priority targets. What BLG like to do more than the straightforward front to back that we saw from T1 in Jat's clip is they like to try to assassinate one person and then let the team fight go from there, right? So they're bringing around Yagao or Bin for a flank. They're really trying to DPS one person down immediately. Whereas, so I think it's a really interesting clash of styles because they like to separate these 5v5 fights into smaller skirmishes, get a pick off, and then go from there.
I'd like to welcome Chronicler to
Hello.
the desk as well. And
Surprise.
I immediately want to include you in this topic of discussion because the team that BLG is facing today is very proficient at team fighting as well. But what do you think about this evolution probably that they're going to have to go through or going to have to avoid BLG setting up in terms of the split fights?
Yeah, it's really interesting because this is actually, I think, one of the very few areas where T1 is really different from other LCK teams because this is in a very different meta, the AD carry supports, still something that they did, like the early skirmishes specifically, and being able to kind of create 2v2s, 3v3s that are extremely favorable for them was one of the reasons why they had such an incredible regular season run. And even though the meta has shifted away, I expect T1, particularly against BLG, to try and outdo them in that specific scenario.
Is it going to be a key to see if they can also step into these team fights when they become fragmented, when they become less predictable, when it's BLG throwing a curveball in the mix?
Well, they have to, right? Because if there's one thing that we've learned, it's that BLG is going to force you to play their style. We weren't expecting carry top lanes to really be that relevant, and even though we've seen some of Bin's on tanks, it's still the carry that he looks best on. So T1 is either going to have to somehow overpower and force BLG to play their game, which, based on the early game, they might be able to, but otherwise they have to be able to keep track of where Yagao and Bin are at all times.
I have a stat for you guys.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's not Jat stats anymore. It's Emily's stats doesn't rhyme. But speaking to your point, Chronicler, this is combined kills per minute for every team that BLG has faced here at the mid-season invitational, in their domestic season, and then in their series versus BLG. And you see, we'll ignore G2 because they didn't follow the
I mean,
trends.
they went too far the other way.
But in every single one of these BLG series, BLG are really pressuring these team fights, right? Every single time a team goes up against BLG, with the exception of G2, their combined kills per minute go up. And some of it is a little specious, because some of it is, you know, maybe BLG beating up on a few of their opponents, like R7. But I do think it was really interesting to see that the team fights went up for JDG, who they also faced domestically twice in playoffs, and then Gen G yesterday. So it's going to be a bloodbath, basically.
Yeah, as a fan, I'm really excited for the BLG boost.
Yeah.
And I do think that as well, T1 should be fairly comfortable playing that style. I don't necessarily think T1's going to try and slow the game down. I think they're just going to say that their hands are better and try and win all the early fights.
Yep. Yes, and so instrumental in those team fights are, of course, the supports. And BLG support On has been making a name for himself here at MSI. But today, he's facing possibly the best support in the world, Keria, in our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz.
It's the Portal Combat in our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. Keria and On will clash for a spot in the Grand Finals. We have seen greatness from both of these players throughout the tournament, from keeping their carries alive to single-handedly turning the tides of a game with an insane hook.
Watch On, watch On.
On with a pull! Oh my god, he found Delight and instantly killed him. Gen G have lost their support, and On is absolutely dominant.
The knockouts come through Knight. He's going to be punished, and now it's Gumayuki that rips them to shreds. It's a quadra-kill.
T1 go crazy in the mid lane. The engage from Keria was massive.
It's over. It's done. BLG's won the clean ace. But only one of them will continue their journey. A battle with JDG for the title is on the line. The victor gets a chance at redemption and glory. The loser will be sent home.
Oh, what a great support matchup overall, and especially yesterday. Let's highlight On, because I think he's been having a good tournament overall, but yesterday he really turned heads all across the world.
And he was able to do it with both styles, too. You could pick for the team comp with Braum, play a great defensive game, stuff every engage, and then he could also play Blitzcrank, where he was just landing hook after hook in game-changing moments.
Yeah, and it's so cool to see when a Blitzcrank pops off, I think. But as you say, two different styles. And also, again, going back to that team fight conversation, right, Emily? That strategic pick of the Braum that has to be played to perfection in order to win these skirmishes.
Yeah, he did so much in these team fights to try to block damage, block key ultimates. I think
hook was so insane.
His Blitzcrank was also amazing. It ties into, again, revisiting how BLG really want to approach these fights. A lot of it is like, we're going to try to pick one key member off and then take over the rest of the team fight from there. So it is going to be a super interesting matchup against Keria, who not only is the best support in the world, but helped define the support meta for so long this spring season.
And I also think that coming in, it was one of the reasons why T1 struggled in finals. They've been playing the exact same style, relying on Keria's mechanical prowess to win them the early game, snowball the game, and their opponents basically never got a chance to play. But what we're seeing now is essentially them reverting back to the way they played last spring in 2022, way back when it was, again, an Aphelios and fresh meta. But I do think that Keria is still transitioning. His most impressive game to me this tournament was the game where he actually got to play Nautilus.
Yeah.
And was able to set up the fights, right? Was able to set up the engages, so we know that he can. But Keria, at times, has not been able to live up to his domestic performances when it comes to aggressive playmaking.
And that'll be key, I think, not only today, if they were to make it to the finals, of course, as well. And they each have a fantastic carry by their side. They're enabling their ADs in this team fight meta. Elk versus Gumayushi, and let's start with Gumayushi as well, because he's had a great story and has really lived up to those expectations.
Yeah, I really want to go back all the way when he debuted back in 2020, right? They were getting knocked out in the gauntlet by Gen G, and then Guma was supposed to be the next big guy, right? Split the roster together with Teddy in 2021, and then coming into 2022 MSI, he was so hyped up, right? There was so much pressure on this player, And he didn't really end up cashing out on it, right? He got solo kill, or they got duo killed very early on against the Saigon Buffaloes, and he wasn't really able to have the performance that he had domestically. But after that, Guma, to me, has been the most consistent player on T1. He has been amazing in team fights, and even when the team is struggling, no matter the meta, it looks like he is ready to take the team on his back.
Yeah, and on the other side, Elk is a player who didn't necessarily have the hype behind him that Gumayushi did, but I was watching the games yesterday, and I'm like, he just gets so many kills in every game.
Yeah.
I wonder if this is the most kills per game we've ever seen at an international event, and it turns out that it is. So Elk actually has the highest kills per game at an MSI or a Worlds at 7.2 per game.
Wow.
Also, 80 Kara meta, Ruler right below him. This could obviously change with today and tomorrow's games, but if this pace keeps up, it would be one of the greatest 80 carry performances we have ever seen at an international tournament.
And also, he's been doing just insane amounts of damage as well, which is so interesting because, again, revisiting the previous narrative of him in the LPL was like, he's good, but I'm not sure if he can be the primary carry, or as Azael has been saying on desk, that guy. At this tournament, of his 18 games, in 6 of them, so a third of his total games, he's had higher than 1,000 damage per minute.
Wow. That's insane. That's very reliable. You want that on your team.
Yeah, because with that amount of damage, particularly in how a lot of the fights currently play out, having an 80 carry that is reliable, you know, some guild forces notwithstanding, really can be a big difference maker. And it also ties into what we were talking about earlier with how BLG play team fights. When you have a carry like Jinx that needs a single kill, making sure that Yagao or Bin get just one starts off the resets.
I like that you mentioned the guild force, but I also think it's just kind of a symptom of how they like to play and what you need to do in these games, right?
Yeah.
Because I feel like especially when you watch Elk and Ruler play, for instance, they're always teetering on the edge of, oh my god, they're actually in range of an enemy hook or a stun, but there's just that faith in the team.
Yeah, and watching Elk play Jinx has converted me to being a Jinx believer.
There we go.
Because there's the Jinx versus Aphelios debate that we see, because you see this matchup. I mean, I've seen it for 3 years.
Yeah.
And it's very rare that you can see a carry so well land all of their auto attacks on Jinx with rockets while staying out of range of all of Aphelios' auto attacks. So I really do think that with the 80 carries left in this tournament, it's Jinx over Aphelios for me.
It's so interesting also. We saw the Zeri from Elk as well, right, Chronicler? And let's talk about the draft a little bit, more particularly T1's drafting.
Yes, I'm going to bring up some painful memories for myself and T1 fans included. We're going to start it off easily. This one is still fresh in the memory.
Oh.
That's Nautilus.
Is it mid or support?
It is mid. It is not a carry on Nautilus. I want to be very upfront about that. Carry on Nautilus we're okay with. This one hurt a little bit. But then we're going to go back to last year, Worlds Finals, right? Game 5, Aatrox. Kingen having a monster performance on the champion that in his entire history as a player he'd been great on, getting Finals MVP as a result. And then this one, personally, stings the most to me when you have a bot lane as good as Guma and Keria, and it's Game 5 of MSI 2022, and the Jin Yumi comes in. And the reason why I bring these memories up, besides just because I'm a masochist, is that what I think is really important to preface, it is not just about draft, right? Like, I'm not trying to say that if T1 drafted better, that's not the point. But what we have seen with this specific T1 roster over the last year and a half is, I think, the reason why they get so far is because they're a headstrong team, because they know what they want, they know what they want to do. But they are also seemingly having such a tough time to adapt specifically in longer series, in best of 5s, in their drafts. And as a result, things like this keep happening, and you can't afford it with the momentum that BLG have or with the level play that JDG was playing at.
So you say it's not about drafts, but
not just.
It's kind of about drafts. Like, whenever you preface something because it's not about this, it's like, no, it's about this. Because it's the level of summoners. There's one you didn't even have, the Gwen from last year at MSI Finals. Bin first pick Gwen 3 times in a row on blue side, won all 3 of the blue side games with first pick Gwen, and T1 never changed their red side bans the entire series. So it's a very consistent trend for T1 that they'll either break through it, because I don't think they're going to change. Like, their bans at the start of the series and their priority at the start of the series is probably going to be the same from Game 1 to Game 5.
And you also brought up, I think it was the day before yesterday, Jad, that because the team fights and the games are being played at such a high level, it actually becomes more about draft again in a circumvent way.
And it's very subjective. I will say that. It's so easy to say that because it's lost, it was bad. If they win, we could have just as easily been praising them for being so dedicated to what they think was strong, because in all these finals that T1 has lost, last year's World Finals, MSI Finals last year, it was small moments in Game 5, so I can't wait to see it.
Well, and it's really super interesting to see them go up against BLG, right? Because we've also seen a little bit of potentially like scrim bubble with Gen G and T1. Specifically, I'm thinking of the Kindred pick. But then you have BLG, whose drafts I absolutely despise in the C9 series, actually. But then they found some really unique openings for their picks for like the Lucian Nami that we saw coming out. Yesterday, we saw the Zeri return into the Zyra Khan, which was them very obviously angling for this composition that they were very, very familiar with. So I'm super curious to see what each team prioritizes in this series, because BLG's drafting has been a lot more favored towards this is what we like to play and we know how to execute. And then I am curious to see what T1 do to adjust.
So many questions going into this game, and let's see what the audience thinks and what the fans predicted to win in our MasterCard fan prediction of the day. Usually this goes very heavily in the way of T1, so this is catching me off guard a little bit.
Yeah, I was expecting it to be like 80-20.
Usually it is, Maurits.
What's the average
T1
fan?
No, average, yeah, T1 votes are generally extremely favored. And I get it, right? As a LCK fan, even though I have faith in T1, this team has made it to every single finals over the last 2 years. These players have shown, yes, you know, maybe at the final hurdle they can't get and make it through, but they get there every time. After seeing the run that BLG is making, particularly in light of what happened last year with Deft and DRX, who before the tournament started, I said, no, well, that team is not going to go anywhere. It's understandable that as an LCK fan, you'd be very nervous.
The fans have been right 68% of the time. So good job. Remember, each day you can head over to Twitter and tweet at MasterCard Nexus to cast your vote as well and keep up the good win rate, I would say.
Yeah, and BLG is reminding us of DRX last year, in part because they were the lower seed from their region. In previous formats, that seed wouldn't have even been to that tournament. Nope. But nobody believes in them, and they're playing free with a lot of passion. I would say, for most of this tournament, T1 and even Gen G yesterday were under a lot of pressure, right? When you're expected to win, it's so much harder to play free. But I do wonder about that expectation, because we looked at every international final from 2013 and compared the LPL to the LCK. And it's actually pretty interesting, if we could pull it up on the bottom of the screen, because at first, it was heavily dominated by T1. You can see Worlds 2013, 2015, MSI 2016 and 17, but more recently, from 2018 onwards, it's been heavily dominated by the LPL. So while it definitely feels like, oh yeah, T1, it's going to be massive if they don't win this one, like, it's kind of also normal.
Yeah.
So I do really wonder if they're able to do any of these mental tricks to believe they're the underdog, because honestly, looking at how many international titles the LPL has won, and seeing now T1 is in a 2v1 and needs to win 2 series in a row against the LPL, the odds are actually stacked against them.
Against them. So you're saying maybe we should look at this matchup a little differently. And also it coincides with the fact that it was all T1 when they were getting those victories back to back to back for the LCK, which we still herald as the best period of time the LCK had internationally ever. Which is not to say they're not successful, Maurits. They get to finals. They get very far in these tournaments, but that's gotta sting.
Yeah, of course it does. It hurts a lot. You know, I've had a lot of discussions with this with my NA colleagues specifically. It's like, what feels worse, being 1 game away or getting eliminated early? And we're not going to settle that debate right here, right now. But I do think that what Jed is pointing out, specifically regarding the expectations, for T1 specifically as an organization, just because of their history, the expectations, no matter what, are going to be that you get to finals and you better win, right? It doesn't matter if it's LCK regular season, it doesn't matter if it's an international. Even in the years where they weren't really able to keep up, this is always going to be the pressure that is on this team, and they have been vocal about it. They've been struggling with it, right? And I think that that was something that also really hurt them when Gen G beat them this last spring finals.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's both sides of T1, right? Because the reason why I fell in love with this T1 team and really loved watching them play was because of how confident and aggressive they were in their own skills, right? And I feel like a lot of times when we've seen them be punished, it's because of that same kind of stubbornness or unwillingness to shift away. But in this matchup with BLG specifically, I actually think, as we talked about, how BLG are kind of dragging people, you know, to their level, like forcing them into these early skirmishes, forcing them to fight. I actually think that T1, like yesterday we were like, okay, well Gen G will win because they'll be able to soak the pressure, right? Today it's like, okay, they couldn't soak the pressure. I think T1 are more than happy to fight because they too believe in their own hands.
They absolutely do, and when it comes to the LPL as well, there has never been an international LPL versus LPL final. We've seen 4 LCK versus LCK finals. I want to say it's a side quest, but when you look at the LPL and the fandom, how cool that would be and how valuable that would be for their fan sentiment, and I'm pretty sure they would really celebrate that event, but it's going to be a mountain to climb today.
It would be a massive bounce back after being shut out of the World Finals last year by DRX and T1. For Bin, it would give him a chance to defend his LPL, his MSI title on a different team. For the entirety of the LPL, I think it would be very meaningful if they could knock out T1 here. But then on the side of T1, it does amp up the pressure on them for a team that is always under so much pressure in the first place. So this is a really, really big match.
It is, and for T1, of course, that question of when are they going to take that next step. What is your feeling, your gut feeling, Maurits, when you look into this match and what could happen here this weekend?
Yes, I'm nervous. Yes, I might end up regretting it, but of course, I'm going to have faith in T1. I think this roster have shown that when it comes to getting to finals, when it comes to getting so close, they've made that step. I think that with this lower bracket run, they can go all the way.
Let's see if it happens. I am super excited for this. I think as fans, we've been incredibly spoiled so far, but let's find out if T1 can avenge their fallen LCK brothers, or if BLG's Cinderella story will continue to all LPL fans. It is time for the lower bracket final.
Getting into the lower bracket final, BLG versus T1 as we get into the draft. I'm Dracos, joined by Kobe and Dagda. Already bans coming in pretty damn fast, so going to keep up with the draft as we get through.
Yeah, super interesting to see. I expected the Lucian, I expected the Kante could come through for BLG, but the Maokai and the Vi also gone on the opposite side. Kobe, you were talking about a T1 heavy prio towards the later part of the series on those junglers.
Yeah, they had really focused on the triple ban. The Wukong's a big problem, but now since they did the Jinx ban, you're also shifting through all of these mid laners with the Annie priority up as well for those instant engages. A lot of choices here for T1 on what to give up, because the Annie Wukong as a combination has just been such a good snap engage combo. And they got this.
Oh, okay. All right, everybody take a breath. The bug, it's the bug.
It's the bug for the bug.
He was invisible. He was just invisible. It's just the alt proc.
Okay.
This is the same thing that we saw yesterday from BLG, though, against Gen G. Game 1, they banned the Jinx, so then they can kind of operate in towards things like forcing his Irakana from Gumayushi. You go towards the Zeri Lulu and see if they can have a bit of success with that, though.
But here, this is the genius of banning the Kazakhs instead of the Wukong that we're mentioning with our jungle focus for bans, because you can only get one on blue side. They pick the Annie, they split those up, and then they go with the Rakan, so they can still have a really good snap engage. And you know T1 with the Rakan have been magnificent.
And we were talking to Chronicle earlier. This is not a combo that you want to give over, especially to a player like Carry, and have to see how On's going to match, because Lulu, yes, On looked fantastic yesterday, but it's not the same high-impact playmaker. That said, every time we're seeing this Jinx banned, it's not Aphelios prioritized. It's an instant shift of the bot lane meta to kind of these secondary carries of this area, and I expect here the Xayah as well.
Yeah, I imagine it will end up going towards that. One of the big things that we saw was that when Knight was playing the Annie, how quickly you could get these engages on towards T1. And the big turnaround that we saw for T1 in these fights was actually carry on this Rakan. So it definitely feels like BLG are taking a page out of what JDG operated with, bringing a bit of their own spice with the Zeri Lulu as well. well. But then you still see T1 kind of going back towards what they have been most comfortable with and what they performed.
And then if we look forward for bans here now for T1, definitely focus on jungle. I think that personally, the Poppy has been criminally underrated. Yes, they banned it out.
Look at him out here.
With all with the other focus, then you're thinking, oh, maybe their next jungle ban will either be like Lee Sin or Viego.
Yep.
Shun, though, with all the talk about all these Kindred plays and the Nidalee that people don't like, this is the player that is so good individually on those carry jungle champions. It's just that with an Annie, I don't think.
And to be fair, if he can't make it work, I don't think anybody can. But again, when there's a Wukong on the enemy team, based on what we saw yesterday, I would expect the Kindred to get one shot.
I'm curious to see what the bans are going to be from BLG, though. I do expect them to go towards that top side. I thought it would be a Scion, more of that kind of, hey, we want to get rid of the tanks, because we know Bin likes to play those more carry-oriented styles. I actually thought it'd be Bin who would try and pilot a Kennen in towards the top side, so surprised to see that BLG are the ones that are actually getting rid of that. And we'll have to see if they do end up banning the Scion here. I think it would work out well, just making sure that these team fights are a little bit easier to execute on if you're straying away from those mega tanks.
The other two big AP picks that we have seen kind of come out but be banned away frequently, one is the Gwen, which has managed to make it through. Rumble is the other big one that we saw a bit of presence from and then was essentially just removed from drafts.
And one of the big things when you have Annie on your team with the first pick Annie, and especially since they're revealing its mid lane already, you don't want a lot of extra AP damage on your team because Merc Treads are so valuable versus this champion. Having those stuns and having that magic damage, if they pick the Gwen, Merc Treads' value is to the moon.
And I think that's the big one here is, look, you still, as Zeus, get to kind of keep that flexibility here. Could put the Gragas into the top side. You could end up putting it in towards FLICKR in the mid lane. He played it domestically 7 times. So I think that this is what T1 are trying to go towards. It's like, hey, look, do you just go towards something like the Gwen? Cool, we can try and match it. So it looks like instead, Bin is just going to go back towards his Jax. He's been totally fine, even in the counter matchup against the Gragas. We saw him beat Doran in that matchup. We'll have to see if Zeus can have a better time now in this one.
Bin is Jax. I love this. Yes. Keeping the carries here at MSI. Throw it down. He's so confident with it, too. Every interview, every new opponent, he never backs down.
He doesn't. Going to be matching up against the Gragas. Zeus' Gragas, nonetheless. Have to see how he fares with FLICKR. Opting for the Lissandra in the mid lane. A lot of utility, a lot of engage focus, and I think that just naturally is going to put more and more attention onto Guma, onto Owner to really be the big difference makers, because we've seen Lissandra an excellent champion if you get the ball rolling, but if you fall behind, it puts that much more pressure on your AD carry to really step up.
And I think that lack of engagement is kind of the issue for BLG here. You're heavily reliant on Yagao to be this like flash engage tool. Now for JDG, they end up playing it very, very slow. We're like, look, that has a 5-minute cooldown. We will only play for dragons, so we can continuously use this Annie engage as our main engage tool. But they had things like the Wukong to follow up on that. With this composition, you kind of need to blow people up very, very quickly. So I think it's going to take a lot of coordination from BLG, which hasn't always been their strong suit.
Split second decision making is going to be critical for both these teams. Both of them do have those resets. Viego one side, Lissandra passive on the other side does a lot of work too. Very excited for this matchup. Should be explosive.
I think T1 at the end of the day, showing us something we've seen from a lot of teams, these kind of combos. You have the Wukong, you have so much hard engage, and we've seen these compositions can just take over if they get any kind of lead. And it's a bit more of a mixed bag on the opposite side for BLG. They have a lot of power picks, yes, certainly, but not nearly the same clear synergy or windows of opportunity. But that said, when I've seen drafts that have been suspect for BLG before, they've always managed to make it work. They just continue to defy those expectations, and we'll see if they're able to do the same as we get into game 1 here, BLG versus T1.
I have been so hyped for this matchup. The fact that we got BLG beating Gen G yesterday, it feels like BLG are trying to make that mega run like we saw in the LPL, see if they can get all the way back to finals.
I love how everybody's ready for any underdog story after DRX.
Exactly.
Everyone's just, yes, I believe,
yes,
I believe.
Yes, another one. Well, that's the thing, and I think that it's so impressive that in consecutive international tournaments, we've had a team like BLG or DRX who force you to believe. It's not like they're the favorites, and even today, I don't think they're the favorites, but despite that, they continue to surpass all expectations, outperform, show up in the clutch, and that's kind of what the underdog dream is made of.
And they've even got the swagger to make it more fun. Bin to me is becoming an icon here, almost like Conor McGregor-esque trash talking.
Oh no.
Before every match, and he comes in, he's still playing carries.
Oh. Yep. But I think that's the really sick thing for BLG. Like when we talked about DRX last year, it's like, oh, the meta hit right. You know, you had like Zeka was able to get his hands on Silas and he was able to pop off and all these things. BLG are like, yeah, screw your meta. We're just going to do our thing. We're going to play our style, and we're going to make sure you have to beat us this way. And I think that's the coolest thing about BLG. Even look at this draft, right? You're not getting this, hey, we want to go for the mega carries in that bot lane, put all the beefy boys in front of them. It's like, no, we want to fight you, we want to get aggro, and we're going to make sure that you have to hands dip us here.
And if they want to surpass expectations in this series, it's going to be a tall task, especially when we look at the bottom side. Guma Keria on one of the strongest, most aggressive bot side duos we can get. We know what they can do on the Xayah Rakan combo. Elk has definitely been the center of attention in so many BLG games. If it has not been, it is always, always Elk. And Guma, a big weight on his shoulder in this game and in this series to outperform a player who's had a fantastic tournament.
Yeah, just ask KT from LCK about the T1 Xayah Rakan combination.
Yeah, I was going to say, Chronicler backstage, every single time it was even remotely hovered, was like, you cannot give these guys Xayah Rakan. They're way too good, they're way too clean. And I think that's going to put a lot of pressure onto Elk and On here to see if they can match up in the 2v2. Because if you can actually get this area into a decent spot and you can have her try and be that big team fighter later, that's where BLG will be in a good spot. And that's where we can see just how good Elk can be.
And we saw yesterday, Bin taking care of business versus Doran versus the Gragas, but Zeus has made the switch here to go for the grasp on the Gragas for more sustain, more healing even, instead of the Comet. Taking some notes from the previous matchup there. Also Zeus, probably higher rated by pretty much everybody.
Well, and this is a great point because Jap brought it up on the desk. In the finals, obviously, you know, Bin had the better win record. But Dagda, when you looked into the laning stats, it didn't quite tell the same story.
Yeah, especially when you look towards Bin. He has been, oh, hang on.
Hold that thought. Dive on the bottom side of Ellie's immediately going to get the setup. That's going to be a kill on Naguma. Now can get the reset. Doesn't have tower aggro either, but is not going to keep the dive going. Huge in the early game from BLG to shut down this bot side combo. They're going to keep the dive. Keria, blinking health bars, might just fish for the reset. Should! Oh, that's an obscene one you certainly cannot afford to make. Keria still standing tall, still looking for the outplay. Oh, taking as well! Oh, so damn clean from Keria on the bottom side. At the end of the day, it's a 2 for 2.
Yeah, that tower heating up. Shun knew. Yeah. After he saw that shot come out, he was like, uh-oh, this is going to be bad. He flashes also for it. So BLG getting a little bit messy down there, but still, mission accomplished. They got the dive off. They denied the Xayah a bit.
It's also the fact that they get the kill on towards Elk and they get some plates. Now, Owner trying to respond to that top side, though. Bin has actually been taken to about just half HP.
See if there's going to be the response here. Is he just going to be happy with the reset, just crashing the wave here and walking away? Zeus still for a bit more. Has the demolish, can just go for that proc, assume that he's going to get it. If we take a look at this, excellent start for BLG.
And BLG, they got the information. They know Wukong clearing up to the top side. So Shun comes in. The first kill, great. Very nicely done. But then, as the last minion, this range minion dies, boom, tower shots are on Shun. The other wave hadn't got here yet. And boom, just dies to it. Because that last one had already died. Then Keria goes in for the knockup, is able to get it as On is tanking.
Yeah, oh, it's almost like you don't want to be, you know, tanking these turrets as an AD carry or something when you change over as Viego, but...
As much as BLG have done incredible to get here, they have not been without suspect decision-making. I feel like once you've denied the resources from the carry, the dive can probably stop, but at the end of the day, still a 2 for 2, not a disaster, still a lot of CS denied from Guma. See what else they can do with that advantage on the bottom side, even if it has been mitigated somewhat by the response kills.
Yeah, as I was saying though, Zeus probably a bit higher rated by everybody than Doran, so definitely having a better time in here. Also had the jungle come on up. You see the deep ward there by Blue and Gromp. Love that one. Really big information on the second respawn. We'll see that Gromp as Viego comes over, so Shun will be tracked.
One of the big things, though, for this top lane matchup is we were kind of talking about before that dive kicked off was the fact that we kind of think of Bin as this mega beast in the lane phase. He's going to absolutely manhandle you, but out of the 3 times...
Hold that thought, you're not allowed to talk about top lane while bot lane's fighting. Dagda, wait your turn. Okay, now you can go. Sorry, it's not me, it's them. They're not interested.
Look,
they're like, talk about us.
I am well used to LPL games at this stage. I know exactly when I have to shut up, but still need to shut up for this one.
We need a talking stick. All right, we pass it to Dracos now for the dragon fight.
Elk walking up to contest this. There's not really much of an angle, but maybe Shun commits the flash, or at least tries to find the follow-up fight. Only level 4 from Guma. Elk continuing to poke down. Owner making its way out of the pit. They don't want to flip it on the fight. Faker level 6 though. Might just go for the engage. Flash out from On. Now Annie can look for the re-engage with the knockup coming through. Yagao going to flash out. Shun on the backside. Now looking to turn and burn onto Faker. T1 get the dragon, but it will cost them the life with their mid laner.
It was such a weird approach from BLG. You could see Shun wasn't sure if he wanted to get into the pit, had already burnt that flash so couldn't get over the wall, and then you end up just T1 going, right, we'll immediately turn onto the 3 members of BLG, but they do a great job of kiting back and at least manage to get a kill, but it is the dragon for T1. T1.
Yeah, that blast cone was available to try and get in for a steal towards the back, but BLG, you could tell the calls were so clear. We got to get the kill, go for the kill, don't go for the steal here. And as you have the initiation from FLICKR, gets the flash out, self-ults, Yagao also flashes away, and then they get the turn. Lissandra ult is down, he immediately answers with the Tibbers, while T1 do get the objective.
And I think at the end of the day, a respectable call when they see kind of the engage not go perfectly. Once they get the anti-flash, they know it's time to back off. They get the dragon. They make the kind of safer trade in that equation rather than trying to continue the fight with Lissandra ult unavailable.
And you know what that means is big things for this Zeri. Zeri Lulu still really good scaling as you get towards the later stages and getting those early kills plus that one there picked up. A lot of concentrated gold is going to go far.
Definitely a strong start. Dagda, would you like the talking stick?
You know, I give
like
it up.
a turn.
All right, you know what? Bin gets beaten by Zeus on average. There we go. That's
there it is. They played 7 games. Bin's laning stats, not good against Zeus. Important context to have. Took us 7 minutes to get
yeah. On average, Zeus ends up with an 860 gold lead. Now, see, the second I talk, there's more action. So I'm okay with just kind of randomly throwing out stats bit by bit so we get having more action.
I appreciate you, Dagda.
I think
sacrifices.
We need to make use of this superpower that you have there, because I like perma action. So
whenever the game slows down, Dagda, I want you to start talking about Bin's stats.
His forward percent. No. But I think at this stage, as T1, you got to start trying to figure out ways to make this come back in your favor, right? And at the moment, they're trying to see if they can jump onto Shun. Yagao covering, though.
Shun got a pretty decent XP disadvantage. Level 6 for Owner now coming through. Yagao could just be in trouble. That's the root going in. Remember, he burned the flash in the previous fight, throwing down the bear early to try to get more space, but Owner now going to follow up. That's one on the Cyclone, making it look easy. Clean pick for T1.
Wukong getting kills. I think everyone at this tournament is almost traumatized at this point with how powerful this champion will get. Brings so much to those team fights. And as you look down here, is starting up Rift Herald. Level 6 acquired by Shun off of his jungle though. FLICKR off of that kill will come over, lend that mid lane support. And since Yagao doesn't have teleport, should be T1 closing, but the bottom lane rotation is first from BLG. Zaya left on bottom side.
Bin now looking to follow up, immediately going to ult. The objective's still alive, but it's going to get picked up in the end. Owner now needs to make his way out. He's got no ult. Goes invisible, tries to find it, but Shun now looking for the follow-up, take the jungler out of the equation. The recall still trying to get completed. FLICKR now forced to back away, but here comes Elk. Shun going to find one. Shun going to find the reset. Elk trying to get the chain lightning through to finish off FLICKR. Can they keep the dive going? Zeus, body slam. Where is it going to go for now? They're being corralled under their tower. T1 got the objective, but they're not going to make it out with their lives. Turn the fire back is damn clean, but BLG still coming ahead and kills.
Elk only has one button and it's go forward. May have gone a little bit too far forward underneath the tower, but BLG are still up to make it work. Yagao down on this bottom side to cover, but he does have to be careful. That's a lot of damage that can come out very quickly from this bot lane.
Instant engage on the bottom side. The Annie going to get cut down. The feathers coming back. The root, but not enough to finish Yagao. Yeah, Gunaway continuing to step forward, taking the towers. Yagao needs to make it out, but again, he is flashless and he is knocked down.
T1, they get the Rift Herald and they get the bottom lane dive. They left Guma on the bottom side to mine turret plates. They get Garia back down there to make the assassination as well. That is huge. A lot of kills there for the chase on BLG though on the top side, and Elk, as he said, going deep, gets responded to by the flash for Zeus. So they do get the answer on the kill. But here's another look at it. T1 trying to be a little bit greedy, finish this one while also going for the bottom side play, but I was surprised. I think Shun did not have smite there as it got down to 18 health, and Owner's able to pick it up.
And just a great rotation as well from BLG's bot lane. They had the push and bot, they immediately start to rotate up, but this is a little bit too far from Elk, whereas he starts to go underneath here, tries to stop the resets, flashes forward, miscalculates, and a great flash from Zeus there to immediately get the turnaround the second he sees Elk go that bit too far forward.
Good heads up play. Ultimately, gold lead in favor of BLG for now. It is a dragon and the Herald in favor of T1. Focus on to FLICKR. FLICKR, the claw, just barely able to complete their clutch timing to make it out to safety.
Yeah, On trying to combo there with Lulu ultimate, try and keep that Lissandra CC'd so he's not able to get claw or ultimate off, but FLICKR escapes with his life. Owner might pay though. There's a ward inside the brush.
Miss coming in. Shun not able to take the objective, but now going to follow up. Owner is going to be forced to burn the ultimate here to escape. Now he'll be fine. Not nearly enough damage from the Viego yet, but getting closer and closer to the Sunderer for both of the topside members of BLG.
You can see Owner really doesn't want to try and sacrifice this bot side, though. He knows that it would end up leaving Carry and Gumayushi on their own. The wave isn't in the best of spots, so trying to see if he can stick around here. Shun had backed away, so it doesn't look like there would be any sort of play onto this bot end at the moment.
Pushing for the angle. Interested to see the individual gold between both these players. Guma obviously grabbing a couple of plates, but 3-1 the kill score overall. I'm assuming it's in favor of Elk. We'll see who completes their mythic first, and it is pretty heavily in favor of Elk. Thank you, observers. 1.2K advantage, massive. Not turning into an item advantage yet, as he has not spent a lot of that money. So maybe T1 feel like they have a window to contest here, but no setup. Yagao already covering the angle to the river. It's going to be a tough contest. Owner now walking in, but the objective already gone. FLICKR claw in, might just want to keep this one going. Can they get Elk out of the fight? But Yagao with the counter engage is huge. That Annie ult, and now the reset coming in for the jungler. The Viego is going to take over the fight, and Yagao is still standing. He goes golden. Bin trying to find his way into the backline, but it is all falling apart for T1 as Shun just tears through on stepping forward. The Lulu empowered by the Annie shield. They're going to keep it going. One more reset for Shun, taking Gumayushi's body, taking his soul, taking the fight in the triple as well.
It's a triple for Shun, and when the chips are down, Yagao manages to come out once more. He had some really clutch charms yesterday, and now in the Annie, he's showing up again.
Dacta, those are resets. We said in Champ Select, whoever gets the first one is going to pop off, and it is Shun. Oh my goodness, they got the dragon. They get all of the kills here. Honestly, the Annie just doing what the Lissandra wants to do, but better there. Yagao with the flash in, lays down the Tibbers. Shun, even though he executes on the clone, still able to finish off Owner over there. And they get the resets coming through, demolishing T1.
But now, Elk caught out. Are they going to continue to step forward here? Can they stop the Herald from crashing? This is big. Elk alone just pushing 3 members back. The looming threat of the counter engage stops it in its tracks. BLG just continuing to come ahead, play after play after play.
And this is very similar to what we saw in Game 1 yesterday versus Gen G. Elk on the Zeri, getting ahead, getting fed, and now once more in a commanding position. The Cull has popped, he's so super far ahead, and BLG, I mean, this again, they just seem to be coming out swinging every time.
It's T1 who went for the aggressive engage, BLG firing back with that counter engage. T1 certainly going to respect it more in the fights to come, but it's hard now. Goal difference going to continue to mount against them. Divine Sunder completed for both topsiders. Good news, Owner not too far behind in itemization overall, but it's tricky to play out these fights if Annie starts to get any further ahead.
And that's the thing, I think for T1, their pick potential is incredible. So, and you've seen before, BLG aren't the best at actually trying to be on the same page. So I think in moments like this, where BLG are maybe pushing that a little bit far forward, you can look to try and have that pick happen as T1. Owner, with the Divine Sunder already there, with FLICKR, can easily kill one of these members that are low.
And T1 do have a lot more options for engage as we've gone over here. It doesn't have to just be FLICKR. FLICKR now.
Try to claw out safety. Crown going to get popped here. Yagao not going to connect on the stun, will walk away. But again, we're seeing a lot more Crown in the Shattered Queen over the last 2 days, mitigating some of these upfront burst damage. But here's the counter engage, massive from Yagao.
Yeah, so FLICKR goes in, he self-ults, but that's not keeping any of them down. So you get the Annie combination. They're so low. Shun's able to chop down everyone, finishing them off as Bin walked down and they had the teleport from Zeus. Massive stuff here for BLG.
Huge. The fact that Shun ends up getting so many of these resets and kills as well is just massive. Getting this Viego ahead, especially when he'd already had that little bit of an upsee in the early stages, but Yagao going down for it, I think this is going to help out huge in that jungle matchup. Also, just the fact that Yagao ends up burning his flash at that dragon pit means that by default he's going to have a backup as well for the next dragon. So I think a lot of this is going to be a case of, again, if BLG can try and play for these dragons, play off Yagao's flash, and get those turnaround engages against T1.
And the changes that T1 need to make is to have Keria and Zeus on the same page with FLICKR. That combination of champions can have a much bigger impact. If you get the Rakan to actually CC them and have that AoE follow-up damage there to really set up Owner.
BLG poking, not looking to give T1 the opportunity to group, to refocus, to use all of that CC together, continuously trying to split them up. Zelk steps forward. For now, eyes on the second Herald. T1, okay vision as they're able to drop a ward over the wall and at least know that it has not been started by the side of BLG, but BLG fighting for mid-priority.
T1 have set up the map well. You can see FLICKR pushed in topside though, and now that gives them that angle to come in from that top end of the map. Gumayushi and Zeus are here to just continue to clear out mid. So while this is a bit of a standoff, it is actually BLG falling behind because they haven't put Bin or Yagao down on spot side because they're lacking that teleport.
He's trying to force in here, but Owner walking in the darkness, fishing.
Long flank.
Elk isolated for now, has to be careful. Bin stepping forward, Ultra Shock Laser not going to connect. Owner staying in the darkness. FLICKR ready to come in as well right now, as you highlighted. T1 continuing to get advantages. Entire waves are being deleted on the top side while BLG debate what the option is. They're trying to find the flanker. They found him.
Secret Agent Owner has been exposed.
Needs to get out, needs to wait for the clone to body block the stun. Is going to try to make it out, but he's just going to get taken down. Jungler off. menu, and that means that the Herald is that much easier. Now Yagao might just try to keep the ball rolling here in the mid lane.
And BLG also making this call to pull off the Rift Herald while they waited the extra few seconds for Yagao's flash. Now Yagao has flash right back up for Annie. One of the most critical summoner spells for this team. They find Owner in the back, trying to get his super long flank off, and now they're going to get the rewards of being able to start up the Rift Herald themselves.
And there's Dragon in a couple of seconds, so there's an opportunity here for BLG to shove out waves, have a quick reset before Owner comes back out onto the map, and then contest for this Dragon once more. A lot of vision from both sides has been invested into that top lane, so with T1 kind of giving up this Rift Herald, they should actually be able to move down to the spot lane and establish themselves, but we'll have to see if they're even going to bother here as BLG.
Finn continue to poke down on the top side. Proc, is it going to be enough? I think waiting as long as possible to deny.
Deny cannon! Deny cannon!
Just auto it! You hit it whenever you want, Bin.
Denying as many minions as he possibly can.
But in the meantime, T1 are on the bottom side. They're starting the Dragon, so instead the focus being put on the top side, BLG, it seems, just going to look to reset, not trying to capitalize on that window of opportunity, not trying to over-push on a tempo advantage.
And I think that was the big one. The fact that T1 had that reset because they weren't investing time into the Herald. They're just like, cool, we can move down, we can set up vision control. And when you're going into this T1 side, vision control is crucial, and it could be here as well as T1 are setting up.
Yao. Oh, the double daggers, the feathers hitting Yagao, taking away that crown of the Shattered Queen is big, making the follow-up dive that much easier. But for now, they're just going to call it off. They got the Dragon on the bottom side, Owner returning to his own jungle to farm up. Right now, 3K, 4K gold lead for BLG, 2 Dragons to T1, but have to see where the next avenue of attack is going to be. Expect this game, like every other game this tournament, to be mostly about the 5v5s, believe it or not.
And who gets the star in those? It is the 80 carries, my friend. Currently with the item advantage here, with all the focus from BLG towards the bottom side. That early dive that they were able to pull off to deny a bunch of minions from Guma. Rift Herald dropped in mid though to get that coveted mid lane priority. It is so, so powerful in setting up way before these objectives arrive.
Right now, though, FLICKR looks to be the one trying to find the angle on the Shun, but he's unstoppable. He's trying to make it out. They need to burn through the Viego as quickly as they can, denying the resets. FLICKR finding a reset of his own. The Frozen Brawl not going to find any purchase, but Elk on the backside. Elk untouched for now. FLICKR going golden. The follow-up should be there from the side of BLG, looking to lock him down. FLICKR making it out to safety. The Claw getting him out of the fight. T1 finding a clean pick, but Elk debating. Can he keep this going? Can he continue to walk forward? The answer is no. T1 already. Elk still standing. The feathers fly, but they will not find their target as Elk manages to make it out alive.
I love it. People always talk about Elk being the successor to Jackie Love, really keeping you on the edge of your seat there. He barely gets out alive, but we got to see from T1 that minor adjustments where they had the Rakan engage with the Lissandra engage to get the actual kill.
And I think that's the big one, the fact that they're trying to make this work, but just couldn't quite do it. And then Elk at the end, I mean, I think at least the difference maker here is that Elk survives, whereas Jackie Love traditionally wouldn't. For T1, they're a little bit annoyed at that. Good opportunity here, because they knew that Yagao was down on the bottom side trying to play for tower. They just go for it, but watch Bin here. Big stun, which prevents so much of the follow-up from coming through, which means Elk is able to actually push forward. But it's very difficult for T1 after they have their initial engage to try and burst through this gap with Yagao TPing in to actually get access to Elk.
Yeah, BLG have been very, very adamant at looking for even 4v5 plays if they know you have used all of your initiation. As Elk is able to flash over, slide through the wall. We've all been there trying to kill the Zeri, shield bow, plus that much mobility. But the real important thing there is that time, T1 did exactly what we wanted. They combined Keria and Zeus with the FLICKR engage to actually get the kill on the Shun in the first place. And then, as you said, they knew they had to back off after that, after expending so many cooldowns for themselves.
FLICKR on the top side. Just going to try to clear this wave, but I think it's so important. I think Shun and Elk have to be your priority targets because we've seen Elk in the earlier fights, even when he wasn't dealing a ton of damage, it was Shun with the resets. And while the Sound resets are solid, the Viego resets with so much CC and T1 kits are just incredibly oppressive.
I think one of the big things as well was, like, even though it wasn't intentional, Elk did get the TP out from FLICKR, so now you don't actually have that TP available for FLICKR to try and have T1 play side lanes that little bit easier. And the fact that Yagao had to burn his TP to get in as well, it's going to make things just that little bit easier for BLG trying to play at the map state when T1 have been playing that better than them this game.
Bin now moving to the bottom side, but breaking open that tier 1 mid lane is big, especially if they can set up deeper vision in the T1 jungle. We've seen a lot of the Annie games be defined by these picks or flash engages from Fog of War. Certainly easier to get that vision control without the mid lane tower, clearing out creep waves so quickly. Bin and Zeus still trading blows on the bottom side. Hasn't necessarily been as explosive as I was anticipating, much more about their presence in the team fights.
One of my favorite things with the meta really turning towards, carries, AD carries, and teamfight meta is that it puts more of a magnifying glass on those initiations and on the front line for these teams so that we get more rewards and more recognition for a lot of those snap initiations you're talking about. As Bin in the side lane here on the Jax with Divine banging away on the Gragas. We are about to get that extra level for Zeus though, at his 10 stacks for his Rod of Ages soon, so he's about to get his spike.
Of course, the lane gets a little bit harder once Divine Sunder comes around, and there's that much more sustain for Bin. Part of the reason why you see a bit of healing reduction in the back pocket of Zeus, just to make that individual matchup that much easier. Zeus, a lot more tools to impact the team fight, though. The cast, the body slam, flash setup can do a lot of work for the 5v5.
Also, as far as item completion points here that are very big, T1, you want to make use of big ability damage for Gumayushi. His quick plays are done as Keria is able to slip away, but Xayah quick blades are quite big for the big blade caller that they want to wombo combo with all that CC.
And T1 were trying to play off of their vision there, but they hadn't actually swept the bush properly. Owner on the pixel brush was caught out, so BLG were like, cool, we don't actually need to try and engage onto this or push forward, we can just threaten mid. And the second they do, T1 have to back off, and now it's BLG that have control over the river, and you can see, nice from the observers, how dark it is for T1 to try and move in there.
Dark and an Ocean Rift as well, so extra brushes to worry about. Right now, Yagao looking for the setup, is just going to try to immediately find two. There's no follow-up, but it will force the ulti out from Guma, give them control of the pit. Zeus, a little bit in no man's land here. Can't just body slam over the wall, but does he have the cooldown waiting as long as he can before he goes over? But they're trying to body block. They're forcing the flash out early. Now T1 taking the space given to them. Overcollapsing onto Zeus has given T1 access into the river, but again, Owner fishing for the flank, this time unspotted, this time BLG not sniffing him out. Will it be enough? The Ultra Shock Laser, they know that he's coming, they get the objective, and they might just look to turn onto Owner. Elk still standing for now, immediately get ult, immediately gonna look to burn through Owner. Bin on the backside, fishing for a stun, but he won't find much. Faker now trying to re-engage onto Elk, but the cleanse is there. Faker now gonna be in trouble to stun, but there is no follow-up. Elk for now uncontested, Guma uncontested, both 80 carries doing everything they can to try to shift the fate of their teams, but it has been looking for the stun. It has been into the back line to break down Guma, but Guma says not today with Keria beside him. He defies death, and it is Elk in trouble, but he fires back as well. On the edge of madness, on the edge of insanity, they finally kill the 80 carry of BLG.
Oh, these 80 carries cutting down members mid-air as they're flying right to their faces, and in the end, T1 survive. That feather auto attack as Bin is leaping towards his face. The initiation did get the full flank from Owner. They saw him really early on the control ward, so they knew he was coming around that angle, and Elk being able to survive the very beginning was huge. But look at the chase down.
Faker just bought so much time. Elk wasn't able to get into this fight, whereas Gumayushi is in a position where he can actually start to hit onto people. You've got a ton of peel that's coming through for Guma as well. And Bin, I cannot believe he can't get this last auto attack. I'm pretty sure if he actually manages to get that, this could be a very different fight. You've got the shields coming through from Yagao into Elk, but with all four members of T1 still standing, there's not much that Elk can do as they start to engage. Even just barely missing that body slam from Zeus, but it doesn't matter. T1 still come out on top.
So big. Keria keeping Guma alive up there, only to get that chase down. Then Yagao peeling there with Elk. Now we're right back to live, though.
2-2 in Drakes, 1K difference. This is about as close as this is ever going to get. Both sides looking, fishing for an angle. Zeus in the darkness, Bin behind him. Where's the setup going to be for now? Just a bit of poke on Zeus, body slam back just to trade. And we're now at the point of the game where every team fight starts to feel so tense because you know a convincing team fight win could end the game. We've seen T1 do it, just immediately run down the mid lane with any kind of significant advantage. And in the same vein, Baron also on the table for both sides.
And the thing is, you have so many more options, as we already kind of talked about in T1, but because you have more options, you've got more flashes that could actually set up that engage. Kerry still has his, Faker taking a claw and a flash in, whereas when you look across at BLG, it's only Elk who still has that flash up and available. And as we get to the 25-minute mark, you know T1 are looking at Barrett. You know they want to try and bait BLG into that situation. And if you're walking in blind as BLG, T1 are going to happily jump on top of you.
But it could easily swing the other way as well. Now that they've got Elk on 3-item power spike, he's been slightly ahead of Guma this whole game. Now he's got his quick blades with his shield bow as far as the Randuins goes. So Elk definitely, he could have that high again. These team fights are so explosive, so exciting here. No vision to support the split push, but Zeus is going to come down and just try and push in Yagao's face.
And a lot of tension again. Faker clearing out the vision. Keria behind him to make sure that he can do this. T1 gaining control over the pit, and we've seen T1, I mean, a hallmark of their domestic play was aggressive Baron starts. You highlighted the quick plays on Xayah earlier, allows her to tear through that objective if given even 20 seconds alone.
And now Guma waiting for his Bloodthirster. T1, I think they just want to farm him a bit more gold, complete that, and then feel really, really comfortable, because then you've got your Xayah ultimate, plus you've got that big shield. Red buff on Guma, they're going to feed him the mid wave. Mid lane priority, once you shove this in, then you get to move in for the vision by Baron. It's the 1-2 step that every top team uses here to control these transitions.
I will say though, I'm surprised the way the BLG are setting up on the map. Jax is now moving into that top side to split push. But Jax has TP. I think you do a better job against the Gragas on the bot side. You can put pressure onto tier 1, tier 2. But BLG really haven't been utilizing Bin as effectively as they could be, not only just at MSI, but across domestically as well. So I think this is where BLG are kind of missing out on some of their advantages now. You can see they're actually going to start changing that up with Dragon just about to spawn in 50 seconds.
Exactly, what we just saw is they use that. T1, they get their preemptive vision here in the jungle, these two wards, then they can come back, push that mid, and transition over to Dragon. 42 seconds left on it. The timer on the setup here for T1 is towards Dragon, and they have this straggling ward on Baron just to see if there was a BLG answer to try and quick pull.
And it looks like BLG are basically trying to pull T1 out of that position. Say, hey, look, we can threaten this Baron very, very quickly, especially with the amount of damage dealers that they have. So T1 are now starting to get pushed in, which gives BLG the option now to start moving across.
And those wards I just pointed out in the jungle for T1 that they place for this Dragon preemptively could be spots for FLICKR to teleport and go for a flank on with this Lissandra with Flash.
They just saw the 2 resets coming through from Elkin on, which is why T1 now very aggressively moving in, even going down potentially towards his bottom side to see the Jax, but they're happy to step it up. They know the Elkin on aren't in a position here.
Then starting to hover in, Shun in the darkness in the mist, trying to find an angle into the pit. Trinket's now coming out. They've got a decent idea of the health bar. Ultra Shock Laser coming in as well. He's trying to steal it, but Kuma able to grab it. Clean Dragon for the side of T1. They're not going to try to force the fight. They'll just walk away, happy to have the prize for free.
And now they get to move across into this top side and re-establish all that vision that we were talking about. Big mistakes from Elkin on. They end up getting caught on the reset. They spot them out, and T1 are like, fantastic, we know this is a 3v5. We don't have to fight, we can just take the objective.
Exactly. T1 doing really well with their vision resources, and those small seconds making the difference on their setup. The travel time on getting there, you can't be a few seconds slow on these objectives versus these teams, because you blink and it'll be gone. Combined it there.
Now it's BLG's turn. T1 got the chance to move it to the top side. They lay down a little bit of vision. They clear out a bit of vision. BLG with mid-prio now able to do the same. It's a bit of a back and forth exchange here. See what T1 does when they go for their resets, when they get mid-prio. Again, if anyone wants to break the cycle by setting up for a pick, by hiding in the fog of war. But for now, it seems like both sides content to just farm and to wait.
I want to see the Zeus ultimate when he gets a death cap here. The big bomb ball on this Gragas. 10 stacks on his Darksteel. Working on his death cap here to try and combine those 2 rods. Could have a huge, huge impact as this Gragas.
Yeah, and again, credit to Zeus and credit to T1 because BLG had a pretty significant gold lead for a decent portion of this game, especially after that bot side Dragon fight where they re-engaged, but clawing it back through good fighting and in no small part due to Zeus and his excellent execution on this pick.
I mean, his split pushing is just so good. The Rod of Ages plus T1 having him catching all these sideways, he's level 17 now in this game. 3 levels over his own mid laner, the utility mid lane champions now. This is your mid lane life. Meanwhile, Bin trying to catch up there. It's hard to deal with the extra level from the Rod of Ages, but he's doing his best. He's got his level 16, and he's got his stopwatch for the fight, so has that extra few seconds to be able to buy in the team fight. That Jax AoE stun follow-up could be big.
And I think now they're trying to utilize that split push as T1 to just get control of side lanes, push them the entire way in. And when you're in that position, it becomes very easy then for FLICKR to just kind of make these map movements where you can just push in top and immediately drift across into the jungle there. And if you're able to establish that vision again, it's so easy for T1 to either make a pick or turn onto Baron, force TPs from BLG, and it's just a rinse and repeat for T1 that becomes super difficult for BLG to deal with. And it's just BLG not playing the map well.
Yeah, Gao fishing, trying to take the Gragas out of the equation. He's got no defensive items. He's running out to safety. Now the re-engage coming. Bin, will he fully commit here? Guma throwing down the feathers, trying to stop the engage in his tracks. Owner on the retreat. T1 on the retreat. Jun stepping forward. The root going to connect. FLICKR now looking for a re-engage of his own. Is going to try to make it out to safety. BLG desperate desperate to get these kills kicked off, but they're just going to force T1 back.
I love how much damage Elk will squeeze out. He's so aggressive on this area, charging forward with those hurricane belts. Bolts just being belted out here. He chases T1 down. Zaves gets chunked out. Owner gets chanked out. Now they don't have a lot of cooldowns for this Baron bait.
Both AD carries have no summoners or no flashes. That's the big one here. Gumayusi not having access to that ultimate as we might be looking to go.
Making it out over the wall, luxury of this pick. Part of the reason they prioritize it over something like Aphelios, the safety, the reliability it has just to escape those scenarios. But I think frustrating for BLG, they burn so much to force Zeus away. Zeus walks back with full health and it just forces them out immediately.
All right, both AD carries too do have cleanse options. Elk with the summoner spell, Gumayusi with the Quicksilver Sash purchased here. Is down a DPS item, but does have that extra utility.
And just as you say it, Mikhail's coming through for On as well. A lot of defensive tools for Elk, but we've highlighted it a lot throughout the game. Again, really good counterpunch, really good engage if Yagao can find those angles, but T1 have so many tools that they can kind of throw out. They can test the waters. They can see if there's an avenue to force a fight, and it makes it so difficult for BLG because you kind of get one moment to pick your shot. Yagao picked his shot in mid lane, didn't work, and now we're waiting minutes until that flash is up and available again.
You don't really have a minute. I mean, you're looking at the dragon that's about to come up. That's going to be sold for T1, and they're going to try and force themselves over towards that objective. FLICKR again, acting as that split push role on bot side, and it's BLG. We're like, cool, let's see if we can burn that teleport from FLICKR.
Now looking to burn it down. They've already started the objective. Carrier throwing the control ward over the wall. They're going to cut through that one, deny as much vision as they can to T1. Yagao on the flank, immediately going to find the stun. Bin with the follow-up. Going to try to cut him down before any CC can be used. That's Zeus deleted. The Gragas body stolen. The shutdown coming through. BLG priority access to the pit, but Owner still waiting over the wall. Shouldn't really go over. Will they keep this one going? Bin looking for an opportunity to reset. He lost a decent amount of health. BLG, eyes on the prize, eyes on the Baron. Debating if this is an option for them. T1 ready to contest this 4v5. Bin isolated onto the side. Charm coming out. Flash out to safety. Isolating the Jax. Now it's a 4v4. 3K getting lower. It's a 50-50. They're going to flip it. They're going a little bit deeper. Owner being isolated. Owner being knocked away. Elk untouched on the backside. Baron getting lower and lower. Owner just wants to burn through the Baron. Owner just wants to get out and he's going to take it. He steals it. He does not care for the fight. He wants the objective. Carry and Guma on the retreat. Bin going golden. Buys a moment. BLG have to re-engage. BLG have to take these Barons away from T1. Elk running forward. Guma gonna find the stairs onto 2, just desperate to disengage. Will give his life so the remaining members of his team can escape. It is a heist for the side of T1, but they walk away with the Baron.
The chase is still on though. The cops are still on the way, but BLG will be thwarted. They will just back away. They will get several of those kills. They will get the third dragon, but T1 managed to steal that Baron so well.
Dang, T1 really love flipping Barons. Owner just walks in, 2,900 health, and they themselves bully it down. Shun with the flash. In the end, BLG actually do deny the soul after that, and with the extra kills, they're not even mad. Let's take a look though. This is after Bin gets completely pushed out of the fight. Now he has no E, he has no flash. Carrier used the ultimate to do it, and Owner gets a knock up onto Shun. He goes into the Zhonyas, then just walks in. Shun flashes away from the Baron.
The Baron.
So Owner was like, okay, if Shun just flashed away, let's try and finish it. He gets it, even as Shun tries to get back in there, and FLICKR the sacrifice, but then the rest of them. Also, Gumayusi laying down these feathers, trying to chase them out, getting 3 members low. Elk doesn't care though. He charges forward with the support of that Lulu.
And it's a good call for T1 because in theory, we already hit on it. BLG don't have a lot of ways after Yagao to really close the distance, but it's just the speed ups coming through from the Lulu making it so tough to get away in that situation. And BLG are able to chase them down. You can see the damage dealt in that fight. Insane damage from Gumayusi, but not quite enough.
What was it that Chronicler said about Gumayusi carry and Zyra Khan? Did he say give it to them? They're not very good. I can't. Seems like they're pretty sick on the pick, and you can see even if BLG take the fight, T1. That was a wild play. If that had failed, that would have looked like one of the most catastrophic failures in the event. But they steal the objective, they get out, they keep the Barons up on 2 members. Incredible stuff.
But the thing is, though, you're up against Elk and On. Elk has a 71% win rate across both MSI and his domestic region on this pick. It has been such a big pick for BLG, and you're starting to see why 7, 3, and 8 approaching full build now at this stage. BLG are going to be looking to use this mega cannon in the backline to see if they can take down T1. But with T1 having that Baron, it makes it a bit tough now for BLG to really break what has been such a stalemate between these 2 teams.
All right. Very tense team fights here. Going to come down to a lot of the vision setup too. Worth pointing out, the whole reason we ended up in that situation was that T1 had to come into vision and you just went over. Yagao didn't have flash ready for that one. And him being in that fog of war, on the brush, they stomp Zeus again. Zeus keeps walking up, the Gragas gets chunked out the first time, then he gets taken down the second time, leading to the whole scenario.
And the big thing for T1 now, Zeus picking up the stopwatch, delayed a bit to get the death cap to do more damage, but has tools to mitigate the potential to get picked off in the fights to come. So one more window of opportunity closing for now for BLG. Going to have to find those angles, but flashes back up. You highlight it. Yagao got away without needing it in the previous exchange. If he can find an angle to lock down some of the squishier members of T1, we could see a very BLG favored fight.
That's why vision control gives you so many rewards here. If they're forced to come up and face check you, BLG don't care if it's the front line. Fine, Zeus, you're the one face checking. You're the big Gragas. Don't care.
It does feel like the best way to do this, though, as T1 is to actually try and get control over mid, which we're kind of seeing, and then drift across into here. You already have FLICKR pushing down to this bottom side as well. So as long as you can set up your vision control in that little area, it becomes very hard then for BLG to actually move in, and your biggest focus is on Soul in a minute 45. You now establish the vision, which you can see going in already. Like from Keria, he's already started to pop these down just here. And then you've got TP opportunities for FLICKR, for Zeus. You have a ton of vision, and it becomes very difficult for BLG to establish themselves in River because of where they're positioned on the map.
All right, are we going to get a Zeri moment, though? Because we've got a full build Elk. He has 2 answers for the CC that comes from T1. The Mikhails, the Cleanse. He's got 3 actually. How many questions do you have answers for? Well, all of them. He's got the entire test written down, the key. Elk will be completely free in this fight. So many answers. Now the only hard thing is not doubling up on those cleanses.
Have to have that discipline in the fights, not to waste cooldowns, not to overlap, to layer the CC perfectly. It's going to be all about execution for both sides, fishing for those angles. Owner and Ben trading blows on the bottom side of the river. 50 seconds till the soul will spawn for either side. Either one wanting to give it up. I think especially crucial for T1 to take it away. They have so much upfront burst damage. If they cannot delete a health bar, find a reset, find a quick pick, this game gets so much harder. It's a similar story on the opposite side for BLG as Shun and Bin just look to take some space here in the river.
Yeah, and both teams know it. Stopwatches, Guardian Angels being purchased, Zonias to try and deny those resets. They know if a frontline member goes down, then you start getting resets coming through. BLG, though, they move in, they sweep that vision that you're talking about.
It's 38 minutes, everything is up. Every cooldown, every option, every tool. It's all just about who can execute better. FLICKR throwing out the claw, fishing to get any kind of cooldown, any kind of advantage as Elf just starts to lay down a little bit of poke here.
And he can afford to be really aggressive. He's got double shields on his team, the Lulu shields, the Annie shields, and the triple cleanses. So he can be very aggressive on the Zeri, trying to get health chunks on people. He's gonna be the one leeching the dragon.
Owner on the flank. Trying to get over the wall. Yagao looking for the engage, just trying to take Zeus out of the exchange. Zeus still standing strong. The steal! The Ocean Soul! Owner does it again! Masterclass! The heist coming through, and BLG now desperate, trying to force a fight, trying to get T1 out of this map.
Owner! He knew what he was doing all along with that Baron. He steals the Baron. He comes in, he steals the dragon.
T1 hugely favored in the fight now. Ocean Soul massive against a lot of this upfront damage. Yagao burned a lot of his abilities already. They're looking to lock down Zeus, but Zeus just healing up, healing through it. Elk untouched on the backside for now. Keep your eyes on the 80 carry. The knockback only into the wall, not into the waiting arms of the rest of the team. FLICKR stunned. FLICKR about to fall. Will fall as he comes out of this one. Not a lot of tools left. He's going to use the second stopwatch effect to try to live as long as possible. Off on the side is Elk, but he's split from the rest of the team. The shutdown coming through. The reset now coming through. T1 taking the fight, taking the soul, and looking to grab the Baron as well.
Kuba's positioning in that fight was so damn good. He was over the wall. You could see that Bin was trying to get access to him, but always had the members of T1 beside him. And now T1 onto the Baron. Elk trying to step up, but there's just no way in. T1 steal Baron, steal Dragon, and now get a Baron for themselves as well.
So much of this game has been neck and neck. Guma and Elk both showing up in the fights. It is Owner ultimately who is the difference maker. The stolen Baron, the stolen soul. He has been so incredibly clutch for T1 in game 1.
What a banger. Let's take a look at it. So you know that the main DPS, your Zeri is on Dragon, burning Dragon down. Yagao goes for the chunk on Zeus like they just did in the previous fight. There was no threat on killing him, and then boom. Bam. Wukong over the wall. Owner says, thank you for the leash. And now they've got Ocean Soul, so they have so much sustain in this fight. T1, no, they don't have to rush it. Trying to play it a little bit slow here, chasing BLG, and then once Keria sees the angle onto Yagao, good night.
But look at where Gumayusi's position. No one can really threaten him, and he's constantly getting these feathers into the choke point that BLG are trying to fight through. So the second you start to push forward at BLG, you're just getting ripped apart by these feathers. Even Bin there, because Owner was positioned beside Gumayusi, can't really threaten Guma in the spot that he's in. Even having the Feather Storm, really top tier stuff from the T1 AD carry.
Yeah, these AD carries are so safe. Whoa, hold on. We are going to get a face
trying to burn through Carrier. Carrier has no defensive tools of his own, but he might just make it out of safety. Ocean Soul, baby! Heal him up, watch him walk away. Clutch from Carrier to make it out.
It's the steal with the salt in the wound there as Carrier is able to escape, but it does slow down T1 that little bit as they're not going to be able to follow fully on this bar now.
Chaosed himself for just the tiniest little sliver of hope there to make it out to safety. Credit to him to survive. Obviously taking out a major engage option could be BLG and Angle to at least slow down this Baron, if nothing else.
I just love the evolution of BLG. This team that has been underrated all year long, showing up so big here at MSI. I mean, people were saying they couldn't hang with the three top dogs of T1, Gen G, and JDG, but they have that dog in them as well. Yep. Let's see if they still can repel this T1 fight, because now they're coming with Ocean Soul, that big advantage, and they're slowly taking away the secondary turrets first.
Owner going with the wall, immediately coming right back. Just getting it a bit of poke here, knowing it'll stick that much more effectively given that they have Ocean Soul on their side. Yao waiting, the angle coming in, Owner trying to find a way to the backline. Carrier ready to fall. They're taking their time, they're delaying the re-engage. Carrier trying to find the angle, but now BLG fighting their way back out. How they overcommitted. The TP now coming in under the anti-bear. Owner getting cut down, the Ocean Soul not enough. The reset's coming in, the stolen Wukong is all eyes on Guma. Guma, can he do it? But it's Elk getting rooted up, and Elk tearing through the team. If you give BLG an inch, they will take everything from you. Elk, 3 kills in the fight.
BLG refused to go down. Elk steps up, says Gumayusi, what you got? And the feathers miss by an inch. BLG, they might have just done it.
Incredible push down the mid lane. They found the fight. The reset coming in for FLICKR. The death timer's too damn long. A single cannon creep will be enough to allow them to break open the base. FLICKR gonna do everything he can to clear that one away. No big objectives on the map. Yes, they have won the fight, but if they do not end the game, it will not mean a damn thing. The wave coming in. FLICKR has to give his life to clear this wave if he wants to keep the hopes alive here in game 1. 5 seconds on Carrier, getting lower, 9 seconds. FLICKR, eyes on the prize, looking to clear the wave. Shun now locked up. Can they find the kill onto FLICKR before the fight kicks off? Carrier ready to reset, ready to find the CC to protect his mid laner. T1 holding on, but the re-engage is there. Elk gonna grab another 2 with his Owner onto the backside, but Bin has his eyes on the prize, his eyes on the Nexus as T1, as BLG will take the first game.
Oh, they've got that dog in them all right. BLG, they stare him in the face. Nice Ocean Soul, also don't care. Owner goes down under that tower, and Elk runs them over.
And look at Tommy on your screen there. That is a man who is so incredibly happy with his boys. The fact that BLG, again, coming up against the LCK powerhouses and managing to take that game 1 where no one expected them to be able to do it.
Everybody loves underdog stories.
I love this. I love
BLG cruising through MSI here. They have so much momentum they're building up. The confidence is overflowing. Stare.
Bin keeping the stern, cool expression. It is only 1 game, but what a first game. More than 40 minutes long, back and forth, nail-biting team fights, almost dead even on the gold leads. And, you know, T1, that has to hurt because that was anyone's game right up until the final moments.
I love it. Oh, so much fun to watch here.
It came down to just minute details, right? You end up with so many of these steals that are coming through from Owner, who played out of his mind to get those to happen. But even just that flash feather pull at the end from Gumayusi, just barely missing Elk. If those are connected, Elk goes down and suddenly it's T1 that are ending the game. The fact that it came down to just these minute details has me so excited for the rest of this series.
Look, I'm fired up. At the end of the day, that's enough from us. Let's hear what the analyst desk had to say. I think we need to take a breather before we get to game 2. Never mind.
Yes? I get it. I love watching these two teams play, and I gotta say, against BLG, you cannot give them anything. Not an auto attack, not a chance to stun you up, not a chance to let Alk run over you, because they will. I'm flabbergasted, and I continue to be watching this team.
Yeah, I feel like BLG has gained a new fan in you.
Yeah, it's crazy. it's insane.
The most shocking thing for me, actually, with how crazy the fans were, was how calm BLG actually looked afterwards.
Yeah.
Like they've lived this for so long that this is just every day for them.
Yes, talk me through this fight then. It seemed like it was over.
Yeah, I really want to highlight Owner going in there while the rest of his team was there partially to follow up. They don't get to Elk at all. Elk just gets to move untouched, and Zeri, as we've seen over the last year and a half, these moments of space, particularly with how well Elk has been playing this tournament, are going to be more than enough. And as the cause has pointed out as well, those of the Feather recall at the end, if that hits Elk, it's a 1-0, but instead BLG take a lead here in the series.
I love looking at this gold graph. I also, I believe Elk is only going to be boosting his DPM numbers here with this Zeri performance.
Yes.
I think once again, like everything, we started like taking notes, pulling stuff in the early game, and they were like, no, it's not going to matter. It's going to come down to objective team fights.
12 kills, 1,242 damage per minute, and 44.6% damage percentage, chat. Nah, not enough for you?
That's fine. It's just kind of what we've come to expect from Elk so far at this tournament. You could see he was 300 DPM above Gumayushi going into this. They're building entire compositions around it. You heard the casters talking about how he had Cleanse, they had McHale's, he had a QSS. He was ready to go.
And I want to go again back, because this is what we saw last year with Zeka, right? Not necessarily considered a great player in his own right, and then comes into the tournament and just has performance after performance after performance.
I see what you're doing.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, look at this.
That you're planting for sure. Let's focus in on a couple of things that, I mean, we saw such a long game with so many fights, but G-Sun alerted us to the fact that the Heralds were going to be really important in these games, Jat.
And it's mainly because BLG are psychopaths.
Yep.
So I'm just going to show the start of this, where T1 kill Yagao. And we are 8 minutes into the game. And the most important thing when this happens is you pull up the minimap and you think, okay, this is now T1's Herald, because it is a 2v3 on the top side, and because bot lane is still in lane. Like, I can understand for other teams, if your bot lane is already rotating up and say they're somewhere around here, that you would think of contesting this Herald. But what BLG does is they still decide to contest the Herald. They run all the way up, and even though they don't get the Herald, you could see Guma didn't follow. They chase for the fight afterwards.
Yeah, and I mean, this is kind of classic BLG, right? Where you think like, oh, there's no way that they can possibly want to actually contest this, but then they come in, they're able to get so many advantages off of this, especially in terms of getting Elk ahead, because previously, again, we saw a lot of these plays are like, it's a little shaky, maybe you wouldn't want to do this, and it's going to be very back and forth. It started with the super early bot dive that they tried, right? But Elk comes out of that 1-0-1, and that ends up setting him up. So for credit for BLG, it's these can go either way in a lot of cases, I think. But additionally, I do feel like they know exactly what they need to do, which is feed Elk, and then he will deliver in team fights. And
I really want to highlight that for most of that match, BLG felt like they were in control, right? It came down to a Baron steal that T1 was then able to use very well, and the fact that they got the soul, and credit to Owner for that, but T1 generally are the ones that are in control, so the fact that BLG is able to kind of keep them away from generating momentum is really big.
They won the game, so obviously they very much were, but we were talking during the game, Chronicler, and you were saying, I do feel like T1, they took a lot from that series yesterday that Gen.G ended up losing to BLG in terms of keeping at least the map state somewhat under control in all that chaos.
Yeah, and what was really big here is how Bin was neutralized for a lot of this. I think that Bin was the big difference maker in previously, and obviously in the Gragas, you're always going to have a hard time in the 1v1, but both Keria and Zeus were doing a really good job of always keeping track of the flank wards, particularly on an Ocean Rift map that can be really hard. But you still got to win the final team fight, right? It shows that BLG isn't just about Bin or Yagao popping off, finding a big flank. Their actual team fighting now is up to par to where it needs to be in this tournament.
And that's what we're seeing, I think, right, Chad? They are taking steps every single day from every game that they play that is so close that they are on point in these team fights. How do you see it evolving?
Yeah, well, I see this team maintaining their momentum from yesterday to today. So one thing that we noticed during the draft is compared to game one of BLG versus Gen.G, there were 7 shared champions on the Rift. So T1 had 4/5 of what Gen.G had. and BLG had top and bottom that were identical. It was the mid jungle that was different. And with the same bottom lane matchup, they did the same thing.
Yeah. Yep.
They stacked a wave, they dove Gumayusi, and they got early kills for Elk. And I was concerned for BLG going into the day because everything went well for them yesterday. So sometimes you can be so overconfident and you like expect things to work and maybe you skip steps or something, but they've managed to continue to play like maniacs, but also maintain the high level of execution. So I'm very impressed with their game one.
If I could nitpick one thing, maybe protect your objectives a little bit better. Both Baron and Drake. Yeah. I feel like you could have tracked Owner a little bit more. Yeah. But yeah, I do think they are so incredibly confident in their team fighting. Both of these teams are. That once those fights start, it's all about execution.
Yeah, and I don't think we should say any more dragging down. It's more making them play your game. In fact, they need to
You're
step
pulling
up
them
to what
into
you're
their
doing.
pace. It's the BLG pace that they're pulling to you into.
Exactly. Well, it's an absolute team fight masterclass in game one. We want to see 4 more of this, so we'll be right back with game 2 after the break. Woo!
Or T1 got the objective, but they're not going to make it out with their lives. Turn, the fire back is damn clean, but BLG still coming ahead and kills. On stepping forward, the Lulu empowered by the Annie shield. They're going to keep it going. One more reset for Shun, taking Gumayusi's body, taking his soul, taking the fight in the triple as well. He defies death, and it is Elk in trouble, but he fires back as well. On the edge of madness, on the edge of insanity, they finally kill the AD carry of BLG. Ready to reset, ready to find the CC to protect his mid laner. T1 holding on, but the re-engage is there, and BLG will take the first game.
Oh, they've got that dog in them all right. BLG.
A team against a king. Seeing against believing. A moment against a moment for the ages. Countless battles, one arena, the realm. The only thing capable of powering the game, the stage, the broadcast, and the worldwide spectacle we know and love, aka the Cisco Network.
Red Bull gives you wings. New and existing customers can choose the phone they want, like the incredible iPhone 14 on us.
Not to brag, but I'm on Verizon now. And I got to choose the phone I wanted for free. Not that you're bragging.
Choose the phone you want on us, Verizon.
I'm not here to hurt you. I'm you. From the future.
I don't know what happens in the future, but it's not up to you to fix the world all by yourself.
Welcome back to the Caster Desk in MSI 2023 for Game 2 after an incredibly back-and-forth Game 1 between BLG and T1. And reminder, you're all feeling it, the stress, the tension. Take a breath, reset. We're gonna have to wait. There's a pick ban. There's an early game where people probably won't just 5v5, so just breathe. It's coming back.
You know nothing.
You have a few minutes. Take that time to relax. You know what I'm saying?
Get some more Smite fights here. I love to see it. Owner keeping T1 hopes alive, stealing the Baron, stealing the Soul, but it wasn't enough. BLG just too good and so much built up around fully embracing these bot lane carries. That is how you're going to win the game. You have to put everything into it.
And I'm really curious to see how we actually mix up the drive coming into this, right? Because we got the Jinx ban coming through from BLG. Do they try and stick to that? As well, when you look across at things like the Annie, I really don't think you can give it to Yago. Yago hasn't really been having the best performances at MSI, but when most of your content is, you know, pick champion, click on them, and do your job, well, it works out really well. So I think getting rid of these champions are definitely going to make it a bit of an easier time for T1, especially in those early skirmishes where Annie was just popping off.
Well, I think the number one question for me is that Jinx ban. It shifts up the 80 carry meta immediately. We've seen it just turns into a Zeri for Xayah trade more often than not, and BLG came ahead on that trade previously. For now, Lucian has been permabanned against T1. That will remain the case. T1 keep taking away these priority jungles. They were able to get the Wukong previously, but just really want to make sure the Shun does not get a chance to play it.
Yeah, the drop in the Maokai ban, believing more than likely that BLG are going to ban it away themselves, has been an incredibly strong pick, but we'll have to see exactly what the plan is, because if you're BLG, you also give the opportunity here for you, either the Maokai or the K'Sante, to be left open unless T1 decides to ban away one of them themselves here.
All right, are they going to slam it down? I personally think that Lulu is just such a big problem too. So much late game scaling with everybody having engaged in all three roles. The peeling there, okay, they leave up the choice. Now you have to decide if you're going to be able to ban the Maokai or you want to get it back on the trade. It gives so much for team fights.
Oh,
I feel like the K'Sante. There's no way this thing gets through anymore ever. All right,
what is the response now from the side of BLG? Well, I'll hold my breath, audience, Copperbox. Just take a breath. They're not there yet, but the Jinx has been the prio pick. It's been the premier option. Once both 80 carries are familiar with the power of the Aphelios, I think Jinx just becomes the immediately stronger pick, and BLG going to prio it.
And usually you get to see something like a Sejuani coming out here, at least from the LPL teams, because the idea is, hey, look, I can just stick a big beefy frontliner in the way of that Maokai ultimate, and now we have the Jinx that's got that long range, and let's just try and play for that, where we can kite back and always have that Sejuani ult to start off fights on our terms. But with the Lulu taken as well, you're looking at a very strong bot lane for BLG.
Now, we've seen this tried before. When you give up the Lulu pick down there for bottom side to pick a Blitzcrank to make it volatile and look for kills, especially when you have the Blitzcrank plus either a Maokai or a Nautilus, and you have these two champions flashing forward, trying to create lots of early kills around the early Dragon skirmishes. But I also have really liked when you go for the Braum looks. Okay, flex.
All right, calm down, T1 fans. It's a flex. It's a flex.
It could be bottom. It could be bottom. I think the better look is for sure to flex it to bottom lane. Karia's Nautilus was amazing, okay? Karia's Nautilus amazing. So that's definitely the better look for T1. I know everybody, you can hear the whole crowd, everybody at home too, as soon as they see it, and it is FLICKR locking it in, but he can easily trade it to bottom lane and look for those hooks, those kills, same idea as Blitz.
And that's what I was going to say. I think it's a great option as well because you can give it down to the bot side, but it's also a takeaway from Yagao. Yagao has been trying to play this. It's very easy, kind of going back to that point-and-click style that we're talking about, and setting then up this Jink for success. So it actually opens up your bans here as well because it still fulfills that role of try and pick up onto the Lulu. So I do like it. Sion for Bin, though, very surprised at. I know he was playing at a huge amount after losing to ADG and 369 in the finals on it. We've traditionally seen him go, maybe play one or two, but I want to go back to my Jax. I want to go back to being a carry. We'll have to see how this one's going to pan out, though.
And I'm already making my level 1 plan now. Everybody is now so used to it. They're like, see Sion red side?
Wait,
okay,
yeah.
better start planning your level 1.
Yeah, remember I said when they weren't going to 5v5 at level 1? I was wrong, okay? It's going to be all about this bot side.
And that's exactly how T1 responded against JDG, right? We saw JDG try and go for that invade, and T1 were like, all right, let's go. Fisticuffs up, we'll see what you can do, and then trading 1 for 1. We'll have to see if it's going to be a similar story here where T1 try and take that fight.
And BLG, they're not surprised by the Nautilus flex. They're keeping their eyes open. As soon as you have the Maokai, everybody always thinks of AD mid laners, the Jace, the Tristana. And they're like, you know what? It could very easily go there, so they ban away the Tristana. They're more scared of that one. And they cover both bases, so they don't want to let through that blitz I was talking about for the double hook composition here.
Keeping that option open, though, to see where ultimately the Nautilus is going to end up. I think it's a good call out. Not giving Tristan over to FLICKR. I mean, does he have another AD mid lane option that he wants to go for? Will he go for the Jace, or will they just be content with putting him onto utility and finding another carry angle elsewhere? Is this a game where we see perhaps a Kindred come in again? Certainly good against a lot of the tanky front lines, but not a champion who has looked good whatsoever in the past few days. Instead, BLG gonna be the ones to grab the Kindred for themselves.
Now, Elk literally had Kindred banned against him 15 games in a row in LPL. We are saying if someone's going to play it, you can give the pass to Elk. He's an exceptional Kindred.
Yeah, Shun is absolutely insane. Yeah, we know where you're going. Shun has been
picks at 4.
So this has been a massive pick for him. Even when he initially joined IG, everyone knew him coming up from the LDL that this was the pick for him. And it was something that we tried to see Rookie facilitate to a certain amount when he was on Invictus Gaming. Now BLG get to bring it out. But, I mean, look at that composition that you see coming through. Now with the Jace, going to have good push in the mid lane for FLICKR. You get Zeus onto this Kennen who can just try and dive in onto the back line. Shun is going to have his work cut out from him. You've got it in my head now.
He who holds the champion occupies your brain space. This is an insane Sylas angle, though. Maokai ultimate, Nautilus ultimate,
Kennen ultimate.
Even Kennen ultimate. Insane ultimates to seal here for Yagao.
And see where they want to ultimately swap this one, what the angle is going to be, but certainly a lot of explosive team fighting potential on the side of T1. Jace a bit of a volatile mid laner. Certainly if he falls behind can feel a little bit lackluster, but BLG going to try their hand at the double AD carry composition with the Kindred. Again, has not looked great in the last few best of 5s, but if anyone could do it, it's Shun, and see how T1 can try to snowball here in the early game. They have so many tools, kind of like last game, to get fights kicked off in their favor.
And I mentioned as soon as the Sion was locked in, you better start thinking about your level 1. Guess what? Kindred is one of the junglers that benefits the most from aggressive level 1 starts here. You can be so aggressive with this champion. Everyone in solo queue cheeses with it. All you need is a red buff on Kindred, and they can go for it. We even saw Owner himself trying to utilize that, going for the invade. So let's see about it. Will BLG be able to get off to a crazy start?
I'm really curious to see how BLG can make it work, though, because you need to hit the ground running. If FLICKR ends up, getting push in mid and then is able to facilitate a lot of this potential 5v5, that's exactly what we saw against JDG in that game too. So we're excited to see if T1 will just take the fight once more, or if you can end up in this split map situation that will benefit Shun so well.
Here we are, gearing up for game. Normally, it's a brief moment of calm, but with a Sion on the Rift, we know what to expect. It's going to be all about this level 1, these advantages, and the Sion passive. It is time for game 2 between BLG and T1. course, here in the featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. No surprise to see the supports called out. Carry again on the big playmaker on once again on the Lulu. See what they can do as we get closer to the team fights. But level 1 kicking off. T1, what is the answer here? This has been such a difficult strategy to really do anything against.
Okay, if they keep Kennen topside, I want to see Zeus pull the minion wave to try and focus the minions so that you can get it pushing towards you and deny the Scion. But it looks like they might go for a re-entry. All right, they just ward up topside Raptors. BLG doing the same here, dropping the ward on Krugs, dropping the full ward here up by Raptor Brush and wrapping around for the Scion pull. Nobody is surprised.
Kind of just waiting to see if T1 want to invade here, if they want to contest this vision at all. I think it would be very risky to even walk forward. Now going to sweep out the ward, just a bit of poke over the wall on the carry. That damage will stick as the creeps are coming into lane quite quickly. So BLG will be uncontested on the start. Can they find the follow-up dive as well? Guma and Carrier, do they want to try to match here on the level 1 around this brush? For now, the answer is no.
So it looks like BLG going to be able to get this off. Guma and Carrier starting to wrap around, though. Will be spotted by Bin.
Showing about to hit level 2 here. Bin walking out. Scion, hands down, the most obnoxious level 1 champion in the game.
And just looking at the mini-map, Zeus is just going to push the wave here on Scion. So topside, T1 is trying to get waves pushed in instead of trying to pull for a deny. Krug fight.
Gonna get the smite down there. Bin still level 1. Guma taking a lot of poke. He pulled the red buff to reset it, crucially denying Kindred that red. But now 3 members on the side of T1 on the bottom side of the map, but it's a 4v3. Stepping in, spotting Owner now. What is the actual angle here? Elk crashing this wave, but Guma's not getting any experience.
And that's the big one here. Guma missed that entire first wave. He's missing the second, so even if BLG don't get the dive, they're still making Guma lose so much.
Hook from Carrier is big. Level 2 from Owner as well. They have so much CC to try to stop this play. They're trying to lock down the Scion. Have to be careful of the passive of BLG. I think just happy to walk away with a massive bot side advantage. T1 on the opposite side, getting Zeus on the top side, some CS, but is it going to balance out?
Honestly, it is pretty big. This one is the most delayed the Scion has been with getting the least amount of value. On the top side, he was able to bounce the wave off of the turret already, was able to deny it. So Zeus up 2 minion waves before Bin even arrives, and Bin didn't get to do the Scion death, go for dive, get any extra kills here. Kennen can have such a big impact. The Kindred ultimate, as long as you get it off early, can be difficult to work around, but there is not a exhaust on the side of BLG for those team fights for later. So Zeus on one of his signature champions, the lightning theme that goes along with his name, might be able to have that big influence.
And it does feel like a huge amount of it's going to be like, Shun, can you get that ult, as you say? But also, Yagao, big Maokai ultimates. Can you actually turn around with a Kennen ult of yourself? Even on, getting some of those whimsies off as the Zeus tries to come in, they can make such a difference. But Shun now moving down to this bottom side is going to be able to pick up this crab for himself and get his first mark of the game.
Always questing to 4, want that extra 75 attack range, the big break point for Kindred so frequently. Now Shun setting his sights on the mid lane. FLICKR ready to backstep at a moment. Maybe just going to try to get a flash here. Yeah, not going forward, looking for the abduct. Is going to connect on the snare. FLICKR now trying to trade back. There's a sapling waiting in the bush. Owner over the wall here. Play is just going to fade away. FLICKR still walking out with his flash, so not going to cost him too much. Oh, but Shun, level 4, now stepping forward into Owner. 3, 4 on the mounting Dread. 1, 2, 3. Press the attack coming in as well. Gal looking for the fall, but Zeus is right behind them. This is a bit aggressive. They're going to need to try to find their way out of this one. Bin coming in, but it might be too little too late. They're trying desperately to burn through Zeus, but Shun already shut down. BLG a bit off more than they could chew. Yagao now running. He's got no mana. Bin desperate to get something back, but he's just a Scion. Hitting as much as he can. The passive is going to be big here. They have to slow down the zombie Scion. FLICKR running for his life. Zeus going to find the stun. Everyone on T1 will walk away. An incredible play.
And the top lane advantage does matter. Top lane matters. Zeus with the push, Zeus with the lightning. He brings it down onto BLG. Bin cannot join early. We talked about how much he was pushed off. He was so far down, and Zeus zones him, so he joins the fight first, even with the extreme chase of BLG, of Shun on this Kindred. You want to abuse early on Kindred, but it's just too far. Top lane advantage. Here comes the Kennen. Guess what? Power in numbers, Dagda.
And this is the big thing. BLG just overextend. T1 have the collapse, and this is what Shun can bring. He can look absolutely fantastic, have an incredible series like we saw yesterday, but at times he will just overextend. We've seen it domestically, we've seen it at MSI, and now we're seeing it in this lower bracket final as well. BLG stepped that bit too far forward and T1 pounced.
It's just theoretically errors there. So much invested from BLG on the bomb side of the map with their level 1 invade and making it painful for Bin. He's sitting up there on Sion, so far behind, and then they decide to fight and over-chase into that side of the jungle.
Maybe a mistake they couldn't afford to make, but again, Mountain Good connecting. Does he want to keep this one going on now, flashing in there, fully committed to taking out the support, but he can just hook the wall and walk away. Owner here as well. BLG getting a little antsy, it feels like. Over-forcing here, both on the bottom side and on the top side. Yes, they get the flash from Keria, but they commit a lot of resources to make it happen.
Keria's got Hex Flash, so he's actually not too worried about that one, but we're staying active. Shun, shun, shun.
Trying to find a way in the mid lane. Gao, level 6, now coming in. We're going to wait to try to find the angle on the stun. FLICKR now dashing out to safety. There's the follow-up. 1-2 on the mark. Mounting Dread going to connect. Looking to cut down FLICKR. Yagao getting it on the backside with the chain lash.
The second proc just barely getting onto FLICKR there, even with the flash. And I didn't think that was going to work. BLG, no flash on Yagao, no flash on Shun. But FLICKR, that bit far up in the lane, and Shun with the revisit will pick up the kill.
Staying very active on this Kindred, ganking every single lane. I mean, technically, I guess we'll say the top lane chase was into a top lane play, but get some money right back there for BLG. FLICKR, no flash on the Jace 2, so you're always thinking about repeat visits because Yagao now level 6 on the Sylas. So Owner has to be very careful whenever he shows around this mid lane. Yes, you want to throw saplings. Yes, you want to get vision for FLICKR, but if you show too close to Yagao, then he gets to steal your ultimate, one of the best ultimates in the game.
But it's anyone on T1 that shows up essentially gives a good ultimate. Hey, Nautilus, can you help? No, sorry, I don't want to give that across. Hey, Zeus, can you help? No, I don't want to give that across. And now BLG find Bin on that top side as T1. Start to move in, Owner in position, but looks like they will just back away for the moment.
This is the big thing about the Sion. You can get the plates, but it's very hard to dive this champion. Rocket coming bot lane, trying to stop the back, get a little bit of a tempo advantage here, but not going to come through. Guma getting the clean reset. He's able to make it in time. Elk going to grab that CS there. And an interesting game. Topside for T1 so very much in their favor. 2 kills to the Maokai feels excellent. Tied up in CS, been very far behind. But the bottom side for BLG, the mid lane as well, definitely looking in their favor.
But that's why I like what T1 are doing. They're like, hey, look, let's try and get as much vision down as possible. You can see the ward that spotted out shown on Krugs. Owner actually looking for the invade here off the FLICKR's presence in mid lane. And even just getting saplings down so you can spot out Shun's route. Now you know for a fact that Shun's winning on bot side. So I imagine you'll see bot lane playing very passive, especially with Rift Herald about to come up. Looks like Owner just got a trade, knowing that he saw Shun go bot side.
Honestly, love this from Owner. I also love his build, by the way. I'm not a big fan of the first strike Maokai. You know, yeah, going for the DPS and trying to get really early demonic. I'm much bigger fan of the tank Maokais here, and Phase Rush makes it so much easier to play the mid game, play those team fights as well as the skirmishes, and he's going to be able to pick up the Rift Herald on top of those kills. The thing about Rift Herald, it gives you a lot of gold. It's also a lot of concentrated gold onto the jungler, and that is solo pickup for him. So this is going to be a very beefy Maokai, a real frontline Maokai.
And I think he's going to be able to empower Zeus even more here. The fact that you have nearly double the gold for Zeus versus that side of 1,700 to 3,200 for Zeus. You've got plates that are falling in that top side. You can wander up there as Maokai, pop down that, and just make sure that this Ken is going to be huge. Rocket
connecting. Elk maybe overstaying, putting a little bit. Guma immediately going to find the snare. Polymorphed and forced back. Ulti coming in. Good damage on Elk, and he snipes him. They're just between the minions.
That was a duel at high noon. Oh my God.
Oh, Elk caught out immediately. The Lamb's respite, but he's pushed out. Keria and Owner making it happen on the bottom side.
Keria yoinks him off the Kindred ultimate under the tower. T1 answer.
Meanwhile, in the mid lane, 1v1, Yagao versus FLICKR, but again, Yagao out of mana. No avenue left there as first strike comes back up. Bloodbath on the bottom side.
Oh, dang, that was so beautiful. The AD carries drawing in the duel down there. Ultimate for Zap.
It's the Zap gap, right? Just barely manages to squeeze it through, but so well done. Elk getting that kill. Nice return, though, with Keria, as he said. Just barely managing to get that hook outside of the range of that Kindred ultimate will get the kill, but Elk now starting to rotate up. This is something we see a lot from the LPL teams where they're like, cool, we just want to get this Jinx as much gold and solo XP as possible. So, well, not solo at the moment, but they're going to see if they can get onto Zeus as he continues to push in.
Bit of stakes to this play as well. Aphelios perfect guns to take towers. Once you have White Gun, you can really set these things up. They need to find a kill or at least a flash onto Zeus. He's strong, but he really hasn't spent that much money. He is going to be forced to flash out to safety. BLG, can they keep the pressure up on the top side? Because already, Guma's going to start hitting plates and tearing through that tower in the bottom lane.
Yeah, and they've got Rift Herald too, remember, from the last time around. So they can go with really, really deep. I'd love to see a double turret charge here for T1. The problem with BLG trying to trade sides here, Rift Trail kind of has to be answered.
And that's the thing, you've got red-white here for Gumayushi, they plunked down the Herald. It's nigh on impossible now for you to actually match this as BLG, so T1, even though we got that early kill, they're gonna get a ton of gold back onto Gumayushi.
Yeah, secondary charge is even more critical. Secondary towers here on both side lanes being buffed up to being 800 gold for your team. So much value if they can get the 2-for-1. The charge gets off, they see Bin though, and they're gonna back off.
No need to overcommit there, but you can see moments ago it was almost 1,000 in the favor of Elk, now shrunk significantly down to about 600.
The big thing though is that BLG actually do manage to trade both side turrets, right? Yes, you get the charge onto the tier 2, but you don't have a huge amount of pressure down there at the moment, so at least at the moment BLG are answering turret for turret.
Yeah, it is very greedy, but that's why I really like to see teams fully commit to trying to get that secondary turret. The rewards are huge. Here it is, that's what we're talking about. It's an ult shot for a zap shot.
That minion just betrayed him. It just walked out of the way. He said, nah, I'm good. Whoa, that's crushing.
The reverse creep block. It's like, bro, I tried to, but you're just in the way.
There you can see the turn. I mean, it looks so good from Lameless Respite, but immediately the arcane smash backwards into the hook, keeping him there, or the passive rather. But now on the top side, ult traded for ult. Zayas versus Yagao, but there's so much backup here. Zayas had a massive advantage, but Shun looking to take him down.
I mean, great job from BLG, immediately the roam up, and again, look at what they're doing with this Jinx, constantly keeping her solo, but Bin is also solo, and there's a lot more T1 members around.
Just waiting. Just looking for an angle to ult, trying to get away from the Maokai. Body block's coming in though. I don't think there's a way out of this one. It'll take him a little bit of time to tear through that health bar on the Scion. Bin flashing and ulting, the body block coming out as well. Owner gonna trade flash for flash. Gonna try to eat the wave here as soon as he goes zombie mode just to stop any further pressure from T1, but a clean pick on the bottom side.
They will manage to pick up the kill, but you can even see Yagao pushing in that top side, Elk getting pushed in the mid as well. So nice one for T1 to manage to get that kill. Just have to see if they can try and push that forward and actually threaten that tier 2 as Elk is in that mid lane. You even got the roam from Kerry as well. BLG really need to respond to this bot lane pressure.
Faker stepping forward, doing a good amount of damage. Zap coming back in. Gale Force forward from Elk. Elk takes those. 2-level disadvantage, but the Gale Force power spike significant enough that he can turn that one with On backing him up, and now BLG looking to get control on the bottom side of the river.
1 second left on Elk's ulti. Does he? It's a long time between the chunk and the recall. He's not going to go for it. Few seconds barring that one, so Faker gets it off. Faker gets his Eclipse.
Crucial to have. We check in 13 minutes into the game, 1,000 gold in favor of T1. A lot of that still on the Kennen. See massive difference there on the top side. Elk pulling very far ahead of Guma. We've seen more often than not this meta all about engages and all about carries. Currently Elk has the edge. See what Zayas can do versus Yagao on the bottom side in the 1v1, getting closer and closer. 35 seconds till the Ocean Drake. Stacking has been big in these longer games.
That stop onto Shun is huge though. He wanted to reset and get his Kraken Slayer. Now going to be late to the party. You can see he's trying to reset. May even stop it again here. Shun hasn't been able to reset, whereas you look at the Radiant Virtue already there for Owner. This is going to give a ton of presence here for T1 in the river as Dragon's about to spawn.
T1 have the push. There's a ward in the mid lane. Elk just trying to lay down a little bit of poke. Yoink. Stealing away the Maokai ultimate is big though. Owner can't deny that by trying to twisted advance forward as there's no target.
Yep, that control ward giving the vision there. Yagao is able to get it for the dragon fight. They know though. All right, now watch this Kennen. Zeus does not have flash. He does have Proto Belt though. Fishing around, a lot of deep vision for T1 through the blue quadrant of the jungle. And BLG, they push the mid lane first, and they'll use that mid lane push on the minions to move into the river again. The classic 1-2 steps every team does to get access to the dragon.
Zeus has the flank angle. Yagao going to try to mark him and spot him out, but TP being channeled to top side. Just going to keep the pressure up, willing to concede this Drake. TP being matched now. The dragon will go over to the side of BLG.
A lot of members of T1 moving up towards this top side though. You can see Keria was thinking about going for something on the top.
He's locked up under the tower. Bin trying to fire back. Oh, he just 1v1s him. What?
Let me see the beginning of that. Check the tapes.
I don't know what happened to Zayas there, but Bin absolutely bodying him underneath the tower. We need to recheck exactly what went down, but BLG now will actually have a bit of presence on the map now if they want to try and contest for this Rift Tail. You can see that with the way T1 is set up kind of defensively across that line, might be a bit tough. Looks like they're just happy to trade it for the bot lane turret for Yagao instead.
Getting that extra pressure, and again, we'll have to take a look back on what exactly went wrong there, but Scion definitely a champion you can't afford to overstep against, under tower at least, so the deficit not mattering here is Zayas maybe overconfident.
Minion wave, look at this minion wave.
Oh, he walked into it.
He pressed Q. What?
He walked into it.
That's a big oopsie in a very high-stake game. Bin seems unfazed and unsurprised.
And unlike Licorice, that one actually happened. I can't believe that was absolutely insane. The fact he managed to get that one, it was just nuts. T1, massive mistake. And now for BLG, they actually start to get decent control again onto this top side. You can see they're starting to rotate as Elk around. They want to try and get that push and continue to get this gold into Elk. As long as he can stay safe, he's going to be in a good spot. Jack Shone now picked up for Bin as well. He's going to write a lot of that gold that Zeus had in the lead for.
I love it when we get the Bin cams and he's just shaking. Even though he's down 40 CS here on the Scion, had the level 1 commitment for himself, still gets the solo kill.
Yeah, and I think even for Zeus, this is crushing because you were the one really strong point of the map. You've now been isolated and picked off twice. One, commendable play from BLG that time, just a mistake from Zeus. And in the beginning of the tournament, Kennen was not a priority for the LCK or the LPL, but for LEC, for LCS, we prioritized very highly, and it looked not very impactful. I thought that we'd see something different from Zeus, but it's really hard, it seems, to transition these Kennen advantages out of lane, especially against a team like BLG.
All right, well, he is level 11, does have flash. BLG, they're going to be marking him, though. You always want to send a mark over there, keep vision of him. Doggy, you mentioned the Lulu polymorph possibilities there.
All right, I'm just saying that if there's an opportunity in Season 2 arc, it just replaces the voice actor. You know what I'm saying? It's probably just Elk. In the Chinese dub, yeah, there to go. Give him the opportunity to try out. Elk could be in trouble now, though. A lot of tools coming in. The snare is going to connect with Elk. It's immediately going to cleanse. Guma locked up briefly. You got with the stolen ultimate, so denying the play in the mid lane. Just in exchange for the cleanse.
It's not really like T1 lose anything, though. There's no real presence on the top side. You can see Bin isn't able to push in too far. They're still going to be able to move down to the bot side to collect it. So the fact you've now burnt that cleanse is actually going to be massive for the Dragon in 2 minutes' time. So really nice call there for T1, trying to prioritize burning some of these summoner spells off of Elk before these objectives come up.
Definitely an advantage. As long as they can force a fight, as long as they can find an angle. Yagao stepping up, looking to break open the tier 1 tower. Bin off to the side just to threaten a potential follow-up. Tower taken out. More gold into the back pocket of Elk as he gets closer and closer to that second item.
Nice force there from BLG. Topside push in, they rotate over, bully down this tower, and more money into the Jinx.
And you can feel the tension now, because we're getting closer and closer. It's only 18 minutes of the game, but you know the big 5v5s are right around the corner. A lot of the lane advantages early on are going to start to fall away now as these towers fall, and it becomes more about grouping up 2v2s, 3v3s, and of course, fighting for the major objectives. 1 minute and 18 seconds. Now Cloud is on the table. Can't imagine either side going to rush to Baron too quickly here.
I think for T1, the big thing they need to do is try and get some sort of flank positions here for Zeus. If you can get like a ward that isn't swept out, or like we saw in the last game, right? They were very good at trying to get these deep wards. Get that position for Zeus. He has flash. Maybe you can make some magic happen where you get access towards Elk, especially with that cleanse being down. But I think it does just become so difficult with how the map is set up at the moment. Elk has mid-prio. Yeah, go back out onto the map first, so he's pushing bot side. So it makes it quite hard for T1 to really get that presence on the map to start to get these deeper wards.
And the reason everyone has joined the ruler school of thought of this Jinx over the Aphelios is that range advantage. When you've got Jinx with the fish bones, with the lethal tempo stacked, especially once he's able to get his rapid fire cannon, and you've got a Kindred peeling, a Lulu peeling, this massive frontline peeling for you can be so hard to crack that team fight. And the massive gold advantage here, almost 1,500 for Elk, really funding that power.
And Elk only about 600 gold away from being able to complete his Infinity Edge, just the pickaxe and the completion cost. Staying in front of him. Herald going to be used in the mid lane. Expect the charge to get off. Not a lot of tools to deny this one. We'll see. They're cutting it down very quickly. And how many times are we going to see a Herald not be able to charge here in this best of 5? Well played by BLG to deny that.
There's just not much of a response here from T1. They're trying to see any sort of angle they can get on the map. If you could get that mid lane turret down, yeah, sure, then you can get that vision that we were talking about. But BLG deny it well. Kindred coming across the match with the smite, and now they get the Dragon. T1 going to put pressure onto the tier 2, but you can already see the resets coming through. They're not really going to get much damage onto this top tower.
Only thing BLG really want to fish out here is a nice, easy spawn on a Kindred mark. We're still sitting on 3 marks for Shun. Getting fourth is that critical one for the extra range. Then their team fight just becomes so incredibly hard to deal with. T1, they're still hoping for that big fight where they can get Maokai ultimate plus Nautilus ultimate blocking down Elk. to open up the space for Zeus to get inside.
This does become harder though. That window of opportunity that we talked about where they'd burnt Elk's cleanse is no longer available. Elk's about to get that up. Yagao just completed his Anya's Hourglass as well, so he'll be relatively safe. And as soon as Bin comes into these fights and just stands in the front, it's like, well, Owner, how are you supposed to get access to this back line? It's becoming a lot more difficult for T1 to operate, especially as soon as Elk completes this Infinity Edge.
Yeah, T1 have to be so careful right now. They just have to play off of saplings and FLICKR empowered Shock Blast for poke. If you're able to get enough saplings around these objectives, you have to play so trickly around your vision. FLICKR now, he just completed his Muramana. It is transformed, so they're hoping against hope that they can get some actual good poke down, but it's going to be hard to get around Bin.
And I think this is where we got to see the T1 Barons, right? I actually think it's your best bet is to try and start something at Baron, get a TP out of Yagao, because Yagao has been so consistently playing in these side lanes. And if you end up in that position where, okay, we can get a TP from BLG, well, then you have that opportunity to start playing the map. Maybe you can then have that numbers advantage that comes through in your favor, where you can start to push forward, start to always threaten that 4 versus 5, and BLG will be forced to back away. But it just seems so difficult at the moment with where BLG are positioned on the map.
Yeah, and with the items in inventory here, it is Infinity Edge completed now for Elk with that big gold advantage. So T1, till Guma can complete his, he's going back right now. They definitely don't want to mess with anything. And BLG, they're trying to take advantage of that window, get their vision completed around Baron.
Double 80 carries, I mean, the same play you talked about T1 making. BLG also have the option to make. They have a beat front liner, they can do a lot of damage. Still pretty early in the game, so a bit slower. And you can see that's the poke you highlighted on Forced to Recall here, maybe giving Keria an avenue to contest at least some of this early vision. But getting later and later in the game, the stakes are getting higher around these fights. It's the 1v1 on the bottom side. Yagao stepping in. He does have the Zhonya's, but trading ult for ult is a very good deal for BLG.
Yeah, it's so worth for Silas. See what they can do now. Kennen is going to have to go back, heal up. Still has teleport, still has flash, but BLG again, sweeping through, clearing out that vision, clearing out those saplings.
But the thing is, you're starting to get shown, as you can see here. He's going to pick up another mark for himself. We're not going to be up towards the 4. Is that his fortress?
Yep, that's 4, baby. Yeah. That's the one we wanted. Yeah. That was that luck coming in. Ooh.
And that's where it's going to now be a little bit more difficult for BLG, because Shun's in a good spot. Trying to contest the mid push isn't quite there. And yes, you do have Owner, who is tanky, has gone for the Randuin's Omen. And I think that will help out quite a bit. You don't really want to get the LDR just yet as Elk. You oftentimes seen that push back to 4 items. But also the fact that you had to go Gale Force here doesn't mean you can substitute a lot of your damage with that true damage. The Gale Force is there for safety, trying to get in towards the Lamb's respite when needed, and it's a little bit of a window there for T1.
Oh, but this is Elk, baby. I'm there. That Gale Force is there to be an orbital blast cannon going in for kills.
He goes in. That's what he does. And we'll have to see if Elk can find another angle or if he gets over-aggressive here, because right now it does feel like BLG are pretty firmly in control of the map. T1 are responding, but the second that Yagao is able to take Zeus' ult away, so much of the T1's angles of attack, their fangs are essentially just taken out of the equation.
And this is so much more patience than we usually see from BLG. They want to fight 9 times out of 10, and we're getting that like 1% where it doesn't really work out. They don't want to go for anything, and all they're trying to do is buy time for Elk. They know what side the bread is buttered, and as long as you can get Elk to the rapid fire, you get that Black Cleaver, which has just been completed for Shun as well. Now you've actually got opportunities to help shred that front line, get into a good spot, and make sure you can play for these team fights.
The Orbital Blast Cannon is online, fellas. And if he gets that first kill, then he's an Orbital Blast Cannon on crack.
Okay. There it is. Kobe setting the stakes for the fight.
We've seen so much Jinx take over MSI.
I mean, once you get the lethal tempo stack, the extra range, it becomes very impossible for Aphelios alone to win the 1v1 because you just get out-maneuvered.
Just be glad Milio's not allowed in MSI. Is that range?
I'm happy every day that we don't have to see him there.
That is some range.
You don't even have to be in orbit at that stage. It's just a cross map.
Cross galaxy.
Why even pick Karthus? You have rapid-fire Jinx with Amelia. But no Amelia this time around. The Lulu, though, still going to offer a lot of support for Elk in the fight to come. BLG on the cusp of Cloud Soul. T1 not as impactful as Ocean, but still can be hugely impactful. Need to be ready to fight this one. Yagao on the flank. Zeus fishing. Has the ult up and available. Bin, an immovable object on the front line here.
This is Soul. BLG just have to kill the minion wave, and then they can... Well, I guess they still have to check about a T1 Baron. T1 are that team that will flip the Baron if you heavily commit to the Dragon, so they just send Shun.
Yeah, that's why Shun's going over, but Bin has been doing a really good job of matching Carry, forcing him to hook away, and every time they do, Elk steps up. Now BLG just going to play it slow, make sure that they're not actually giving anything. T1 will start the Baron. Shun's a mile away.
This is a massive risk. Uma has terrible gun support fight. He has to burn through purple gun ammo as fast as humanly possible. Still a 45. Carry on the flank, looking for the angle. Immediate disengage all coming out from the Maokai. Zeus looking for an angle into the backside. He's trying to burn through Elk, but Elk pre-flashing out to try to make it to safety. On the backside as well. The 80 carry still standing. Guma finally swapping guns, ready to keep the fight going, but T1 already routed. Shun coming up clutch. Resets coming in, and here is the orbital cannon bombarding onto the front and back line of T1 as they will bully them out of the pit and look to take the worm for themselves. It's a triple for Shun.
That's gonna be it. BLG wiped T1 off of the map. T1 knew they were backed into a corner here. They're facing Soul plus Baron spawn at the same time. Their only hope was to try and start it, and
Yagao's not done! This man's supposed to be the worst mid laner left in the top 4, but he just keeps showing up. He took down Chovy. He's looking to take down FLICKR as well.
Yeah, nobody expected to say this, but you gapped everybody.
I mean, look, Two-Pace is looking real clean today. The fact that he's coming in and getting these kills onto Guma, you get the Annie in game 1 that looks great. He has a 68% career win rate on the Silas, and you're seeing why. Steals the Maokai ult, manages to draw the space there for Elk, and as you rightly pointed out, Elk gets the cleanse, flashes away from Zeus, so he's able to stay alive, outpaced them, and now Shun in the picture.
No, T1, this is not your jungle anymore. Carry cut down immediately. The stolen now going to come out. Bin with the follow-up. The blast cone will it be enough to take on out to safety. No, it will not. He's healing. He's giving everything he can, but the mounting dread for T1 just continues to get worse and worse. Shun now pushing in, looking to take out FLICKR, looking to go for the 1v1. The Lamb's respite up and available. The pressure, BLG will not relent. BLG looking to break open the base in game 2.
BLG beat T1 in the first game with their style. They say we'll play the meta in game number 2, and Shun bringing out his pocket kindred to this tournament has looked fantastic, and T1 are going down.
Oh, just continuing the Gale Force under tower. He does not give a damn about Kennen or anything on this rift. He has the win in his sights. BLG breaking down the first tower, breaking down the second. It's Guma versus the world, but Guma will not be enough in game 2. Yagao on the backside taking his time with FLICKR. They can just end the Lamb's respite. Buys Guma a brief moment to watch his own Nexus fall. It is BLG against all odds at match point.
What is happening in MSI? BLG are dismantling Korea. That is what's happening. They take down Gen.G, and they are in the process of taking down T1.
Wow. Wow, indeed. Well along in the process. Impressive performance, despite the positive start for Zeus. Despite the trades back and the over-aggression on the topside jungle, BLG holds strong in that early game. They don't give up too much more, and they're able to pull ahead as we get later and later in a relatively bloodless game. A single fight really ultimately deciding that entire one. 4-4 kills for the vast majority. A completely different look here in game 2.
Massive stuff here from BLG, even showing that they too can sacrifice top lane. They can play that Scion level 1 that everyone's playing. They can have Bin go down tons of CS, and they still can rely on Elk and Shun. Shun, who had that Kindred band at one stretch, was 15 games in a row. Able to pull it off, 8 kills in the end, legendary fully stacked bounty on his head.
And it's incredible to see from BLG, as you say, like Bin didn't really play much of Scion up until he got beat by 369 in finals. Like, right, I need to add this to my champion pool. I need to make sure that I'm able to play this front line. And the ability for him to sit at that front stage, forcing carry away, stopping any sort of engage coming through, and just opening up in these fights for Elk, like, it was so well orchestrated by BLG.
And as much as I'd love to continue talking about this matchup series, we'll get our chance in game 3. For now, let's send it back over to the analyst desk to break down game 2.
I have a feeling you're going to need your energy going forward, and hopefully for a few more games. But I gotta say, in terms of momentum, in terms of that feeling that whatever you throw at BLG, they'll be able to counter it. For us, it is really fun to watch BLG get out of the situations that they shouldn't, play the game differently. I think even in this game that they did the last one, but Chronicler, the frustration must be at an all-time high for T1 in that regard.
It really is, and I think that as we were watching the game, me and Jet were, sharing looks, and the T1 that you're seeing here could not be more different, right, from what you're seeing domestically. And I want to give all the credit to BLG, but this T1, I think it was the third Dragon, they got a couple of item spikes, right? They're in a position where they have an incredibly strong team fight with the Cannon, with the Nautilus, and they're just not making any plays, right? You can just see kind of the BLG momentum overtaking them, and as a result, none of the team fights look good.
Yeah, that game felt a lot different than Game 1. Game 1 was what we expected with BLG being over 1 combined kills per minute. This was like 4 kills to 4 as they were stacking up a soul. Like, this was very much, I think T1 didn't know where to go.
Yeah.
So and BLG knew that they'd have a win condition with Cloud Soul and a better scaling team comp. So they actually were able to play pretty calm, collected League of Legends. It doesn't make me very hopeful for more games.
Yeah, so the massive thing here was because they started with that Scion swap, right? Which set Bin like super far behind. Yeah, in average, without including play-ins, he's been about 470 gold up on his lane opponents. Today he was down 1,152. But the big thing that you already pointed out is the Drake stacking, right? The ability for them to have such a large bot side control, funnel goal into Elk, and stack Drakes.
And what is really big here is that the teleport is already down here, right, for the Scion. So take that in mind as we see the outcome of the skirmish. Basically, even with Zeus not hitting everything, goes as favored as you could want to. Yagao doesn't have mana, and Bin flashes in, tries to salvage it, doesn't get to go back. And I have seen T1 get smaller leads domestically, then take that lead and dive and dive and dive. Play on every single Drake, play on every single objective. And the fact that they have an early game like that and then don't get to do anything with it is really, really worrying if you're a T1 fan.
Absolutely, because in this situation, you have T1 with the Kennen who's level 3 before Sion gets to lane.
Yep.
He's also 3 plates and 2,000 to 3,000 gold ahead. You have a Maokai who rushes a team fight item in Radiant Virtue, and then they're never able to fight. What I think has been common, though, between both games is a very early game strategy for BLG to get their bottom lane ahead.
Yep.
Because that means Keria gets taken out of the game because he never has prio, he can never move, and Zeus, who is supposed to be able to either bail out bottom lane or carry himself, completely fell flat.
Oh.
Right on his face.
Come on, him getting killed in the top. I mean, we were watching it. We were like, is this really happening? Is Zeus really falling to this? That's crazy.
And it comes off of the back of him being one of the best players in the previous game on the Gragas, right? Didn't end up being enough, but he did such a good job there. And it is something that Zeus has been struggling with, right? When we get to these extremely high-pressure situations, he's playing one of his comfort champions, gets an early lead, and then walks into a Scion queue.
I'm also seeing a little bit of a trend that I might be like a conspiracy theorist or whatever, but yesterday we were watching the game and I remember you were like, oh, Yagao is not having the best game yet. On Ari, he's not getting those key charms, but then there was a follow-up which always killed Gen G. Here it was like, oh, oops, didn't work out for Sion. Oops, he's behind. Bin can't do anything, but it doesn't matter because they have the other plan. They have the Kindred, they have the Drake stacking, and they make it so that T1 cannot do anything with that with those first kills, rather.
Yeah, and they touched upon it on cast. I do want to shout out, again, Shun and his Kindred. They already talked about how it is a pocket pick for him. It is his 5th most played champion career-wide. He has about a 65% win rate on it. So he is incredibly comfortable on this champion. But the thing I saw from him, once again, that's already been brought up by both Chronicler and Jat, is he was ganking early. Like, he was in his lanes early. This is not necessarily what you would expect a Kindred to do. She wants to farm up. She wants to stack marks. You have her and Jinx in like a double 80 carry composition, essentially. But he was in his lanes, and most importantly, he was on the bot side of the map, making sure that Elk was getting gold.
Yes, and every second counts, and thanks to the reliable Cisco network, Shun gets the Drake, runs to the team fight in time, and secures a triple kill. This was insane to watch in real time, Jat.
You could just kind of tell BLG was on the same page and T1 was not. Even with the way the fight played out in the 4v5, they're trying to peel, but the rest of the team can't make it through the Silas. Zeus can't even get on to the Jinx, who's able to just zoom away with the Zerion. This was the nail in the coffin.
Definitely was.
And I mean, I appreciate the way BLG set this up too, right? Because they had all of that early Drake stacking. They recognized, like, this is Soul Point. We can leverage that against the Baron. And it is a much better setup than some of the not protecting our Barons and Drakes and owners coming in stealing them. So they are also capable of protecting their objectives.
Hey, we showed this in Countdown. We're just gonna pull it up again, Maurits.
Yeah, I'm glad you sing on me out, Shocks. I'm not. I'm having a great time. I appreciate it, and it's true, right? I think, as we saw at the top of the day, that there were already some doubts regarding T1 will be BLG easy, but then that game number 1, I think, gave us the idea that this would at the very least be a series that was back and forth.
Yep.
And then after that game 2, you're like, maybe they're just 3-0 again. Just like yesterday.
It's crazy. So much going into that. And Jat, you started the day also by thinking of, okay, what is T1's perspective? Can they trick themselves into thinking that they are actually underdogs here?
Yeah.
Maybe it starts now, though, because now they certainly are.
I think they have an incredibly tall task ahead of them. And it's so crazy to think about. This T1 roster, these 5 players have been together a year and a half, never missed a final. They're one of this is going to sound silly, they're one of the greatest teams ever, yet they have 0 international finals, which I think becomes a superstition and makes them play worse in these moments. They need to do it now. They have to win 3 games in a row against BLG to not make that international goose egg a reality.
Yeah, the reverse sweep is necessary for T1 to kill those demons and to get a chance to kill those finals demons. And BLG on match point. They could go into a full LPL final tomorrow. Incredible. Let's see if they can close it out after this.
That was a duel at high noon. Oh my God! Oh, caught out immediately. Lamb's respite, but he's pushed out. Carrion owner making it happen on the bottom side.
Thinking about going for something on the top.
He's locked up under the tower. Ben trying to fire back. Oh, I just 1v1s him. The 80 carry still standing. Guma finally swapping guns, ready to keep the fight going, but T1 already routed. Shun coming up clutch. Resets coming in, and here is the orbital cannon bombarding onto the front and back line of T1. Yagao on the backside taking his time with FLICKR. They can just end the Lamb's respite, buys Guma a brief moment to watch his own Nexus fall. It is BLG against all odds at match point. Get it!
New and existing customers can choose the phone they want, like the incredible iPhone 14 on us.
Not to brag, but I'm on Verizon now. And I got to choose the phone I wanted for free. Not that you're bragging.
Choose the phone you want on us. Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to MSI 2023. Bin calling his shots. But here we go. Kuma responding in kind, the 3-2. Confidence on the side of T1. I saw a sign earlier in the crowd that said T1 defy all odds. Well, this is the chance. This is as far down as you can go in this tournament.
Yeah, it has to be right now for T1. They've got to switch it up here, both in draft and in play. The top lane replay of Zeus, I'm still boggled at what went on there. Got to turn brain on. Let's go.
Yeah, but I'm curious as to see what we get as that adjustment in draft, right? Because it feels like when you look at T1, they're still getting a lot of what they wanted. We talked about like the Rakan and the Xayah in game number 1. This has been a huge one for Gumayush and Keria, but they couldn't quite get it across the line. Even then coming into this next game, they get their hands on the Maokai, which can be such a good setup, but they still don't see that one coming to fruition for them.
It was such a good Silas angle in answering that. You know, give up the Maokai because of a big, powerful ultimate, being able to pull back the Silas. T1 aren't going to let it happen, though.
T1 uninterested in high-tier junglers making it through the draft. They'll triple ban that role. The Jinx going to get banned out here. BLG mixing it up. This is big for T1 because I think you can anticipate maybe trading here in the final game, but now you have to decide which of the remaining 80 carries do you want to prioritize. But there's the Cassante. Slipped my mind, and there it is, finally slipping through the bans.
Instant lock here. Bin doesn't care. Slam that Gwen down. Ooh, love it. Carry on top side here for Bin again, and it can team fight.
And I love the Lulu pick as well, because you know that's either Xayah, Rakan, Zeri, Lulu, at least from what we've traditionally seen here. So the fact you end up taking the Lulu means that you don't really want to take the Zeri away, so you're going to more than likely go back towards the Xayah Rakan.
Yeah, they're all smiles over there. Elka's like, yeah, last time I got to play Zeri with a Lulu pocket and 3 cleanses and Annie shields and Lulu shields all over the place. still is probably going to be supportive mid laners, but the Annie, of course, is banned. Then he dropped down to like the Lissandras.
So no surprise to see immediately the Zeri picked up. Cassante coming in very early in the draft, still a flex, see where it goes. Bin very confidently, kind of pseudo-blinding the Gwen, comfortable in that match, comfortable with whatever else will come through, and we'll see now what they want to ban away, if it's top laners or if it's mid laners to set up a better matchup.
I think it might be junglers. Because, oh, well, maybe not the case. Because I was going to say, when you look at it, if you already have Vi, Wukong, and this Maokai banned away, you can probably take the Sejuani for Shun there, and then it's like, okay, well, what are you going to go to? What's kind of bottom of the barrel there that you want to try and pick up? Maybe Shun feels comfortable going back towards the Kindred, but you're definitely starting to crest into even things like the Owner going back towards the Nocturne or Kha'Zix or something along these lines.
Yeah, I think you have to give so much respect to the FLICKR Cassante swap after that was by far his best game versus JDG. Looked so insane with that in mid lane. So they're going to cover their bases here, ban out the Talia.
Making sure that they do not have the extra tools to protect Elk on the backside. The Talia pick that has been a bit hit or miss, but Yagao, the one really prioritizing in these drafts, is an extra form of protection for Elk so often, as well as a roaming tool. Yeah. Kennen hitting the bench. I wonder if another top laner will be picked up as well. It's going to be the Gragas. Okay, so really respecting the potential for that.
So do they want to ban the Nautilus or the Ahri then, I guess, if you're still looking at mid lane? Because the setup power with that Nautilus would be quite big for Yagao as well.
I mean, it's kind of tricky, right? Because ultimately, if you go for the Ahri here, it's so easy to immediately swap that Cassante mid lane. Instead, they're going to take the Scion away.
And I think that's the big problem, is that oftentimes you've seen Cassante come in as an answer to the Nautilus so well, where you're able to match a lot of the push, you just end up as a beefier, tankier front line, and then the value that you get from this Nautilus, oftentimes the mid lane just starts to disappear. So I like the call from T1 saying, hey, look, if you just take it, Cassante goes mid, but maybe they don't really care. As you can see, it was hover for a split second there, but it looks like they're going to take that jungler for Shun instead first.
Holding my breath here. Shun, obviously a big Nidalee player, but it hasn't been the most successful pick at this tournament thus far, so opting to pick up the Kindred, but we are direly low on CC on the side of BLG. So many great engage tools from the side of T1. BLG lacking really any hard CC or setup.
And it does mean that you're probably going to see Yagao go towards something like Lissandra or something along those lines to try and provide that setup. Nautilus could also work in that situation, right, to try and be that front line, but I have to say, for BLG, bit of an unusual one. I'm not the biggest fan of what they decided to go for here, and especially as the Kha'Zix now comes out as well. You do a phenomenal setup for this Kha'Zix to try and get into the face of the Kindred and assassinate her in the jungle.
For here. The Ahri is still on the table, and a lot of the conventional answers into it have been taken away. Jax, Camille, the hover overs, the call out. Zeus feeling confident in the 1v1. He was pretty consistent pulling ahead early on, and there's the Jax against the Jax master himself, but the Galio.
Oh.
An excellent synergy in terms of the Kindred. A lot of tools to stop people from getting onto your backline. Taunt is such an oppressive ability against so many divers.
I mean, this was massive for Yagao across their regular split. 80% win rate in the regular split, and we even got to see it a little bit in playoffs. Like, both the Veigar and the Galio were his two standout picks in his pool, and we are going to get to see it. So BLG going back towards a style that was very comfortable for them domestically.
Oh, and I always love to see Galio plus Kindred combinations here. Yagao has been so good in this setup meta now where everyone underestimated him as a mid laner. See what he can perform early on with.
Certainly pressure though. Into the Cassante, not always going to be super comfortable. Might just want to clear the wave and walk away. T1 a lot of tools to potentially break open in this early game. The only CC source that's reliable for the side of BLG is the Galio. It's going to be huge for Yagao. He needs to make sure that he's performing in this game. It's pretty much all on him to set these fights up or stop these fights if T1 want to pull the trigger.
And I think that's the thing. T1 definitely want to try and jump in on top of you, right? A very short range composition, but the thing is, a lot of it, when you look at the setup here for BLGs, you don't really have the range to take full advantage of it. Yes, you got the double AD carry, but it still feels like a huge amount of this is going to be a case of, can we spread out these fights? Can we buy space for the double AD carry in the back line? And if you actually find T1 out of position, trying to jump on them is going to be so difficult to do.
A lot of counter engage there for BLG. Kindred ultimate, Galio ultimate, peeling back with Lulu. T1 have to be very, very particular with their engages, and especially Keria. A lot riding on Keria's shoulders here with the Rakan. Oftentimes it can be super hard to play that champion into teams that have so much counter engage. Being squishy, possibility of those counter kills.
And to all the T1 fans watching this, if you believe in them, they need to hear you now. Their backs are against the wall. It is do or die.
When I think of T1 though, and when I think of K'Sante for FLICKR, this has been when they've had their standout moments. This has been where FLICKR has been able to pop off, step forward, and be that veteran on this T1 roster. Make sure that he is driving T1 forward. And here against BLG once more, it feels like it's going to be resting on his shoulders. See if he can get control with this top side. Very scrappy, very heavy skirmish top side. And I expect to see a lot of that coming where T1 try and look for these invades, see if they can get on towards Shun and support Owner in his endeavor to shut down this Kindred.
And the odds just continue to stack against them. Been 12-1 on this Gwen on the international stage. 3 of those wins were versus T1 at MSI finals last year. Whatever happens in the lane, they have to take Bin out of the equation. They have to shut BLG down.
Top lane carry matchups here. Zeus versus Bin. This is what a lot of people love to see. Can Zeus bounce back after his mishap in the previous game? Raptor start for Shun on the Kindred. Will be able to get his red buff very early on. Yep, Yagao goes top. They want this Gwen into K'Sante. They want the Gwen into K'Sante so much more.
It does mean that you don't get full value from Yagao's ultimate though when he does hit 6. So I'm curious to see if they do end up swapping back a little bit to make sure that they're going to be safe. But in general, Galio should be relatively safe up in this top side and going to be able to get away from some of this. But
already action on the bottom side. Knight coming out early from carry, just trying to get a bit of extra advantage. Ghost now being popped by Elk. They're trying to poke back, hoping to get at least a summoner back for Guma, but Guma standing strong.
Nice little zigzag there. Pops the Ghost for the move speed for the jukes.
BLG do end up winning out though. Both summoner spells burnt on support and AD carry, and you can also see just the health trade as well. So BLG still managing to get decent push and not a huge amount wasted as Yagao. There you go, gets the knock up, and this is what they're going to say. A lot of it is going to be a case of you being able to dismantle a lot of Zeus trying to go in, as you can try and walk away. Even just stuff like if you're looking at a dive, being able to tank so much of that with that W. And Bane at the moment getting a hell of a good time against this K'Sante.
Owner spotted out now by Shun. Red buff on both sides, going to pop in. Leap over the wall to take Owner out to safety. Shun, does he want to keep this one going? Has the reset. He's just going to contest here on the bottom side. Potentially setting up for a bot lane dive. They've already got the Ignite and the Ghost out of Guma. Still both flashes up and available, however, and Shun just on the hunt here. Owner not going to spot him out there.
I like the pressure here, forcing Owner to come shadow.
Shun over the wall, just laying down a bit of damage, making sure the jungler cannot help.
So good. Shun playing off his bottom side, pressuring under tower, forces jungler.
Taking the time, Glitterlane's going to hit 2. Trying to isolate and shut down the T1 bottom lane. 3 minutes into the game. High stakes potential dive situation here. T1 desperately trying to clear the wave. Kha'Zix on the backside, ready to mark them. Snare already coming through. Guma won't have that cooldown for the next few seconds. But they've cleared enough of the wave that BLG do not pull the trigger on the dive.
And this pressure is so good for BLG, just mirroring jungles and waiting for Scuttle Crab spawns. It's a bottom side Scuttle Crab with the mark as well for Shun.
In the mid lane.
In addition to denying those minions on bottom side, look at the Xayah already, again, falling behind in minions.
Owner's reset though, and Shun knows that he's moving back down. Bin onto FLICKR in the mid, but bot lane, the repeat dive is around.
Just continuing to out-trade in the mid lane. Guma now going to be in trouble. Carry has to do everything he can to protect his AD carry, but it might not be enough. Guma taking out the dive clean this time. And they won't fumble it again. Elk going to walk away, blinking, but still standing.
Really good stuff there by On. Lulu hits him with the polymorph, tanks tower, flashes out, secures the kill for the team. Gives it to the Kindred. I honestly even like that more than giving it.
Waiting to see if Bin wants to go for it. 4 stacks in the snip. Owner now coming in. Maybe can punish Bin for playing so aggressively in the mid lane.
Bin's got flash too.
Bin just a quick dash out to safety, a bit of poke to even up the lane matchup, but right now everything going in the favor of BLG. 800 gold in their favor at this stage of the game already.
But the thing is, Owner hasn't got to clear his top side at all this entire game. Same when you kind of look across at Shun, so much of that focus has been on that bottom side of the map that we're not seeing a huge amount of CS picked up, and for Owner, that's going to end up setting him behind because he needs to be in a position where he's in the lead. Look, Kindred is the same. You want this AD carry to be pumping out damage, but at least you get value from that Lamb's Respite. You get value from the kill he's managed to pick up. But Owner's been trying to just keep T1 in check, and as a result, is starting to fall behind the rest of the game.
Yeah, and that's why I really like the Kindred actually getting that kill there. Pickaxe right back out onto the map. He gets to move that advantage around.
Knock up there though. Clean immediate fall up the snare. Now going to come back. Guma and Carry fighting back, finding a kill on the bottom side. A clean pick off.
That is much needed for T1. Big stuff there. Gold going into Gumayushi, helping him catch right back up.
Crucial that they're able to find those avenues, especially with how difficult mid lane was going early on in the game. FLICKR now feeling a bit more comfortable. wandering out of lane as he has a brief moment where the wave is pushed in, can clear out some of this vision, take a bit more control on the top side. We check in, of course, the Galio can try and trade against the Jax, but will not have an all-in threat here. Is just set up there to survive, see when they can actually enable Yagao to free up on the map, as you mentioned earlier, Dagda. Now Shun uncontested as he starts the Infernal Drake.
Yep. They should be able to pick up this objective. We do have the support recalls, though, so Carria's back out on the map, going to come over, pop the Scryer's Bloom. Nice little window, though, of course, T1. Nice punishment on. They know he didn't have flash. Owner positioning for another steal. Blast cone in, jump out.
For an angle. Death to take this one away, and he gets it!
God.
Every time!
Damn, that feels so good as a jungler. He's in his head. You are mine. Another smite steal for Owner.
I mean, at what point do we take the title away from Dandy? When is Owner the new Prince of Thieves as he finds yet another objective steal in this game? FLICKR now moving up to the top lane. Ulti available as well. Yagao has to be careful to survive here. Trying to clear the wave, trying to delete it as quickly as he can.
Just Galio things.
Yeah. Walk up, big AoE auto, clears it out.
Yeah, as you said, he went after shock Brome plating. Yagao's just looking to hold up there, but bottom side
on, cut out again. Elk not able to do anything here on the bottom side. Guma finding another kill.
This is huge for T1. Guma and Carey are clawing their way back into this bottom side now with 2 kills on towards the Xayah is absolutely massive, and so much of that stemming from the fact they didn't have to invest time into taking the Dragon. They steal it away, now they get pressure top, they get pressure on bot, and T1 are fighting back.
They're so good at identifying. The only opening on the map for them, here it is, in 613, right as that tick of damage, able to get it. But they're so good at identifying the only opening there. He just pulled off a tower dive on us and he flashed out. Okay, we're gonna punish him for it over and over. Carry a lockup, blade caller from Guma, Owner even goes down there, and that's back-to-back plays to punish that offensively blown flash.
It's also the fact that Carey is coming completely out of vision every time he's going on to him. He can't get polymorphed as he's coming through because he's just moving too quickly, so On isn't getting that opportunity to try and disengage. So really good stuff from T1's bottom lane and just setting themselves up now for the first time really having, well, say the kill advantage. Still a good bit of that CS lead is going across towards Elk at the moment, though.
Certainly is. Something to keep track of as we get later in the game, these first item spikes especially. Herald now spawned and available, see which side wants to force for it. You see Ping is coming down onto it from Shun. T1 and the Xayah Rakan, we were promised that this is a duo that you cannot give them. BLG managed to beat it in game 1, but game 2 off to an incredibly good start for the T1 bottom lane.
Now I want to see if BLG can try and use this for the Rift Herald. A lot of their combo relying on the fact that Yagao is now hit level 6. Bin has control over that mid lane as well. And even Elk and On, you can see starting to get pushed in the spot side. Will actually spot out Carrier. FLICKR isn't in a position to really follow up here.
Knock up, flashed out immediately.
I like this fight because as long as BLG keep the bottom lanes from roaming, there is an advantage for them on the top side. Yagao trying to push out.
On gonna land. Bin, is he ready to go back in? Shun now trying to make it out over the wall, trying to get in and grab the Eye of the Herald. Now immediately going to throw down the Lamb's Respite. The Galio coming in. Zeus has a brief moment to try to make it out of this one. The stun coming in from Zeus is massive. They find 3. FLICKR isolates Bin in the follow-up. FLICKR going all out on the top side. He will look to take down Bin. Bin flat, but he's pulled back. And from over the wall, FLICKR finds the kill. But here is Elk. Elk looking to reset. Elk looking to find the fight, but there is no fight left for BLG. Elk, though, continuing to defy expectations, leaping out over the wall. Carrier ready to follow, Carrier ready to respond. The red buff, will it be enough? Belk finally taken down as Carrier takes the kill.
And in game 3, T1 are coming alive. They find the fight in the pit. They managed to get the kills on BLG, and BLG left scrambling in this one. They see the engage onto FLICKR, but Shun under so much pressure from Zeus, they all try to fall back. But the problem is, they invest everything while this Lamb's Respite is still up. Zeus doesn't go down. Incredible flash forward there to stun all 3 members and set up for T1 on that top side. Elk does manage to come in and get himself a double kill as they manage to rotate faster, but as T1's bot lane matches, that's where it's fall apart for BLG.
Yeah, you can see the split second in the shot calling change on the side of BLG. Carrier here does get a little bit of chunk damage onto Shun.
Runner now coming in. Shun needs to make his way out as quickly as he can. Q over the wall, On waiting over the wall. They will not opt to follow up, but a lot of damage down onto that Kindred. The gold neck and neck, 300 advantage to T1, but the Herald to the side of BLG.
But we saw that moment when the shot calling changed. Shun was like, you know what? Herald, boom, I got it. I'm gonna leave now, not stick around for that eyeball. But then they made the call. Our bottom lane is leading on the rotation up. delay. We can actually fight this slowly, and it's the tenacious chase from T1 that collects the extra kills. And as you said, the overlap there of the Galio on the Kindred ult, while Zeus was still protected.
The problem is it's fixed a lot of the problems for T1 on this top side, though. You can see there, T1 trying to leverage the fact that they have push in the spot side to now constantly invade onto Shun, make sure that he's very uncomfortable, and it's opened up Owner to finally play this 1v1 matchup a little bit more aggressive. Shun will just be spotted in mid lane a little bit, but I am curious to see how he decides to use this Herald, because with the presence that T1 now have on this bottom side as well, it becomes very difficult for him if he ever runs into Owner.
Tricky game now, T1. So many tools to start the fights off. We've seen Keria so consistent on these Rakan engages. So they may try to make a play on the bottom side. Double control wards, protecting BLG, protecting Elk, make sure the dive can't come through. But a second Dragon over to T1. So early in the game, they are set up to stack very cleanly to a Soul.
Herald dropped mid in the response as well. Faker's there. They should be able to usher it up to a charge at least, though, and at least get the expected value here. It's aggroed on minions currently. Okay.
Trying to get in, hit the eye. Owner now coming in. Charge will connect. Crucial for BLG. Would have been devastating to not have that extra influx of gold.
You can see they even brought Yago down. They really wanted to make sure that they were able to get that play happen. Yago will be able to move back up towards his top side, though. Make sure he's okay. As Elk pushing in the spot side again. Just BLG trying to see if they can scramble for anything they can pick up on the map right now.
Elk trying to leverage the value of the Vampiric Scepter there in the trade. You can see him getting aggressive, willing to tank the tower overall. But on the top side of the map, Galio's life is about to get a lot more miserable. Zeus finally completing the Divine Sunderer. Going to be pretty impossible to push the Jax out of lane now.
And Elk is nursing that small lead in the bottom side on this area again. BLG going to try and leverage as much possible juice into him as possible for a repeat of that one.
I think a huge amount of that is going to rely on people like Yago and Shun and how they utilize these Lamb's Respite. The first combo didn't work out so hot for them in the Rift Herald pit, so I want to see kind of a slower approach to it where you are on the same page. If you can get it done, it does make it very hard for people like Owner or Zeus to get value, but if Faker is able to drag you out of these ultimates, make sure that you're in a much better spot, that's where T1 can really thrive. Even the fact that Gumayusi can play so far forward with this Featherstorm as well, you have to be so careful as BLG about how you approach these fights.
Yeah, the timing they're going for is difficult. To get Galio ult to come down just after the Kindred ult explodes so that you can make use of the knockup and actually get DPS down there instead of being nullified by your own invulnerability ultimate is a hard timing to hit, but they gotta work on that.
Yep. Adapting the execution on the fly is gonna be big for BLG. Again, they have the luxury of a 2-0 lead. They can afford to lose a game, but would love to close it out cleanly here. A very aggressive draft. A lot about the counterpunch. Zeus and Yagao trade back on the top side. Just a casual 100 healing coming in from a Divine Sunderer. That feels pretty great.
And I think that's where you're going to have to see this matchup probably change in the top side. I know it's not great for the Gwen either in like a lot of situations, especially with the Divine Sunderer already completed versus just been not having that Rift Maker completed. But you need to get access to Yagao's towards multiple side lanes. Also the fact again, I mean, Zay's just free farming up here this whole time.
Faker fishing, trying to find an angle, pulling him back into the waiting arms of Owner. Owner trying to finish the job, Ben trying to heal up, but Ben will get taken down. Owner finding the kill in the mid lane.
Big stuff for T1 to get some more money on him. He's got that lethality spike. The cheap Umbral Glaive plus serrated Dirk here. And that damage is enough. Elf gonna cruise on in to say hello to Faker and pick up the minion wave as they exit.
More resources in the back pocket of Elk, certainly, but good that they're able to slow down Ben, who was dominating at least in the 1v1 trades. Take him a little bit more slow, weaken him overall. We've seen once you get a death cap, once you get 2 or 3 items on this Gwen, she can be a team fight terror, so slowing that down is big. And across the map, you can see here, gold differences only in the bot lane and a tiny one in the jungle for the side of BLG.
Yeah, and the big leverage there for Zeus, when he was able to slingshot ahead, was that Rift Herald fight, where T1 tracked down those kills. Now we get the rotation, put him inside lane, Divine Sunderer Jax, keep on bottom side, rotate AD carries mid to push out the waves. And again, second Rift Herald is up and available. So rotating your vision over here.
There's not really much here that BLG can really respond with, though. As you say, like T1 have just so much control over the map. You're waiting for that Mountain Dragon that's in a minute and a half, and when you're able to have Zeus continuously push against Yagao, he's going to have amazing control, should be able to get a good amount of control over the river as well. And even when you look at Gumayusi as well, the wave clear that he has, you're just constantly getting mid and bot prio to move into river, and it makes it so hard for BLG to do anything, which is why we see Shun trying to move down towards the spot side, trying to make a play as the Rift Herald is being taken.
Yeah, they know, so they're trying to trade away away. Cross-map play here, but scouted out by the ward. Means it might be a little bit of extra resources here. Keria comes down to Shadow so that there's not too much extra pressure on Zeus at that tower. Mirroring the support roam here from On, setting up that vision preemptively for the arrival of our Mountain Drake.
Good that Keria is there to cover to stop any potential dives here. BLG trading a guaranteed Herald for a potential play on the bottom side as they were a bit behind on the take, and now the T1 will have to see where they want to leverage that pressure point. If they can start to break open mid, the game gets a lot easier.
Good little mark pull here for Shun, is at 2 now as we get our resets for the Dragon. Trying to retake now for Owner, or for T1 is so difficult. They know their red quadrant of the jungle has to be littered with wards because they just saw the big power move from BLG setting up for this Dragon. And so now they're cautiously retaking this area to give them some sort of footing with which to start up this contest.
Again, though, I think you're relatively okay to do this as T1. BLG don't have the best go buttons. It's like an Everfrost or a knockup from Yagao. As you can see, I mean, Keria, in the midst of everyone on BLG, is just able to dash away. So this is where BLG need to be the ones that control the space, and already they move in to take it.
And they're doing just that. They're going to sacrifice their mid wave, and T1's going to pop the Herald to make them really pay for this.
Now just burn Taunt, a brief window.
Owner.
Zeus on the backside as well. Owner ready to steal yet another objective. Evolve Q, Evolve W, bit of poke coming through as BLG just tried to chase Zeus out of the pit. 5K getting lower. Now they're focusing it down. Are they just going to 50-50 at BLG? It's so difficult for them to force any kind of meaningful fight here. Keria just walking away, Guma walking away. They don't have the CC to lock down a priority target. BLG being shepherded around and now just getting knocked out of the pit immediately. T1 are going to look to blow it down, but BLG need to force the fight. FLICKR in the back line is doing so much work. The pullback coming through. FLICKR makes it out. Galio going into the pit. The Dragon to the side of T1. T1 coming alive in game 3. Zeus finding a kill. Owner untouched for now, but Elk still stands. He's trying to burn through those health bars. He's still standing. He's still alive. The heal now coming in. Owner finally going to finish the job. It's a massive fight for T1.
They stand tall. They get the Dragon and they get the kills afterwards. Yagao goes into the pit. FLICKR running full circle around this fight with Kasante's mobility. We've seen it so many times. Well, it's frustrating.
What do you mean? Zeri and Kasante, it all works out well, but brilliant stuff from T1. And I think this is where you really exemplify the problems with BLG's composition, where T1 are able to hop in, hop out, shake it all about, and there's nothing that BLG are able to do in the end, because as soon as they try to go on to anyone, T1 just have that mobility and kick it away.
I want to see a FLICKR skin with the Macarena now. Absolutely.
Pokey.
Close enough. Here he goes in. FLICKR, it looks like he's so deep, right? But he gets all 4. He even gets Shun's flash as he flashes out. And then here was that re-engage. The Galio ult was already channeling, so then Yagao goes in. But guess what? His teammate's already gone. The Dragon's already gone. And so it's an overextension, another mistiming on another Galio ult, and T1 are feasting.
It's also just such a spread out fight. Like, you don't actually get BLG in a position where they're really getting, Gago at the front line, trying to provide that tank, trying to buy space, because he's looking for the flank in that position. And T1 jump, but Bin's dead!
Bin's dead! T1 finding a pick on the side lane. Keria looks like setting that up. Hard to say without the context. Had to watch Lulu die a bit horrifically there. And BLG, for the first time, not on even footing, not at a slight deficit, at a massive deficit. 3 Dragons stacked against them. T1 backs against the wall, the most pressure that could possibly be on them, but they are showing up here in game 3.
And it feels like such a weird time for BLG to change the game plan, right? When you look towards, hey, look, this Kasante ban has worked out absolutely fantastic for us. FLICKR has been insane on this pick, and you're starting to see it again in this game. When you have 2 games in your advantage, to suddenly start to swap it up and change it to what has been such a difficult game plan to operate. You can see BLG now struggling, and T1 happy to just find those moments. Zeus hopping forward on towards the ward, Keria in a great position to follow up, and the side lane control is going to T1.
And this is that other side of Bin that people are used to seeing throughout the long extended series. They finally get a pick on him in the side lane. It's not the Giga Bin, it's T1. Now with full control, 3 Dragons, Dragon Soul coming imminently. Baron already arrived at the pit. And they're trying to really take control of the vision here with that Umbral Glaive, clearing everything out. They've got the Rakan, they've got the turn ability. And FLICKR, last time around, he went straight for Shun.
Makes a lot of sense. Limiting the Kindred, taking her out of the equation, denying the potential for a 50-50. T1 so many tools to guarantee a secure on this Baron. BLG fishing. Taunt going to be used though, and again, this is what we've highlighted, Dagger, this is what you've highlighted. They can just walk away, and BLG have no way to stop them from doing it.
Yeah, and BLG are trying their best, but as long as T1 are the one that are dictating the pace of these fights, it's so difficult for BLG to really do anything. Carry now, as you can see, stepping up. He knows there's not a huge amount they can do. He's got the safety of Gumayushi behind him. So the team fights going the way of T1. Side lane going the way of T1. Vision control the way of T1. I do not see a way that BLG actually managed to come back from this. T1 have such a stranglehold on this game.
Absolutely, and here we go,
Looking to pick things off. The taunt coming in to stop any potential follow-up. Shun now ignited. Zeus ready to go over the wall. Yagao getting chunked away, and there's Zeus with the denial coming in for Yagao. Able to find the Lamb's Respite on the backside. FLICKR now ready to move right in. He can tear them out of that Lamb's Respite in an instant. Elk trying to get out, but he goes back into the waiting arms of his team. FLICKR may have overstayed, may have overstepped his welcome. And again, BLG finds an avenue in the fight. For now, it is 1-for-1. Mid laners traded.
BLG actually stalling and delaying getting the 1-for-1 on FLICKR this time. He can't get out alive. Yagao goes down, FLICKR goes down. Mid laner's off the board, but T1 still get vision control.
And they still get to move into this top side where Zeus can start to put pressure onto the tier 2. And this is where, again, BLG, they're trying so desperately to get this combo between the Kindred and the Galio to work, but T1 are playing these fights so slowly. They're never overcommitting. They're just throwing in 1 or 2 members at a time and getting the Galio low, getting Shun low, so they panic, have to blow this combo early, and it just doesn't quite work out.
And Yagao gets the Justice Punch in the air on Zeus. They then try and defend on Kindred ult. They get the heal. FLICKR jumps in. He ults while Yagao creates this big zone, this big space for BLG. And then they sacrifice 1-for-1. Nobody can cross the Galio ult. They take the Galio in exchange.
And ultimately 1-for-1, but again, T1 remain in strong control of this. Mountain Drake spawning now. This is the soul. And BLG are just going to concede it. They don't have the tempo, they don't have the vision. They've got no tools left in the box to contest this one, so it'll just be a free soul. 22 minutes in, Mountain Soul for T1. They can just immediately turn to the Baron.
Yeah, BLG have a very tall task trying to delay this game. They need to delay for a long period to be able to catch back up. But T1 are so good at pushing tempo, they're going to rotate right over to Baron. They've got the Umbral Glaive, they clear out the vision, they keep looking for picks. Carrier Ultimate is available, Carrier Flash is available. So if they just starve you of vision, they start the Baron, they look for the turns.
Eyes on the prize for T1. Don't need to risk anything, don't need to overforce here. Again, the disengage is really the only big threat that BLG have if T1 overcommit. So taking it slow, playing it controlled, starting this objective up. Guma and FLICKR looking to take this one down slowly but surely. Owner ready to come over the wall with the smite to secure. Zeus hovering, not quite in fog of war, as the vision is there for BLG to see exactly what he's up to. Kindred can throw down the Lamb's Respite to slow this one. Owner going over the wall, now the fight kicking off, but Carry already ready to engage on, getting lower and lower. Lamb's Respite again, getting a moment. Elk over the wall, but he's not really able to hit any priority targets. And Guma setting up the feathers in the choke. There's no angle here for BLG to fight. Forced away, blinking health bars. It's the Baron for T1.
No ultimate on Yagao. It only just come off cooldown, so T1 find that window of opportunity, jump onto BLG, and now the Baron is theirs. BLG trying to see if they can remount an offense, though.
FLICKR can just ult Shun out of the pick, can deny him access, but Bin waiting over the wall as well. BLG, no, it's all or nothing. It is now or never, but the jungler taken out of the equation. Shun barely able to escape, but FLICKR secures the Baron for his team. Bin now moving in, taking out FLICKR, but BLG, there is no fight left. It is the Baron, it is the soul for the side of T1, only at the cost of FLICKR's life.
Noble sacrifice there from the T1 mid laner. FLICKR keeps the smite steal away. Even though Owner has been so good, they don't risk it. They teleport back in aggressively.
Be back on the top side. Zeus polymorphed, he can't leap in. Aggressive, but Owner's here as well. Guma behind them. They're trying to shepherd BLG in, but they have to be careful. Yagao, Gwen now immune, Feathers now flying. Shun looking to follow up. Gumayushi can just pull them back. He's got so much zone control, but it's an aggressive TP. They do not want to give BLG the chance to back and reset. Ultimately, maybe a bit too aggressive, but it doesn't cost T1 much of anything.
But they still manage to step away. BLG will do the same. Now T1 can actually start to get a lot of offensive plays down though. Zeus has still control of the side lane, but watch here. Look at the cooldown that's on the, well, we're not going to be able to see it. There's just barely a cooldown on the Galio ult, so Shun not really in a position off this fight to go for it. Actually, this is the re-engage here. But you get Kazante going immediately onto Shun, prevents him coming over the wall, and then this is where Yagao does manage to just barely miss out, and T1 are able to run away.
T1. I mean, ever since I've gotten control in this game, they have not been giving a single inch to BLG, and yes, part of that is BLG have a limited composition in terms of what it can do, but This is the version of T1 that fans wanted to see, the one that will choke you out, that will take over in the early game and keep that ball rolling.
Yeah, honestly, the Kindred ult now is only like delaying the might of T1. They're still able to run BLG off of their own defensive cooldowns here. Even at tower, aggressive positioning.
Guma Gale Force, stopwatch now coming out. BLG just pushing back in, using so many resources to deny the wave. They do get the Gale Force from Guma, but not a lot else.
And Owner's going to be able to 1-4 here. The jungler, Kha'Zix, with the Baron buff, easily gets secondary tower. The rest of the team forcing BLG back. Baron empowered cannon minions slowly chunking away.
Hell continuing to step forward here, but has to be careful. A single misstep could cost him his life in the game for BLG. 2 minutes and 30 seconds till Elder is on the table. I don't think T1 have any real reason to flip it for that objective. Can just continue to press in with this Baron. 42 seconds left.
I think that Elder is kind of the last remaining opportunity for BLG. Bin launches himself into the pit. Yagao follows up. Maybe he can buy some space, but T1 may not give him that opportunity. Zeus looking for the flank, trying to see if he can get in. Owner onto Bin in the mid lane.
Bin just getting chunked out in the mid lane, firing back the snip. Here comes Elk as well. Owner just going to leap out to safety and walk away. And again, BLG, even if they find an avenue of attack, every single cooldown on T1 needs to be down for them to find a single pick or kill.
Yeah, BLG are looking 10, 15, even 20 minutes into the future here. Just trying to hold, trying to farm. T1 want to put as much pressure on them as possible. Getting these secondary towers down, increasing that gold lead, really starts to balloon now.
You have to get creative here as BLG. If you just go up into a straight up 5v5, T1 are going to take it. And the opportunity here for T1, look, the Baron buff is gone, but they're still going to put pressure on the top side, try and take that last outer structure. Has been what because.
The dash out to safety, able to get away from the charm as well as the knockup. They're going to cost him his ultimate, which will matter in fights to come, but I think for now just going to try to clear the wave.
All right, Rakan ultimate for Gwen ultimate here. And T1 reestablishing same game plan. Take away all vision through jungle. Keep BLG pinned inside their own territory.
So easy now. A minute left until the Elder. Most of the waves pushing. T1 laying down this deep vision that's going to make it so hard for BLG to retake. It feels all but certain to be a T1 win. BLG desperately need to find that avenue of attack, but the options are so limited.
And T1, the only reason they're being a bit slow with this magnificent lead that they have is because they need to draw BLG out into the open. Because BLG have so many defensives here under tower, there's only so much forcing you can do. Wait for the Elder Dragon, draw them out into the open. Then you have so many avenues for attacks.
The Lord Dominus for Gar being completed for Elk is really nice against how beefy T1 is, but I really don't think at this stage it's going to make that much of a difference. T1, as you say, Kobe, playing this nice and slow. It's kind of like a lose-lose for BLG. You don't want to leave your base because then, as you say, T1 can jump on you, but you have to leave your base because it's 5 seconds till Elder. So you've now lost all vision control, and it gives an opportunity for T1 to continue to just play forward here.
Trying to put in the mid lane, Shun immediately going to get isolated, forced to flash out to safety, walking back the waiting arms of his team. They're really just trying to get mid control so they have an avenue to attack this Drake.
Jack's coming around for a flank too. Look at the mini-map here. Zeus is walking the long way around. Top lane, here he comes.
Here comes the engage. Carry not going to make it over the wall, though. That's disastrous. Elk delivered into the waiting arms anyway, though. Here comes Yagao trying to knock him up. Elk still untouched. Carrier whiffs on the knockup. I think anticipation, but it's all starting to fall apart. T1 still favored in the fight. Guma continuing to lay down the feathers, but Elk is standing strong. Bin in the mid lane doing what he can to heal up against FLICKR. The flash to the side, looking for the snip. Zeus ready to go in. The stun, getting connect. Zeus finding the kill, finding the angle. T1 holding on, barreling down the mid lane. BLG may have bought themselves a moment, but that's about it.
The health bars are too low for T1 though. BLG will manage to push them back and get out of the base. T1 tried to come in on too many sides and somehow Elk manages to step away. But T1, they reset, they go to the Dragon, and they will pick it up.
Yeah, that last fight was killer for T1. Bin wanted the 1v1 with Faker, but guess what? Zeus has his back, the Jax comes over, they also kill the top laner, and that means T1 take Elder. Now they've got the execution power to go for Baron. You want to double up your Uber buffs, and T1 will come knocking at your door with Elder Dragon as well as Baron. BLG, it's just too risky to fight an Elder Dragon out in the open towards Baron, so now they really have to bunker down.
And where's your ults? Shun has no Lamb's Respite, no grand entrance for Yagao. You have nothing here that can actually set you up for this team fight. And T1 are aware of it, whereas you look across, the shorter cooldowns coming in clutch now on those ultimates. You have the Elder buff, you have the ults, you have no hope for BLG.
It would take an impossible fight. T1, this should just be their victory lap. You will not be stronger than this. Massive gold lead, 10K in their favor. Double Uber buffs, the Mountain Soul. Just need to close this one out cleanly. Just need to take us to a game 4. BLG, find an angle, maybe, but it's going to require someone on T1 to overstep, to misstep if they want to come back into this one.
You don't even have like wards you can try and teleport to. You don't really have anything outside your base that you can make function. So for T1, they know they're safe. They've been doing a fantastic job keeping vision control in their favor. And now they're on to the inhibitor turrets, been looking at the tier 2.
Using the mist to clear the wave as much as he can. Cannon Minion still standing strong. Again, T1 slow, controlled, waiting for a misstep from BLG before they jump in. Again, they have everything they need to end the game, but why risk it? Play it slow, play it controlled. Your back is against the wall. Giving BLG the benefit of the doubt that they can find that angle and just breaking open mid, breaking open bot, one tower at a time.
Yeah, you cannot really fight against the Elder Dragon right now. That plus Baron means T1 get inside the base. They will destroy your turrets. You just still have to bide your time. Wait for it to fall off. They're gonna bunker down behind these Nexus turrets, and here go, T1.
3 waves coming in, 2 cannon minions, 3 cannon minions. Ready to keep this push going. T1 again, they don't need to force a fight, they can just keep poking. They can slowly but surely grind BLG out of this game. Zayo sleeping in, will find the stun, traded for mobility on the side of Finn. Shun fishing for an angle, has to be careful to step forward here. 12 seconds left on the Baron, or the Elder buff rather. Maybe they can find that avenue. Maybe they can hold on for another minute or so, but that should just be about it. Immediately, Bin goes gold and buys a brief second. 3 seconds left on the Elder, but I don't think it's gonna be enough time. Lamb's respite now coming in into the back line as Zayas denying the respite angle, but now still standing for now. T1 fighting, having such a good time in the base as they keep their hopes alive going into game 4.
T1 still fighting here. They stand up in game number 3. Big snowball. BLG let them have the Cassante, and FLICKR made them pay.
I mean, just in general, T1 stepping up massively, especially in that bottom lane. Gumayushi and Keria getting multiple kills for themselves in the 2v2, allowing them then to play these team fights with that tankier front line. And overall, T1, this was a much needed win, not only for just the fact they would have been knocked out, but also just for the mental, making sure that you can start that comeback right here, right now.
And it's only going to get harder here. I can't imagine they get the Cassante again, but FLICKR, an incredible performance, isolating, making sure they secure these objectives. That Owner didn't have to rely on a Smite steal, although he did still get one in the early game. Overall, a much, much cleaner game, and BLG maybe feeling overconfident in that draft. You can see, didn't have the tools to do much of anything other than wait for T1 to make a play and respond. An incredibly difficult game. Still have the match advantage. T1 still need to win 2 in a row if they want to close this out. 1 game at a time for the squad overall, but an impressive performance in game 3.
Yeah, it's nice not to have to rely on Smite steals, but still know that Owner's got you.
Yeah.
Throw in an extra few, grab some objectives. Massive, massive stuff for him. Only 1 death on the Kazakhs too. Always feels so nice.
Just an excellent performance across the board for T1. For more on that T1 win, let's send it over to the analyst desk.
Thank you so much, T1, learning some lessons throughout this day. Also a huge Cassante, and overall it was Gumayushi that in the video we saw to break went 3-2 to the camera, and it all started in that bot lane.
Never doubted them. You know, I was very scared. But what I do want to highlight here specifically for T1, and even they are still backs against the wall, right? They're going to lose side selection. I don't think they should get Cassante again. Thank you for that one, BLG.
Hey, who knows?
I really hope they don't, because I do think that that was a big problem. But what I'm happiest about is just seeing that the team looks a little bit more like themselves, right? They're still, at this point in the series, the underdog. Being able to bounce back 1 game is good, but at least they were playing aggressive, right? We saw Guma and Keria going aggressively in the 2v2. We saw Zeus playing with confidence after a really, really rough game number 2. And those signs of life, I think, is what many Team 1s were hoping for after the first 2 games.
Yeah, and there's been a couple trends, I feel like, in all 3 of these games. So still, in all 3 of the games, BLG has been able to kill bot lane early.
Yep.
That's a problem that T1 still needs to fix if they want to win the series. But the second thing I'd say would be, even though we are locked in a team fight meta at MSI, the team who wins side lanes has won every game. So when Zeus's Jax can outpace the Gwen in side lanes, and that's where the Cassante comes in as well, having that flexibility from the blue side, to be able to win sides, it makes the team fighting easier because your setup is better.
Yeah.
Yeah, I will say another really interesting thing. So I actually didn't mind BLG's draft. I liked it a little bit better than T1's holistically. But one important thing is returning to the K'Sante in terms of how you play. K'Sante is first of all, he's just so strong, but also really good at isolating a carry, right? So when we talk about how BLG sometimes want to approach these team fights, it's not as much standard front to back as it is picking off people one by one, separating into smaller skirmishes. K'Sante actually allows FLICKR to do that within T1's team fights as well, and I think we saw that reflected. I also think that that first Drake steal from Owner is actually incredibly important, right? Because otherwise I do see a world where BLG end up, again, snowballing that kind of stacking, taking over the bot side of the map, and then they also did do the swap where they really wanted the Gwen into K'Sante mid to make sure that Bin was able to create pressure as well.
Yes, the correct priority, I feel, coming out of T1 there, and such a key to T1 success generally, and seemingly also in this series, of course, Maurits, is how Keria is able to impact the game. And you laid it out before. You said we want to see that. We need to see that to make everything else work.
Yeah, because so much of T1 relies on Keria's aggressive playmaking. I think his laning and his early fights were incredible. Did make some mistakes in late game team fights, but at that point the game was already run. And crucially, just both on this bot lane and in this draft, I'm just happy to see T1 play aggressive again, right? It ends up working out very well due to Keria and the rest of his team really going in hard on this. Lulu basically has gone unpunished in every single game, and we know how much input it can have once you get out. As Guma's very confident no matter what state of the game or in the series you're in. Really is. And it also goes back to what we're saying, right? This is the guy that has, I think, been the rock for T1 for the last year.
Yeah.
And it's good to see him playing well. He still had a bit of an oopsie towards the end of that game because it was game 2 champ select where we saw him kind of head in hands and hasn't been himself. I mean, he's the MVP of the LCK. I think sometimes the expectations for him are so high that it makes you think he needs to do these extraordinary things every game. But in a lot of cases, he just needs to do his job.
Yeah, indeed, and that goes for everyone. And it's so interesting how at the beginning of the day we talked about, T1 will be able to match and will be willing to take those fights. I do feel like they've taken a little step back and said, actually, no. Actually, we're going to be aggressive on our own terms and then try and kill the game in a safer manner because we don't trust ourselves going into these full skirmishes at all times. Is that a correct read?
I think so. I think the main difference, again, is that a T1, as we saw here, even though, again, I don't think they look like they did domestically, that is in control of a game, looks completely unrecognizable. Even though, with the big Mad Lions comeback, that's not how they played all year. And I think that's why we've really seen them struggle in this series.
Okay, you've also got a Telestrator, I believe, for the huge Drake fight for T1.
And what we're going to break down here specifically is the reason why I personally don't think we're going to see the K'Sante again. As we roll the clip, I want you to pay attention. Something that actually BLG have done very well is splitting up a fight into multiple sections. And what we have here is exactly that. With FLICKR pulling over Shun towards the bottom half of the fight, they have Zeus coming in for the flank. And what's really big, Zeus is Jax, right? With Counter-Strike, against both the Kindred and the Zeri, you have so much threat. So as we play it on, this effectively turns into multiple tiny little fights, but FLICKR, being K'Sante, is able to then get out ahead, and by the time that they actually are able to chase FLICKR off, we see the Drake is gone, Bin has gone down because the rest of T1 has been able to get him. Yagao is stuck across the wall, and because T1 still has Zeus threatening on an Elk, there isn't really an opportunity for them to get back.
Yeah, the K'Sante was absolutely massive and is going to be a focus into this next draft. Now BLG is moving to the blue side. This is the same side they had in game 1 of the series, and as a reminder, they went for the Jax, Viego, Annie, Zeri, Lulu against the Gragas, Wukong, Lissandra, Xayah, Rakan, Jat.
I think the bans are what's most interesting to me. So in game 1, I'm stealing off Emily's notes, Maokai, Vi, and Kha'Zix were banned for the first pick Annie. T1 has struggled a lot against Annie. I think they're going to probably have to drop either the Maokai ban or the Kha'Zix ban. That's what I'd like to see. And I think go for the best side lane picks they can have. We've almost gone full circle. Again, we were discussing during the games how everyone was playing tank, team fighting tops, and now we're kind of back to carries. But I do really think the side lanes have been so pivotal in the series.
I also think that, as both BLG and JDG have shown, Maokai can be answered if you can try and make sure the enemy team doesn't take your Sylas away, right? That Sylas has been a pick that actually has worked incredibly well, really stifling a lot of the control and zoning that the Maokai provides.
And MLE BLG are still on match point. We've seen that the bin factor hasn't been as big of a factor in this match as it has been yesterday. You said you didn't dislike the comp, but what would you like to see from them in order for them to book that spot in the final in the next game?
I mean, a lot of it's about execution. I'm very curious to see. I think they will ban the Cassante because they actually previously did ban it on blue side as well in that same game one that Jat was talking about. The thing I'm most curious about is because it's going to heavily depend on what T1 want to leave up on red side for them to first pick, and then how they use that first pick from there. So it's going to heavily depend on what T1 decide they don't want BLG to have and what kind of trading happens with OP picks there.
Gut check. Silver Scrapes, are we feeling it?
I'm feeling it.
Okay,
Yeah, no
well,
problem.
you need to feel
Easy.
it out of everyone. Jack?
I'm not that confident.
Okay.
We'll get Silver Scrapes.
We need to talk.
They
so
need
we'll
to
see.
not have their bot lane die first.
You hear it from
Then
Jat
I'll be
team.
confident.
Don't let that happen. Make Jat confident. I'd love to see it, but T1 stays alive to fight another game. Let's see if they can keep it up.
Welcome back to MSI 2023. T1 finding a win on the back of an incredibly dominant performance. Need to see if they can replicate that and bring us to a Game 5 as BLG remain on match point.
I'm so excited for this. I mean, look, the fact that we actually get T1 striking back in Game 3 now, I really do think is going to give them a ton of momentum into this. And what we saw in Game 1 was both these teams throwing absolute haymakers. I want to see the same coming into Game 4 now.
And need to see where the adaptation is going to be in the draft, because the difficulty of going down 0-2 is that that win that T1 got, they now have to keep winning without the luxury of side selection. Need to be able to adapt the draft on the fly and keep the mental strong. You can see Carey meditating, staying focused. He was getting a pep talk after Game 2 from the coaching staff.
Visualize the win. Visualize the win, boys. The comeback. Can they do it? T1, they always make finals.
True.
For the last couple of years, T1.
Yeah, as long as they've had this lineup, never missed a final.
Close here, though, versus BLG, versus Bin. And Bin did predict in his interview yesterday 3-1 versus T1, so we might just be following his script.
We thought someone else wrote the script. It's Bin. Potentially. We'll have to find out.
Well, we'll have to see, because it looks like at least a decent start here for BLG. Banning away that Cassante that was so good for FLICKR in the last one. Still sticking to the Jinx ban. With BLG now back onto the blue, it'll be interesting to see if they can have a repeat performance from Game 1, or if they'll fall behind again and push us that Game 5.
Nautilus first pick here, okay, so keeping the flex alive, and you talked about this for Yagao. This fits right into his wheelhouse: utility, team-focused pick, and champion.
And oftentimes we've seen it start banned with the Cassante, but with the Cassante gone, it makes it a little bit easier then for Yagao to actually have that time in his middle.
The faith that T1 have in their Xayah Rakan, though, still stays strong, and they only double ban the jungle, so they get the Wukong this time around. Again, that big, big engaged possibility here. BLG, you assume the Lulu.
Yeah, I think it'll be the Zeri Lulu, but it's going to be surprising to see exactly what the game plan now is, because when you think about it, Shun can't really go towards the Kindred. We've already seen how good Wukong is over the course of this game, this tournament against this Kindred. So now you got to look at, like, okay, Sejuani's, maybe we can go back towards something like Lee Sin, but you're definitely starting to go into a weird pool.
And I love the Viego. I want to see those explosive Viego fights behind the Nautilus engage, try and get that shutdown and snowball them.
And I think the first pick ban phase going pretty much as expected. Of course, a mismatch on the mid lane, as they can now ban out on the side of BLG, but a mismatch on the jungle, and see if that Viego is something that T1 want to target, what their priority is going to be there.
It's a tough call. I honestly, I'm trying to figure out in my head what they want to go towards. They're going to ban the Kindred, so I think it will still be those jungle bans, but maybe they ban towards the Nidalee as well, because we've seen an awful lot of the times the Nautilus and the Nidalee work in tandem, but it is going to be a tough one here. I think Shun definitely needs to start to figure out where he wants to go. I think going towards more of a tank could work out well, and just try and put as many beefcakes in front of Elk, because he's been having a fantastic series.
If it is the tank, I would prefer the Poppy over the Sejuani even.
True.
Nidalee. Okay, a lot of respect given over to that pick. Again, we haven't seen it really thrive on stage, I think, outside of one G2 game at the very start of play-ins. But still giving respect to those snowbally picks for Shun. I think FLICKR an excellent opportunity here if he wants to go for the Ahri. Wukong, it is a very bad matchup into the Nautilus, but can still be a big playmaker.
I do agree with Kobe, though. Actually, I think this is a fantastic Poppy angle if you end up picking it up for Shun. Like, the amount of engage that you have, that's dashes on the side of T1, the ability to peel then for Elk, it could be such a strong pickup here, but we'll have to see exactly what T1 are going to go for. I imagine they are going to go for something like a bit of a blind in the mid lane. I think, well, the Slanger's gone, so it's a case of what do you actually feel comfortable taking for FLICKR here. And Ahri, as you say, maybe, but there's not a huge amount of picks that we've seen from FLICKR over the course of this tournament.
The Jack's actually going to be what's picked up here. So, bit of a blind. Would know the mid lane match, but instead just trying to give FLICKR as much information as possible before they decide exactly where they want to put that pick. And the Poppy looking even stronger with the Jack's locked in.
I really hope that FLICKR is cooking up an amazing 5th pick, counter pick right now.
Where's Chronicler? Oh!
He is that Fiora. Bin is that Fiora. All right, Zay, is the Jackson to Fiora matchup the top lane carry matchup of the current meta?
And I think this is an incredibly confident pick, because at the end of the day, whenever you play Fiora, you kind of make the game about yourself, and this tournament has not been about top laners.
All right, so I want the Poppy, but really I'm very curious about FLICKR. There's been so much theory crafting since this Nautilus emerged about individual lane champions that you can play, other melee champions in mid lane, into that Nautilus. So come on, Faker. Come on, give me something spicy. Come on.
What's it gonna be?
Mordekaiser, Alawi.
There's no way. There's no way.
Okay.
Okay, the safe pick, the Ahri. Not a great matchup because it's hard to bully the Nautilus out, but still a lot of playmaking.
Exactly, a lot of playmaking. There's a reason Ahri is so popular right now on this patch. So much playmaking. You have that pick potential. You can go for Kha'Zix skills. You can jump in towards this area as well.
But it looks like, at least for T1, play through strong mid jungle, try and lean into that bot side, play for Gumayush and carry it. But when I look towards BLG, as you rightly called out, Dracos, this Fiora, Bin has been outstanding on it for years. The only pentakill in finals, or world finals, was for Bin on this Fiora, and he's going to have to see now if he can have a similar performance. Definitely with the matchup, he can have a good time, but it's very much a skill matchup. And as we pointed out at the start of the day, over the course of Bin versus Zeus, Zeus has been the one that's been able to come in on top when it comes to goal difference, when it comes to CS. So this has been really throwing down that challenge, saying, I know I've grown, I know I can beat Zeus, and I know that I can push us to that finals against JDG.
And it's a lot of pressure to put on yourself in a match point situation because win or lose, it feels like this game is on Bin. You could have gone for Poppy, you could have gone for something safer on the top side of the map and played around Elk, played around the setup that you have from Yagao, instead putting that faith into yourself, putting your faith into the counter pick on top side. 2-1 currently the score for BLG. T1 going to look to bring us to a game 5 here, but we'll have to see how the Fiora works out for Bin. It's going to be all eyes on the top side of the map.
What a way to do it. What a way to bring us in towards this game 4. I am so excited to see this. It's a matchup that we've seen time and time again in the LPL. Bin is going to be very familiar with it. We'll have to see what Zeus can do to fight back.
Must win games for T1. If they want to keep their finals appearance streak alive, must win games. Faker on the Ahri. Zeus taking the carry matchup topside. The Counter-Strike riposte mind game.
And comfort on both sides. Yagao on this Nautilus has been one of the big picks for him. Elkin on the Zeri Lulu. Bin on his Fiora. Shun on Akari. But on the opposite side, we're back to the Zyra Khan that dominated that bot lane for T1. Faker and Owner on this strong mid-jungle and Zeus on Akari. This is where both squads want to draw the line and show that they deserve to go up against JDG tomorrow.
Copperbox erupting with cheers for T1. A lot of pressure again. You can't afford to look ahead. You can't afford to think about JDG and how close you were winning that 5-game series. Have to stay focused on the opponent ahead of you. And you can feel the tension here. Even as the TSM chants rain through the venue.
Of course.
Why not? A little tension release, you know? Build it up, release it. Shout out to the audience. Master craftsman.
And we're going to get a wolf start here for Shun. Topside Kha'Zix. Leashing them all the way over around. All right.
Again, keeping our eyes on the jungler should be impactful in the early game, especially around mid lane. We have so much set up bot lane as well for the side of T1 with this Rakan. We saw Keria and Guma together from Fog of War, finding knockup after knockup onto On once he had burned that flash.
With both junglers starting on opposite sides, we'll have to see exactly where they're going to be going. Wukong moving up towards that top side definitely gives an opportunity for him to try and play in towards Zeus and Bin in this top side matchup. A huge amount of this matchup is the mind games. When does Zeus pop the counter-strike? When do you answer with the riposte? Can you time it out? And right now, Zeus just starting to push forward, using the fact he's got the level advantage and that counter-strike at level 1.
And because of that topside start for Kha'Zix, oh, actually, we're going to have a wraparound here. Shun coming for the level 3 pass-through mid to get to his bottom side. See if they can get any sums out of Faker.
Level 3 for Yagao. Jumping in, Faker's going to flash 50. Big hook, anticipating the flash, but will not find it. Patience from Faker, nerves of steel in the moment.
Yagao goes for the flash predict, and Faker makes him look silly by holding it. Does not panic, holds his sums.
And that's huge. If Faker's able to hold on to that flash and now Yagao doesn't, it makes that playmaking so little opportunities there in that mid lane. Plus the fact Owner can even try and make a visit into the mid lane as Faker starts to chip down Yagao. We'll probably need to push in and reset though with how low he is at the moment.
Now on the top side again, checking in, waiting again for that mind game, but keeping our eyes on the jungler, especially as Owner completes his first clear on the top side of the map. Difficult to force a dive onto Bin at this stage of the game, but may look to just create another pressure advantage in the top lane.
Yep, Owner finishing on that top side. Zeus backing off a little bit. Bin has to know, though, his jungler has been seen on bottom side. He's at a jungle pressure deficit.
Walking up to the waiting arms of Owner, the leap in. Counter-strike, the parry coming out. Stun will not connect.
Ooh. Trying to make use of his bone plating, harassing here on the way out. As a top laner, trying to exchange damage on jungle.
Keria fishing for the knock-up, sidestep by Elk. Elk keeping the trade going. Shun on the bottom side of the map, now looking to set up for a potential dive. The snare gonna catch them on the backside of the trade. Another wave, pretty far away, but BLG gonna look to keep the pressure on. Guma no ghost.
Yeah, guy was pushing the mid lane, but you can see Owner's trying to get the gank off to stop him from shoving this in.
Split action, buffer on the charm means Yagao makes it out to safety for a brief moment. He has no flash from the previous play. Titan's Wrath keeping him healthy for now. Aftershock coming in is clutch with a dive on the bottom side. What's the response from BLG? It's first blood for T1 in the mid lane. BLG, how will they fire back? Top side of the map though, Bin and Zeus trading back and forth. A dive on the bottom side, that's one. Now looking for a second. BLG have on tanking, they're able to walk away. Keria still standing, but Guma taken down.
They want more, they're not done yet. Keria flash.
Keria flashing to safety, that's the Ignite now ticking. They're able to make it out. On still standing, they're on the retreat. Owner not there in time.
Owner and Faker stopped walking down to the bot lane. They weren't there in time on BLG. As soon as they saw Faker reappear on mid, they were like, fantastic, we can go for the second one, but on!
Waiting into the darkness, on with the shield! Getting the flash out from Owner, just barely able to walk away.
Still huge stuff there for BLG to be able to get those kills on bottom lane. Bottom lane, we know this is where your money is made. This is where your team fights are made. Getting that focus money onto the Zeri. Look at the CS afterwards that they have to drop for this.
I mean, the fact you get that polymorph immediately means Guma usually can't do a thing on tanking it up. And you can see here, look at where the roam is from T1. They start to stop and reset, and that's why they're not here in the bottom lane as BLG decide to continue the dive.
Yeah, they know. They decide it's too late. The kill's already been had on the AD carry, but BLG stick around with the extra minion, get the second kill as well. And then even though Flash is forced on, they don't give any money back critically on the bottom side of the map.
Small window of opportunity, though, is that none of the kills went on to Elk. One onto Kha'Zix, one onto On means that at least it's not as disastrous for T1, but with Cole in pocket and the fact that Elk has that lead, he's still in a fantastic spot.
And ultimately, it was On's flash being down in the previous game that gave Keria and Guma so many opportunities to find those 2v2 kills without the help of a jungler. Maybe can look to do the same here. Elk and On playing with a lot of respect, backing off on the bottom side has been, and Zeus trading blows, been a small XP advantage. Keep our eye on that matchup as more items come through. Very close in the gold overall, but 400 for Elk on the bottom side.
All right, I'm gonna look at Owner here, the Wukong. Needs to get his level 6. Wukong level 6, possibility of turning that play around. River being taken over by BLG though. The Dragon should be theirs. They got that mid push. Yagao moves into the River himself. Shun's already here, and bottom lane rotates up. Mid pressure into bottom pressure. Dragon secured for BLG.
And the fact that now you managed to secure this in 6.5 minutes means that you can start to get control of our bot side and still look to rotate Elk and On up towards that Rift Herald. That's been the story of BLG pretty much every single Rift Herald this series. Get their AD carry there, try and leverage that into some kills for Elk. We'll have to see if it can work out again for them here in Game 4.
AD carries are kings. They rule the game. The Dragons are down there. Start your stacking early. Get your rotations up towards that 7.5 minute mark.
Guma taking a lot of damage there in the exchange. Keria now going to try to fire back. Guma waiting on the feather pull back. Oh, playing on the edge there, but Shun now repeating. He's on the bottom side with blue buff. It's big.
No.
Level 6 not there for Guma.
Ooh. Control wards here for BLG. Shun slips in. Hello.
Ultra Shock Laser, Keria now polymorphed immediately. They're going to go for one, and instantly Shun flashes out to safety. The TP burn to no effect. Zeus now needs to try and get something back. Faker on the way down. Shun just needs to sneak away, but I don't think there's an angle here. Ari leaping in, the shutdown for Faker. Big to respond from the kill on the bottom side.
The fact you had that TP from Zeus meant you had to get something. Bane has managed to freeze this in the top wave, so he's going to get a fairly nice bit of CS for himself, get himself back into this matchup as well, as Zeus had managed to get some CS and an experience lead for himself in there.
Yep, now look at the map. You're going to be forced with this freeze on top side, big Fiora getting here, and then jungle going to rotate over for the spawn of this Rift Herald. There's existing Scuttle Crab vision and control ward here for T1. But the bottom lane focus for BLG again. Shun jumps in, assassination complete, flashes out. Not able to get any sort of stop, of course, for Fiora, but a little bit of damage.
Yes, a little bit of
You want to send him over there with some damage and see if your team can make anything happen.
And obviously a pretty simple kill there for Faker, but good that they are able to get that one back. And I'm loving the camera work. Shout out to the audience, the camera guys. We're getting a lot of great expressions in this one.
T1, though, they let Bin have that minion wave at his tower, and they try and get this Rift Herald. It takes so long to take down. 3,000 health, one more eyeball pop.
T1, a lot of good team fighting tools. Ultimate up and available for Owner. Not sure if BLG want to contest this. Looks like they will just give it away. T1 using brute force to secure that Herald. Now waiting in the darkness, fishing for an angle.
Actually very big for some recovery there for T1. To be able to get that on reset, as BLG did send support over as well. But with that big minion wave being pushed out by Bin, not going to be able to have anything happen.
Elk going all in on the bottom side, still level 5 for Guma, level 7 for Bin. Or Elk, excuse me.
Can he get 6? Can he get 6?
Aggressive. Guma racing to 6 as fast as he can. Oh! The tower shot! Elk playing on the edge. Carry on the way down. Ultra Shock Laser not going to connect on the tower. On coming in as well.
Oh, that was very, very close. I think trying to set up for On, who would actually manage to wrap around behind the tower to see if they could get it, but he was matched by Carrier, so On not really in the position to get onto Gumayushi underneath that tower. But Elk very far ahead in this bot lane matchup and showing us just not able to get the kill, but a near 30 CS lead, plus you got that Cole about to come through. Elk is once more being set up for success by BLG.
Oh man, you can say that. 3,900 to 2,800 this early in the game. 1,000 gold lead is massive.
And the Cole hasn't even come through yet. It's not even fully stacked, and Guma doesn't even have one to respond. This is going to be a massive gold difference as we get into more and more of these mid-game skirmishes.
I mean, it's the entire gold difference of the teams right now, plus they got the Dragon off their bottom lane pressure.
So he's getting aggressive on the top side. Bin continuing to win on these trades.
I was about to say, you could all in as Bin. You have to be very careful here as Zeus. Bin, yeah, that was it. You see, trying to get the slow so we could go for that all in, but not able to do so. But Bin will just, or sorry, Zeus will just respect it and will back away.
No mana left for Ben. Zeus just going to take the chance to reset here, get another item under his belt. Top lane tense, but a small lead for Ben as of the moment. Partially because of the roam down from Zeus early on with the TP. Will not have access for that to come back to the lane. And is just going to try to go for the all-in here, but this is very risky. Counter-strike coming out. Zeus going to find the stun, but there's a mark on the side here. Zeus now trying to full commit. Bin now leaping out to safety. Zeus, does he have the angle? He's going to go in, but it's going to be the 1-for-1 on the top side.
The 1-for-1, Bin managing to get the kill, but Zeus, nicely done. Spots that there's very little mana on Bin. Doesn't have enough for the riposte, so Zeus decides to go for the all-in. Will get the kill, should be able to get back towards the lane, or sorry, the wave that's in that top side as well. So nice job there from Zeus.
Yeah, minion wave gonna bounce back. Both flashes used by the top laners. And the draw, they're just gonna have Owner push that bouncing wave back out actually. Since Bin does have teleport, Bin will be able to go catch.
Oh, coming in, the charm gonna connect, FLICKR. Not enough damage to work through that Lulu shield at this stage of the game. Carrier not going to get caught out as he pushes down a little bit of vision. Cleared out immediately by Shun, though, courtesy of the sweeper.
So they know. They're making the call. Bin teleports topside, catch that wave as Dragon spawns. Top laners will be up there on their islands.
But because Owner went up there, he's not in a position to get this Rift Herald down as Dragon spawns, so a bit of a missed opportunity now. T1 not really in a position to follow up. FLICKR looking for the reset to TP back in, so BLG will manage to get the Dragon before Owner gets in position with the Rift Herald.
Yeah, FLICKR had full Everfrost there, so he wanted to get his purchase off. Now he's coming out pretty big.
Shun waiting over the wall. Still a very tanky Nautilus. The Aftershock will fade away shortly, and they're going to try to burn him down before Shun can get into the fight. Yagao walking for now. On coming in. The shield is huge. Yagao still standing. You'll be able to make it out.
On is there to save the day. Flash Lulu ultimate.
Elk versus FLICKR. Immediately going to ult. His Charmed is locked up. Back half coming through. FLICKR needs to rush out. Spirit Rush coming out just in time. Elk still fishing for the 1v1. Trading blows back and forth as the bot lane tower is now set to fall. FLICKR versus Elk will finally fade away as FLICKR walks off.
Not going to look for the all-in, but T1 still get what they came for. Bot lane tower with that Rift Herald charge was all the thing he wanted. Get some of that gold back into Gumayushi. Still, though, about a 900 gold lead for Elk off the back of that, but it's desperately needed so he can finish his Gale Force and get into a position where maybe he can contest some of these fights.
Yeah, Mythics should be completed for both of them. As Elk goes back, there we go. We get the shield bow as well. That extra big shield for safety. And even though they don't get the kill on the Yagao, as he said, bottom side objective taken.
Zeus waiting in the darkness. He's been backing off, knows that he can now approach the wave. But Zeus Bin going to stick around here, trading back and forth. Bin will try to call the bluff on the counter-strike, so Zeus just going to retreat as Jun fishing for Carrier here in the enemy jungle. Will use the ultimate there.
So back away, but BLG seeing if they can get control over this top side. And this is again just to see if they can allow now Bin with the Sheen completed to just constantly trade against Zeus, even just pushing him back. You can see half health now on that top side for Zeus, and with that many members of BLG in the area, T1 needs back.
Going in, Shun. Get a poke onto Carrier, just trying to stop Carrier from laying down any of this vision, trying to choke them out with the power of the Umbral Glaive.
Big jungle power spikes here. Owner gets his Divine as well as that coveted very big lethality spike for Shun. And Owner's ultimate comes back up 3 seconds here. Wants to try and combine off of a FLICKR play. Running down mid, teleport used for Yagao to stop the minion wave. Support Elk trying to clear it out. The Ahri plus the Wukong have so much playmaking ability on these spikes though, on their single items. With their ultimates available, that is a deadly duo.
BLG committing Yagao's teleport to mid because they really want to try and contest for this Rift Herald. Get mid prio, get their vision down. Even Bin with the quick reset, and now the Divine Thunder coming back. Zeus has his own though. Can TP into this top side, but knows that a lot of it belongs to BLG. But maybe Owner doesn't.
Shun waiting in the darkness. Ooh, heads up use of the sweeper there to spot out the Kazakhs waiting for him. Not coming to fight, we talked about it. Mid-game playmaking, name of the game with an Ahri Wukong duo. Elk has to be careful here. Yagao gonna get the fight kicked off. FLICKR ready to come over the wall, and immediately Carrier is just taken down, and Elk wants to keep this fight going. Slow from the Ultra Shock Laser will connect. That's the ulti proc, and Guma just has to run for the hills. Lucky he's able to buy the Gale Force time to make it out of that one, but FLICKR now locked up. FLICKR, the ultimate has to be used to try to take him out to safety. The charm connecting, but onto Yagao, and it is Elk on the backside, still fishing. They will walk away. Herald for BLG.
Oh, Carrier, he's deleted. Wait, they want more?
Going in, Guma has to be careful here. Elk now flashing out to safety. That's the feathers. Guma's gonna be vulnerable. Shun still taking the Herald, still uncontested, but T1 trying to get Prio in the mid lane.
Carrier's alive and walking back from that low death timer. 4K health on that Rift Herald though, one more eyeball pop. All right.
Tread through it, T1, I don't think there's an angle here really. Herald taken by BLG. T1 maybe gonna try to leverage their advantage to get some damage down in mid lane.
So that's to be so careful though. Yagao starting to step forward, kind of the hook. Shun in the back line as well, putting pressure, so T1 will just step back. They don't want to put themselves too far forward and have BLG look for the engage.
They don't have the Zai ult, they don't have the Ahri ult, they don't have the Wukong ult. Good that they're able to push that wave in, but that could have been disastrous if BLG had tried to engage in that moment. Luckily for them, Yagao also does not have the ult available. No re-engage opportunity for BLG.
Time and time again. Early move into the river for the vision control. We saw it when Yagao was on the Annie. Even without flash, he had positioning. They get the chunk onto the member of T1 that's coming to get vision to buy entry, even up to the objective. BLG do it again. They're there first. Off of that Fog of War, boom. They get the hook. Carrier's dead before his body even hits the floor. And they get the objective win. Rift Herald number 2 now in the hands of Shun.
Was a little bit dicey though. I mean, Elk trying to go over the wall, gets caught out, has to burn his flash, has to burn his ghost. So with that dragon now in 20 seconds, what could have been a very big win for BLG, where Elk can play very aggressive in the fight, now doesn't have as much of an opportunity. So going to be way more reliant on to make sure that he can keep him safe. Because when you look at the team fights we've seen from Elk, where he really gets to pop off, it's been beefy front lines, people who can try and support him in multiple ways, but it's just not quite the case with this. Yagao is your front line, and you do have on, but apart from that, you're kind of on your own.
Look at these wards for BLG. They push mid wave, they slather the river with control wards for themselves. Again, great positioning. They pop the Herald. Yagao's fishing around for hooks on the corner.
Looking for an angle in. Second Herald just gonna get the charge in the mid lane tower. Won't break it, but we'll get some good damage down and secure mid priority so they can move into the river. So much work being done by the Umbral Glaive here as Shun is just able to effortlessly clear vision.
Both sides of mid lane warded up by BLG. T1 though, they're trying to get control of the minion wave first. They can shove that in. Wait, Shun actually starting up Dragon while in darkness.
Owner. They can sniff this one out, but they don't have perfect information. Elk still clearing the mid lane. T1 with an angle into the fight. Able to group his 5, but Yagao waiting in the river. Yagao, is he just going to throw down the ultimate, buy a bit more time? 3K on the Dragon, getting lower and lower. T1, will they be able to claim their prize? Owner, can he do it one more time? Looking to move into the pit, but no, this time around, Shun takes the objective, but now the fight breaking out as Owner looks to get things kicked off. FLICKR leaping into follow-up, but there's not an angle here. They're just going to back away.
Oh, Shun, nerves of steel there. He pops the invisibility, stays around for the Q smite. He gets one back.
Then parry, used. FLICKR fishing for the charm, but will not connect. Yagao going in with the hook as well, but he gets caught out. The counter-strike now to follow. Carrier going for the knockup, but it's not going to connect. BLG and T1 testing the waters, fishing for these angles of attack, with BLG coming out ahead.
These fights are so tense.
That hook from Yagao, if it hit, could have been devastating for T1, but FLICKR flashes forward. Elk just gets behind the minion in time, and now BLG are stepping forward.
TP into the mid lane, they've got the wave behind them. They want to break open this mid lane tier 1, and they'll do so effortlessly. No objective for them on the bottom side but the tier 1 tower, but they're still moving there. Owner retreating now back to the safety of his own jungle.
Wow. Sticking around there, Shun committing to that dragon, while T1 tentatively pushing their way into the river and coming over. But he sticks around, he critically gets it. It keeps you on such an early timer for that arrival of the soul for BLG. So even though they have a very small gold lead over T1, the dragon advantage is enormous. And if they keep getting in there first to set up the vision first with their Umbral Glaive, with their control wards, it just makes it so risky for T1.
And when we look at a potential future where BLG has an Infernal Soul, Keria can never go alone to set up vision again without a sweeper to check the brushes ahead of time. Kha'Zix will one-shot him every single time. This game is only getting more difficult for T1. It's a small gold lead, but that is the dragon stacking, the mid lane control they have by taking down the turret, certainly making this game feel pretty favorable for BLG at this stage.
And I think a huge amount of that is still coming down to the AD carries, even though we're seeing the Fiora on the top side. We were hyped for this Jax versus Fiora matchup. It really has come down to Elk once more. Bin, though, will manage to dodge away. But when it comes to the positioning that Elk has had in fights, the ability for him to just get damage off, it has been in a significantly better scenario. Now BLG looking to leverage that once more as he starts to move in towards mid, but Bin in trouble.
Bin backing away. FLICKR knows that he's not on vision, but Bin still giving the respect anyway. We'll just back off here. You see Zaya step forward on the top side. Yagao gonna take some time if he wants to kill that tower. Take a bit of time, but just gonna get the TP out from FLICKR.
Excellent side laning from Bin, from BLG there. As their team is trying to commit resources to top side, he knows the only possibility for the T1 play to blow it open would be there. He does not give them the opening, and hence allows BLG control was behind Baron now. Once again, setting up through the river.
Again, what a slower pace of game from BLG. It's been insane to see a team that was all about fist fighting. I mean, even Emily, I think on the desk was saying like champion kills per minute when you face a team like BLG skyrocket. But that's not what we're getting here. A much slower pace from this squad, making sure that they're actually in a position to take clever fights, set Elk up, have Yagao as that front line, and they're not overstepping anywhere near as much as you would have seen from them domestically.
And game 1 was kind of the game we expected. Absolute bloodbath. Game 3 very T1 favored. Games 2 and Game 4 have been slow and controlled from both sides. Neither side looking to overstep or risk anything. BLG pushing in, clearing out vision. Keria waiting in the darkness. Has to be careful here. Infernal Rift making it that much easier for BLG to walk into enemy territory. Both gonna land. Yagao now backing away. Baron has to be on the mind of both sides as we're 21 minutes into the game, but it's a minute and a half till the objective. They're just trying to take some summoners off of Zeus, but to no effect.
That's a pretty big chunk with the health bar, and considering Zeus gave up 30 seconds by leaving minion wave bottom side, now you'll see Bin take control. Bin on Fiora. With the opening on bottom side, guess what? Tower goes poof.
Shred through that one. Again, more gold in the back pocket of BLG, more pressure on the map. Something that's going to have to be responded to by T1 a minute until Infernal Dragon. Soul point for the side of BLG. T1 have to fight this. Oh, okay, all right.
The control, the confidence from this team. All tournament long. BLG spamming emotes in your face, predicting 3-0s. Absolute confidence.
They haven't gone wrong yet. And now we'll have to see if the Bin script is for real. It feels like this dragon is going to make or break this game. If T1 can secure it, if T1 can find that space, that breathing room to get their carries into a position, they will be in a good spot. But for BLG now, setting up in the mid lane, no control over bot side for Bin, makes it easier for Zeus to join these fights. So BLG are forcing mid onto Guma.
Fernango onto Guma, looking for the knock-up. The feathers fly. Yagao not going to walk away. Happy to have the cooldown, but immediately hooks, re-engages, and that is the power of the Kha'Zix. Guma now isolated. FLICKR running, and it should just be the objective to the side of BLG. They have secured themselves the soul. T1, will they be willing to fight a man down?
Guma doesn't burn the flash. He doesn't want to get away from it. So BLG now in a position. T1, what can you do? Owner, can you make the hero play again?
Hook onto Zeus. Slow and controlled, 4K, getting lower and lower. Owner needs to find a way into the pit, but he's going to run away. It's Infernal Soul. It's match point for BLG. T1 in dire straits.
BLG are running towards Baron. They want to try and get that vision control down as well. They know the T1 have to back away.
They certainly should. They've got already the map blacked out. My goodness, Yagao, he calls his shot ahead of time. Top lane, flashes the emote. Shun slowing Guma in mid lane is all they need to get in range. And Guma still won't have his ultimate. Okay, they're just going to clear it out.
See where Zeus and FLICKR were. They wanted to try and push in onto the tier 2, but if they showed on that, BLG immediately could have started the Baron. So T1 forced the reset. BLG don't realize how much space they had there to actually try and make something happen. Zeus, he's going to stick around though and look for the tier 2.
And regardless, Bin is going to sneak away another turret here. Goes up top side, finishes that one off. More solo tower gold for the Fiora. Ravenous coming in.
More sustain. More pressure, you're able to just instantly clear a lot of those waves for the Fiora. Bin only getting stronger on the side lane. Has been a big power point thus far, even if we haven't really seen it come to fruition in some of the fights. And BLG, with an Infernal Soul backing them up, are just so favored in the 5v5.
And it's such a good power spike for your side lane. Once your Fiora gets the Ravenous, those minion waves do not stall you at all. He can annihilate them. So BLG, they've got all of the upper hand right now with the soul, with the vision over the objective first, and the priority for the side lane to quickly shove.
Yeah, you see it here. Ults from Yagao is dodged by Gumayushi, but at this stage, not in the best of spots. Doesn't manage to flash away. Yagao manages to get the hook, and with that, BLG secure themselves a soul.
I'm sorry, I'm still laughing at the camera angle. You're probably wondering how I got here.
Exactly. Well,
scratch.
It was really well played from the BLG members, though. You know, Shun hits the slow, and then they both move to the side to avoid the ultimate feathers coming down. Yagao knows, easy trade here. My ult for your ult, and I hit you with the hook.
And see now what T1 can do. Really hard for them to control vision again. Umbral Glaive is down, but now the sweeper is up. It is absolute control of the vision on the top side for BLG, and Shun now just leaping in. Massive damage, just taking a chunk out of Zeus.
Disgusting damage from this Kha'Zix here. And nothing that Zeus can do except take it and back off. Now he's going to try.
Rinse and repeat, Counter-Strike up again, but that's just more and more of his health taken away. Two members on the top side. T1 see their opportunity to engage in the mid lane. They find Elk, and that could be everything to bring them back against the Infernal Soul. They still find the fight, but Bin is now here. Bin looking to pop off. He's going to take out Guma. BLG keeping this one going. They have the Infernal Soul. FLICKR now running the Blast Cone, taking him out to safety. The TP coming out, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough. The auto, the staggering blows, and BLG still take the fight.
How could you forget about Bin? Bin TP'ing in on the Fiora, gets onto Gumayushi. BLG turn towards the Baron. Owner over the side though.
Owner, do you have one more left in you? All of T1 praying to Owner right now. No flash, but he's got a smite.
5K. Copperbox waiting, holding their breath. BLG looking for an angle to deny the jungler into the pit, but a lot of members out now might even give him a better avenue. The stun now coming in. They're looking to keep the fight going. They're looking to take Bin out. Shun waiting over the wall. The Baron has been stopped. Can they take the fight? Zeus now going in onto Shun, leaping back right over the wall. The shutdown is huge onto Bin, and BLG might have just thrown everything away. Absolute patience in the face of disaster. The flip of a coin could just decide it all, and it comes up heads for BLG. Zaya, what? Elk from out of nowhere in a defining moment. Make sure the play sticks.
The raging ball from out of the trees comes over the wall. T1 were trying to chase down BLG. Really punished them for taking that Baron, but just about Elk is able to get into the position to take them down.
I'm pretty sure Owner used his W in the fight, so he didn't have W to get over for the smite fight at the end. And that's why BLG make the call to finish, even after losing members over the side of the wall. Here is the origins, though. You talked about it, Dagda, the teleport in from the top laner. Bin comes in, they find FLICKR, you're teleporting in the alcove, Yagao don't care, hits him with the auto, you're down. And this is where it gets crazy. T1, 3 members over the side. They're just trying to buy time. And only 2 members of BLG over here. Zeus flashed into the pit with his Counter-Strike on to force them out. And then, yeah, with this smite fight, he's stuck on the outside. The cooldown's still too long. Shun and On made the call. Since they saw him use his W in the skirmish behind the Baron, they know he can't get in the pit. Smite tracking, they had confidence, they burned the Baron down even though they're low health.
Baron buff backing them up, Owner looking for a flank. The winner's opportunity smaller and smaller for T1 as BLG continue to build a massive lead. Elk this time protected by the team, ready to usher this wave forward, picking up extra kills on the back of that fight. Owner spotted, crucial, but Bin on the bottom side, a massive point of pressure that demands an answer from the side of T1, but Shun is there to back him up. Ready to shadow him, ready to go all in if they need to find these picks. For T1, it is now do or die. A single mistake with a Baron buffed up enemy team will cost you the game, will cost you the series, the tournament. They have not missed a final with this lineup, but this very well could be their first.
And BLG want to make it. Bin, the last defending MSI champion, wanting to make sure he gets back to the finals, pushing into the bot side, spreading T1 thin. Elk taking a couple of pop shots at the turrets, but right now, not quite able to get in. T1 have decent wave control. They should be able to clear these out. BLG, I don't think they can quite crack the base here. They need just a little bit more.
They don't quite have the range or the safety. The lead is big, but not enough to just start diving towers. Been trying to act as that pressure point, but he doesn't have the Baron buff. Crucially, was taken out in the fight, so can't just solo push those towers. FLICKR now immediately fishing for the engagement. Elk again! They find him, he goes golden. It's a brief moment that he buys for himself and his team's hope, but the feathers come back, and FLICKR will find Elk. Yagao in the midst of the waiting arms of T1. They will gladly grab another kill. This is their chance. This is their opportunity. They need to tear through BLG.
FLICKR saw the angle. He takes the chance. They get the kill.
Look at the beat. They're trying to move in.
Elder.
Split it. Every decision is life or death now at this stage of the game. If they can burn through Elder, they've got a combat buff that will last them into the next fight, but it's Shun in the jungle. Can he be the one to steal it away? Owner has taken so many for him, just threatening, buying time for Bin. But Bin has a match from Zeus. He can't just simply end the game. He'll at least grab an inhibitor. Elder could be everything. Shun uncontested for now, ready to go in. It's getting lower and lower. He's gonna leap into the pit, but this time, Owner comes out on top.
With all of Korea watching, Owner hits that smite. They get the Elder Dragon. The hope for T1 alive.
The base was cracked by Bin, but T1 come out with such a huge buff. 2 minutes now. We have to see how much they can try and get done. There's so much standing gold on the map. Bounties as well for T1, and it starts with this flash.
FLICKR sees the angle, flashes in onto Elk. They get the stopwatch. They immediately kill him. As soon as he comes out, everyone collapsing. You see Shun was clearing wards in the jungle, trying to rotate over. It's just too late. I believe, actually, when we get back to live, we have a pause. No!
All right, we'll keep you updated as we have more information on the pause. In the meantime, take a breath. Remember that you have the whole seat, not just the edge of your seat.
Well, we have a litany of replays to go over. If we just look at any of the 10,000 Smite fights that we've seen in this series, throughout this tournament, there's so much exciting play between these teams, and they're still delivering here. Man, the call there, you know what? Fine, let Kha'Zix ult in, see if we can get it.
It's definitely
based on the context, I think in the heat of the moment, an arm might have flown left when it was supposed to go right. A drink was knocked over. You reset. And it's almost a nice bit of comedic relief in one of the most tense games and one of the most tense series. Just take a breath. Everyone on stage, still a person, still having a good time, still just playing.
This is, I mean, as you say, this is on the edge of the seat. This can go either direction. The fact that you have FLICKR flashing forward to get that charm onto Elk, Elk just not having that opportunity to respond. And it all come down to those little moments. Now with T1, with this Elder Dragon, we have to see just how much they can get done.
He's just like me for real, knocking stuff over on his computer.
I thought you meant FLICKR's flash. I was like, all right, Kobe. No, big-headed.
Yeah, thank you. Oh, all those moments that you flashed in the world.
The part where he knocks over his drink.
That's fair. Okay, here we are. Elder buff, still there for T1. A window where they've got more power than the Infernal Drake on the opposite side. Let's see what they can do with it.
Oh my, okay. Elder Dragon, so much possibility with this. Because you can force so much here by T1, actually, topside's really heavily pushing against them, and they had Zeus on bottom side, so kind of hard to go overreach and get that objective bounty that you need to get right back into this game.
Done. I think a lot of this is going to be a case of like trying to get this mid tower, now moving Zeus top to get that top outer turret, just get that goal that's easily available and try and close the distance here.
Yeah, that thing doesn't last forever. Let's see if they can get some objective bounties out of it, though. They keep the pressure up here. You can try and poke down. Zeus now going to have to do one more minion wave topside. Blast Cone taken before On got there.
How strong is Shun right now?
He could have, if he waited for On to come with him on the Blast Cone.
Isolating the Kha'Zix, Zeus not going to follow, forcing Shun away. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, T1 getting aggressive, taking the objective bounty, getting the goal that much closer to even. 1.5K at this stage of the game is not meaningful.
Look at the Fiora in the bot lane, though. Essentially, BLG are like, look, you can take mid, you can take top outer, but if you try to threaten for any more, you're not going to be in a good spot. FLICKR now has to reset to make sure he can deal with the super creeps that are going to be coming into that lane. So T1, they will get a little bit, but they're not going to get much more than this.
And I think that's the goal. That was the margin right there. You want to try and get your 2 objective bounty shutdowns with that Elder Dragon. Like you said, don't overreach. Don't give up any more picks. They also funnel the solo gold into Zeus. Owner just hovers around for support. If anyone tries to pick him, gives him that vision, gives him that confidence to get it.
And again, we're in a situation where a single team fight is very likely to decide the game. Of course, you can see a lot of the luxury items, I think as you call them, Kobe, the stopwatches coming out, the GAs as well. Potentially one final fight to decide it. The Baron 1 second away, BLG with control with mid lane priority. Looking to take as much vision as they can away from the side of T1. Already the fight getting kicked off, but Keria is there to body block, but will cost him his life. 1-man advantage to the side of BLG.
Yagao can do it too. He strikes on the Nautilus. No ult for the Nautilus, but T1, they're going to get desperate now. Owner on a control ward.
But they can't defend this if they just give it. You send Fiora to the bot side, she can get that lane in, but they're not going to commit to Zeus. BLG off that pick, they're going to get the Baron. And just once more, BLG getting control of this game.
Now what can they do with this buff? Can they close it out? Can T1 find another angle, another pick, another way to shut down Elk and take him out of the fight? This time around there's a GA, so they'll have to do it twice. Bin that top side pressure point. Zeus doing everything he can on the bottom side to make sure that wave is pushed out. Gao will look to respond. Bin alone for now on the top side. Can't afford to overstep too much. Should just take this tier 2 and back away. 600 gold in his back pocket.
This is exactly what Bin needs to do, just create this pressure in the side lane. Elk now stepping up once more. We saw FLICKR make the hero play, has that flash once more. Keria has flash on the side as well, sitting on that pink ward. Elk needs to be so careful, doesn't have the rest of his team yet, just trying to keep the pressure up.
Trying to get any cooldowns they can out of Elk, and Mikhail's available on as well, as you highlighted. Need to layer their CC perfectly if they just want to take the Zeri out.
Both these mid laners taking turns, making flash pick plays for their teams. And now with the power of the Baron, they should be able.
Trelli is kicking the fight off. The stun immediately to go in. Elk just free firing, and again, he's just doing so much damage. Owner taking out before he can even ult. Bin now on the way in, but they pull back for now. It's just a tower. Slow, steady, controlled, taking an explosive engage, turning it into a small advantage. BLG will not overstep.
That's two inhibitors down. BLG inside the base. They instantly go for the resets. Yagao was able to survive off his Zhonya's, plus the ultimate there from On. They take just one, they retreat.
They still, though, they can't get back out of the map. Maybe one more minion wave they can try and use this for, but getting another super creep wave in will give a lot of pressure towards BLG. Bin again just constantly threatening these side lanes, and now the opportunity to push in mid, lean towards that bot inhibitor, and with 2 inhibitors down, it feels like T1, their backs are definitely against the wall. Elimination game for T1, and time feels like it's ticking away.
Certainly is, and even if you could find an angle in this game, there's still one more ahead of you. 1 minute at a time for T1, just trying to hold on to hope. Any angle, any opportunity. Flash up for FLICKR. Again, the charms have been clutch in the last few exchanges. But our BLG simply too far ahead. Will one pick be enough with the GA, with the stopwatches available on the opposite side?
Bin on the top tower as this bot wave crashes. They've timed this beautifully.
Massive damage. Huge chunk coming in from the Ultra Shock Laser. BLG breaking the inhibitor and just walking away again. They are not giving an inch to T1. They do not want to make any mistakes here.
And they can easily do it with the poke here from the Kazakhs. W Evolve constantly poking them off, constantly pushing them.
They're just going to back away though. Elder Dragon is up. Vision has been set up. T1 have to try and come into this blind. Fiora in the bot side for Bin, pushing in that wave, making sure someone has to deal with that as T1. Elk on the forefront. Yagao hiding here. Who does he manage to get the hook on?
Battle line's drawn.
They have to send it.
Both sides know what's in front of them. Steal or have the game stolen from you. Be ready to secure this objective. BLG slowly but surely burning through this one. T1 fishing, looking for an angle.
But they're going for the wave. They're not going to go for the Elder. They're going to keep it. No, they can just run into that bot side if they want to at times. T1 have to be so careful how they position here.
Well highlighted, Dagda. They don't have the information that they need to make an educated decision. They don't have the vision. All that they know is that the dragon has been aggroed and that someone on BLG is hitting it. With It's just a piece of information. They have to go for it. They have to find the gamble. They have to find the angle, the engage. Final moments for T1. Can they do it? Do they have what it takes?
Full send, here we go. Zeus has arrived.
Shun taking a decent chunk. Kuma on the front line, immediately going to get ulted. It's going to force out the Feathers. The Feathers now coming down. Redemption on the backside to keep him healthy. Bid between Zeus and FLICKR, but he's doing just fine. Snare onto Yagao. Slow, controlled. Infernal Slow Poke starting to come in. Kha'Zix's not going to find purchase on the Void Spikes. Owner into the backside. Owner fishing for an angle. The immediate knock with the immediate follow, but Elk is still standing for now. Elk just does so much damage. T1 shot their shot, but I don't think it's going to be enough because at the end of the day, BLG are taking the fight. They are too damn strong. T1 getting torn through by the BLG lineup in the final fight of the series.
The script is strong. The 3-1 for BLG will remain as they will go for the finish.
BLG take care of both LCK seeds.
It was supposed to be EDG, it was supposed to be Gen.G, it was supposed to be T1, but here at MSI, BLG stands strong in defiance of all expectations. They move to the final.
The first time at an international event we will see an all LPL finals. And you can see Tabe is ecstatic about that for BLG.
The Tabe celebrations have been top-notch. Been calling his shots. In his interview, even tweeted out 3-1. They will also take care of T1. And then, on top of that, if they do the 3-1, he said they will 3-2 JDG.
And just an incredible performance, both in this series and across the tournament thus far for BLG. I think we cannot say it enough, the defiance of expectations. That one T1 lineup, the first time they will not make it to a finals, crushing overall. But BLG, again, the team that nobody expected, the team that seemingly came out of nowhere from a mediocre regular season, getting some upgrades heading into the playoff, having more support behind the scenes, and turning it into an incredible run, one of the best runs we've seen in MSI in a very long time.
And a reverse of what we saw at Worlds, where it was the LPL getting knocked out in the semi-finals, not advancing to finals, and we got that all LCK. This time around, it's T1 being knocked out instead of JDG or BLG. And for the LCK, it's heartbreaking to see a team that was so dominant in the regular split just not quite able to get to themselves across the finish line.
Amazing, amazing story for BLG. No longer the underdogs. Absolutely tearing through MSI.
I mean, single-handedly eliminating how many teams? Both LCK seeds. A force to be reckoned with, and no matter how much we talk about their weaknesses, they always seem to find a way.
That's the thing, I don't know who this team is. Like, you look at Bin, he's like, oh, he's always aggressive, he's super coin flip, dominating in his performances here. You look at the Jomung Madness, no longer here, it's a great Elk in that bottom lane. And for BLG, being able to leverage these into team fights, leverage them into success is absolutely outstanding. But now, one more hurdle lies in their way. But as we talk about that, T1 will take to the stage.
One final goodbye. London, Copperbox, give it up for T1 one more time. A valiant effort. And heartbreaking for the T1 fans, an organization with such incredible international pedigree. But again, just further showing us that BLG is a force to be reckoned with. It's so rare that we see an organization as unheard of on the international stage as BLG do something so great to find so many upsets or angles. Credit to their tenacity and the journey they've been on. They've played so many games to get to where they are now.
And then making other teams pick carries on topside into Bin, making them play their game.
Yeah.
Elk stepping up massive.
Ooh, and I like that name Elk because that is your 1+ player of the series, I think to the surprise of just about no one. He can do the Jinx Aphelios, he can do the Zeri, just feeling like an inevitability in so many of these fights.
And as I said, it's been incredible to see the journey of this man, going from someone who was so coin flipping on WE to say people doubting he could ever step up to be a true carry for a team, and now to see him taking the team into an MSI finals after being denied when he was back on WE in 2021, getting to his first international. you're getting to see the power of Elk at this MSI.
And usually players who have weaknesses like that, they kind of fade away. You know, they lose some of that aggression. This man still gale forces forward more than 50% of the time. This is a guy who has played true to his style, but found ways to clean it up and just continues to get better and better on the international stage.
Beautiful stuff from him. Team fighting, squeezing out extra little bits of damage all game long. Even not in the team fights that are highlighted so often, even in some of the standoffs towards mid, chunking people out previously, able to get these micro advantages for the team.
And in a region that has people that were like Viper, Uzi, I mean, Deft over there at one stage, to now see this new roster of LPL talent starting to come up as well is absolutely incredible. Like, he is really making a name for himself, and I'm hoping that we get to see more of him to come.
And I'm just hoping that you can slow down a little bit for the rest of the regions, LPL. God damn, it's impressive. Anyway, that's enough from us. Let's hear from BLG's head coach, Tabe, in the Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you so much, guys. Tabe, it's an honor having you on stage for this interview. Congrats on defeating T1 3-1 today. Quick question, did you double check which side of the stage you were running to today?
Yes, of course I've checked, because yesterday it is a very bad sportsmanship, because I didn't really check yesterday, and I was so excited because it's my first time in my life I 3-0 LCK team. That's why I'm, yeah.
Of course, an emotional moment, and I think that throughout the entirety of MSI, getting the coach cameras backstage is something that all the fans have enjoyed because of how emotional you get when you look at your team's games. How has it been so far, watching the teams backstage and living the games so much?
You know, when we first participate in MSI, our performance is not that good, right? Yeah. We always have some crazy mistakes, and I think no one in the world will think we can move to finals. But we are a team that we never give up. Every time we had a lot of conference, we had a lot of practice, and you know, like we don't want to go home, you know. Yeah.
You're definitely not going home. You will play the finals tomorrow. We'll talk about this a bit later in the interview. But I want to ask about you as a coach, because talking to Candice yesterday, she was mentioning the importance of you joining the team alongside Lumao. So I want to know more about what is your coaching philosophy and what makes you so good, and how would you rate the impact you have coaching BLG?
I think I really did a few things, because I think BLG's we have many coach. We have like 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 4 coach and 1 analyst. I think our coach team, including the analyst, is the best in LPL. Yeah. And Lu Mao gives me a lot of insights of how to being an experienced support, and many times even he didn't play in the tournament, right? But he will keep on giving me new ideas and telling me how to comfort on. And because he is a world-class support, he always will encourage me and also on to let us perform better and better throughout the whole tournament.
It's inspiring, dedication, and knowing more also about this BLG team. I want to have a bit of insights about the preparation coming into today, and BLG, who keep on defying expectations here at MSI.
Today we only have one tactic. We win bot lane, we win the game.
Sounds about right. We've talked about how proud you are about proving people wrong, staying in the competition, reaching the finals again. What does it mean to you to play finals at MSI tomorrow and rematch against JDG?
I think this time JDG will fear us.
When I see the fans being so hype and so happy to see you on stage, I have to let you talk to them. Is there anything you want to tell the fans today?
I really have to say thank you to the fans, because at first, I don't think we have so many fans, but throughout the tournament, even when I'm ready to put on my headset, I hear really a lot of cheers. You know, people, fans kept on saying BLG, BLG, and even after the BP would go back, I heard a lot of cheers. Yeah. And lastly, I think this MSI finals is LPL finals.
The first ever international LPL versus LPL finals. Thank you so much for the interview and for being on stage with me today. Best of luck in the grand finals tomorrow. And that's all for us here. Shots back to you in cooldown.
Thank you so much. If there was any doubt in the world, LPL is the best region in the world right now. And we're gonna get an unbelievable final tomorrow, and it's not the final that maybe anyone thought we were going to get. But I am so happy for BLG, Tabe, him just sprinting on stage, the ref going, no, you can't. But how can you keep yourself back in a moment like that, Emily? It is truly monumental what they are doing at MSI.
I cannot believe this is the team that went up against JDG in their first series. I mean, I think Tabe said it on here, right, in terms of like, what was our game plan? Okay, is Shun rotating to bot lane? Have they stacked a wave to push in? Because pretty much like clockwork between levels 3 and 4, Shun was there. He was getting Elk ahead, even when they completely punted topside, which is what really allowed Elk to absolutely pop off in every single game. They knew exactly what they wanted to do, and then they executed it.
Just amazing poise from the team. I feel like they had really good early game strategies each game.
Yeah.
They dove bot lane 4 games in a row, 2 out of 3 games against Gen G as well. Really, I think that was the key to taking out the LCK, was their ability to shut down bot lane. And then even when FLICKR landed that clutch charm and you thought maybe it would be a miracle comeback, they played calm and cool enough to close the deal.
Yeah, I will say, like, in a lot of these fights, when they are so close, even when BLG make mistakes, I do think their experience in LPL, because I know I've been like ragging on them a little bit, being like, I cannot believe this team is here. But I do think a lot of that poise comes from just how much practice they do have in a lot of these situations in LPL. Like, I know for a fact they want that JDG series back, right? Like, they feel like it's completely on them and they take ownership of it. And then to show up today like this is phenomenal.
Yeah, and I also think that obviously T1 was able to extend this game through, again, very reminiscent of game 1, some smites from Owner, some miracle charms from FLICKR, but by and large, they were always in control. They had a substantial gold lead. They stacked the dragons early, and the Infernal Soul really was a big factor in how one-sided a lot of the later fights were. So it was pure dominance from start to finish.
It was, and patience in the right moments, and it's Bin's world, and we are just living in it. Let's pull up this tweet, because, you know, he said, we're going to 3-0 Gen G, we're going to 3-1 T1, and then in the final, we're going to 3-2 JDG, and this was sent before they played Gen G, by the way.
Hey, I've got to be respect.
This is crazy.
I'm on board. After I made the mistake last year of not believing in DRX, I'm like, no, okay, sure they've got to finals, but it's, no, I think Bin's right. I think he's onto something.
I mean, let's talk about this, because we drew the comparison at the beginning of the day. And let's be honest, between all of us, we threw it out there on the off chance that BLG would do it today, right, chat?
Yeah.
And I mean, they keep doing it. Are we now tomorrow going to say, actually, we're going to give you a 50% chance, just like we do JDG, to win this series?
You kind of have to, but it's crazy. So the parallels between them and DRX are very real, right? Underdogs in basically every series they're in, and then pretty resounding victories. Also, the last time they played JDG, even though they got 3-0, they were very close games before the team fights. I love this update from the graphic that we had earlier on in today. The amount of times they have defied what people expect of them. But after today, after the interview, after the emotion, I think they're going to be, at least in London, the crowd favorites. With the path they've made so far at MSI, it might actually change the dynamic a little bit.
It's crazy. And Emily, you mentioned this a lot as we look at Tabe again, who I don't know how he's going to have energy tomorrow, but I'm sure
he'll find it.
And luckily he went to the right side immediately.
It was like 10 seconds from the game ending.
Yes, look at the ref.
Yeah.
Way too early.
I wonder if, I mean, that is the best. I absolutely love that. Oh, chat, I love the tweet you sent out also.
Yeah, so Tabe, for those of you who don't know, has been around League of Legends for an extremely long time. He played NA solo queue before there was a Chinese server, so
That's
a lot
crazy.
of the old heads like Kobe and I have played against him. But he was Uzi's support in the 2013 World Championship after they took down Fnatic in the semifinals. Shox interviewed him on stage. He actually made a lot of really controversial statements at the time about the way China treated esports players, et cetera, et cetera. This guy has been around for so long, and I feel like has done such an amazing job with this year's BLG team. You heard the interview on stage. He's more articulate now, even though he was articulate then, and it's just really cool to see.
There was also an incident on the desk.
He also leaked IG strategies at Worlds 2015.
That
He's a little bit of a walking meme sometimes as
yeah.
well, but a hell of a League of Legends mind.
And the pedigree speaks for itself.
Yeah, and I also want to highlight what he said, right? Like him feeling bad, even though I think even Doran could laugh at it at that moment. I really think it shows the type of class and the respect he has for his opponents, which is a part of great sportsmanship.
Absolutely. I want to close the book on T1 here at MSI, and I want to pull up this graphic because we talked so much about how T1 gets to all these finals. This is actually the first time that they don't in something that they've started in. And I just wanted to outline that, one, because of course that is horrible for T1 fans alike, and for those players. And on the other hand, it's really hard to buck that trend if you are against them in these matches.
It even goes further back because even though it's not this exact roster, they were also in World Semis, right? One game away from making that in 2021. They also were one game away from beating Damwon in spring 2021. Oh, actually, I think Damwon did win more decisively there, but they were in the final nonetheless. And what I really want to highlight, as I am obviously shattered at the loss here, is that I hope that the players can take away from this that the pressure that they're feeling isn't you know, if they're able to find a way to deal with this, if they can find a way to really work around that, then I think that this roster can actually live up to what we see domestically. And this is something that's very easily said and very, very tough to actually do. But the Carrier with head in his hand after the second draft. From talking to these players, domestically they're having a great time, but as soon as we go to internationals, every single interview is, we need to be first, we need to win, we haven't won in so long, we need to win. And it just gets worse and worse the more you focus on that.
Yeah, and I do wonder what their outlook is going to be for the World Championship, how they can recover from this, because every time it happens, it's going to weigh stronger on their mentality. And I also do think, like, even thinking back to what we were saying before the series, maybe we were actually giving them too much of the benefit of the doubt in this tournament, right? They had a 5-game series against Gen G. The way they lost the original series to JDG that went 5 games, games 2 and 3, where they kind of went off of one really big team fight, that series was fairly heavily in the favor of JDG. So to see them fall here when you have the benefit of hindsight isn't extremely surprising, but it doesn't make it any less disappointing for T1 in the LCK.
And you're always going to, for T1 as the brand, as the legacy with FLICKR in that mid lane. We saw it with that Ari charm as well. They have earned to have the benefit of the doubt, but BLG really don't care. And this is why they're in the final, and this is the first ever LPL versus LPL international final. It is monumental in so many ways, and we get Knight versus Yagao.
So this says Knight versus Yagao is inevitable. For people that don't know their history, they're friends. They're actually from the same hometown. They play on a Net Cafe team together, and they face each other in LPL finals several times, and now they are facing each other in MSI finals again.
Yes. Is the outcome going to be different? This is the continuation of what we threw up in Countdown Chat.
Yeah, the MSI dominance from the LPL, aside from that one 2019 G2 win, which obviously couldn't fit on this LPL versus LCK graphic, is pretty impressive.
It happened, guys.
Yeah, it did. Always going to have happened. But you can see the LCK having a little bit of a rough go of it in the actual grand scheme of things, regional rivalry, and it's guaranteed that we have that LPL champion for this year. We just don't know who it is yet. Exactly.
And yes, Tabe, he was part of the RNG coaching staff that won MSI 2 years in a row, 2021, 2022. It's crazy. So let's take a look at our bracket, our finals tomorrow. I mean, one half of it, a lot of people had predicted. The other one, I'm not so sure.
No.
The million-dollar question, is the outcome going to be different than what we have seen in the LPL spring playoffs, as well as here at MSI?
Yeah, I will say it's not just me. Everyone I've talked to that regularly watches the LPL analysts are like, We were not expecting BLG to be here. These are two teams that are, again, incredibly familiar with each other. They faced each other several times in the LPL playoffs. One thing that is super interesting, especially from today and yesterday, has been BLG's approach to drafting. I think they've been very smart in terms of what they want Elk to get on, how they want to separate team fights. We kind of already talked about how they kind of bent to the hyper carry meta, but then pulled it back and we're like, we're still going to play what we want in the top lane. We're still going to focus on these things in team fights. And I do think, again, JDG is a team that knows them very well and can similarly play that style with 369 and Kanavi on their top side. So it's going to be another bloodbath.
Yeah, and we can update the graphic and we'll play it tomorrow again. Not supposed to beat JDG, but as said already, they really don't care. I just want, we'll talk about it tomorrow as well, I'm sure, but looking at that bracket, this is the first time also that we get multiple representatives from the regions at MSI, which makes everything a lot more difficult, especially that we have those best of fives, which really separate the weak from the strong. I think that context, in that context, it's even more insane that we get a BLG JDG final, and it just shows how much they had to go through in order to get there.
It's a very stringent competitive format.
Yeah.
This will be the 5th best of 5 that BLG wins. If they win the final, it will be the 4th in a row that JDG wins if they win the final. And they're against the top 2 teams from all of the major regions in a double elimination best. You do not get more thorough than this in LoL Esports for deciding who the best team at the moment is.
They've got the best warm-up going into the finals, but to preview the grand finals tomorrow, Lore caught up with JDG's Kanavi after their win versus T1 on Thursday in the Verizon Game Day interview.
And we're back here at MSI for the Verizon pre-game interview. I'm here with Kanavi to talk about the finals and taking a closer look at what to expect here. Thank you so much for joining me ahead of this game. What have you learned throughout the tournament with JDG?
네, 인터뷰에 응해주셔서 정말 감사드립니다. 이번에 JDG와 함께 이번 MSI 치르시면서 어떤 점을 배워가고 계신가요?
일단 이번 메타가 그 약간 원딜 지키기 메타인데 이제 그런 메타에서 중요한 게 탱커의 스킬샷이나 포지션 좀 많이 중요한데 그런 걸 좀 많이 배워가고 있는 것 같아요.
I think right now this meta is all about protecting your AD carries. So as if you play tank, you have to know how to do damage or like throw your skills and also take the right position. So I'm learning those things.
And would you say that you figured out the meta rather quickly with the team? And how much can you experiment? I know that you can't say too much, want to save the picks, but do you think we may see some new picks rising for finals?
그렇다면 징동이 조금 메타 분석을 빠르게 잘 마친 것 같으신지, 그리고 남은 기간이 있는 만큼 조금 더 다양한 좀 변칙적인 이제 실험을 하실 것 같으신지, 뭐 전략적인 부분을 전부 오픈하실 필요는 없지만 간략하게 혹시 우리가 좀 다른 전략 접근을 할 수도 있겠다라는 생각이 있으신가요?
메타 분석은 대회 전에 거의 무조건 다 준비해 오긴 하는데 이번에 항상 대회 와서 상대방이 좀 잘하는 픽이 있으면 그걸 좀 자르는 느낌이고, 다른 픽이라고 하면 상대방이 그 일단 아직 2판이 남았기 때문에 결승까지, 그래서 그걸 다 보고 정할 것 같아요 아마도.
So about the meta, we actually like finish working on the meta, like having the best read possible. But whenever we see a good pick from the opponents, we also try to follow it. And about experiments, maybe we want to wait until we see 2 games that's left, 2 matches left until the finals, and we'll decide.
Of course, maybe some new learnings through the remaining games. JDG was one of the most expected team here at MSI 2023. Do you feel like you played to the expectations fans and experts had from you guys?
사실 징동이 정말 이번 MSI에서 가장 기대를 받는 팀 중에 하나였습니다. 본인이 생각할 때 징동이 팬분들과 전문가의 그런 기대치에 맞게 좋은 경기력 보여줬다고 생각하시나요?
저희가 일단은 스크림에서 좀 뭔가 대회 같은 모습이 안 나와가지고 좀 많이 걱정하긴 했는데 역시 그래도 저희가 대회에서는 조금 더 잘하는 것 같아가지고 그래서 팬분들 기대에 맞는 플레이인 것 같아요. 그래도 좀.
I was a little bit worried because our screams are not going great, but I was kind of relieved that we were able to still perform at our best level on stage, and so I can say we were playing up to the fans' expectations.
There's always surprises when it comes to Scream. Last question for you. When it comes to the finals, talking to 369, he promised the LPL that you would take the W and bring the trophy in China. How much do you think you can bring the trophy to China and win MSI here?
그렇다면 결승전에 대해서 여쭤보고 싶습니다. 369 선수가 이번에 꼭 기필코 우리가 트로피를 중국으로 가져오겠다, 꼭 우승하겠다라고 다짐하셨는데요. 카나비 선수는 확률을 어떻게 보고 계신가요?
일단 그 처음으로 이기는 게 이겨보는 게 중요한 것 같아가지고 저희가 좀 뭐랄까 걱정했는데 이미 저희는 T1을 이겼고 그래서 저희는 이미 해봤으니까 이기는 걸 다음 경기도 꼭 이길 수 있을 것 같아요.
So I think getting the first win really matters a lot, and now that we just beat T1, I'm pretty confident about it.
Getting in the right headspace. And that's all for us here in Tokyo. 감사합니다. Jisun, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
And back to you, Shox.
Thank you so much. In fact, I believe it was said that's probably going to be T1 or Genji. I think everybody thought that it was going to go that way.
I thought it was going to be T1 Genji.
You thought so too.
At one point.
At one point. Wow, you're an analyst.
A little wrong.
Yeah,
a little wrong.
It happens.
A little bit.
You know, we have to say goodbye in just a second. And I know that there's so many people who probably they wanted T1 JDG as well, right? Because also in terms of kind of the global atmosphere and LCK versus LPL, but this is going to be amazing. And it's really cool because now we have something to look forward to again at Worlds, that big revenge that has to be taken. And also just a great celebration tomorrow of what's going to be, in the end, the best League of Legends that we could see here because they've both deserved it. And the BLG storyline is just amazing. Tabe said it, didn't know if they had that many fans. We know that comparatively to even some teams in the LPL, like an EDG, like an RNG, that's not the case. But I've seen so many neutral fans in this audience, day by day by day, have more and more love for BLG because of the grinta that they show on the stage, and it's been a wonderful story to follow.
What I also think is really cool that obviously I was joking a lot about, oh, we get T1 Genji again, but a lot of the second tier matches that we had, or round 2, were regional rematches, and from start to tournament to now, like how differently do we all look at the fact that it's JDG BLG? And if you told me that before the tournament, I'd be like, but it's a rematch. But is it really? Like, are these still the same teams? The journey that specifically BLG has made, I think, is so insanely cool, and I'm extremely hyped for tomorrow.
Me too. Final note, Emily.
Another fun thing to track. I'm just warning you guys. A lot of times when LPL teams face each other on the international stage, it just devolves into chaos. Like, I remember a very specific RNG EDG match, I believe the year that EDG won the title. So an LPL versus LPL rematch is just a precursor to all of the wonderful things you can see when you watch the LPL. So watch the LPL, it's always entertaining.
Yes, we keep telling you, watch the LPL and watch it tomorrow because we'll be back here for the MSI 2023 Grand Finals between JDG and BLG, a historical LPL showdown. Can BLG finally take down JDG and finish their incredible story? See you then.
convinced